Gu Lao and Mo, hand over the Gue, Su Jade, and we shall leave your corpse intact. Xian Ming, you vile child, you have drawn upon the life essence of my kin for your alchemical pursuits. Have you ever considered the righteousness of heaven? Gu Lao and Mo, you have taken countless lives and opposed the heavens. Surely you must have anticipated this fate. Gu Xianming, surrender quietly. We have ensnared this place in an inescapable net. Even if you possess 3 heads and 6 arms, you cannot evade your doom today. The figure in the tattered black robe, with white hair, stood barefoot upon a mountain of corpses, the bloodstains mottled across his garments. Gu Xianming's cold gaze swept the surroundings indeed. He was ensnared in a web of foes, with no hope of escape. The onlookers recoiled from his icy stare. Beware of his final retaliation. Gu Xianming found amusement in the scene, shaking his head lightly as he gazed at the exquisite jade in his hand, contrasting starkly with the surrounding carnage. This was none other than the Gue Su Jade, the foremost of the 3 extraordinary treasures. To perish here without fully understanding its purpose. So be it. As he held the jade, the blood-red rays of the setting sun illuminated his face. He closed his eyes and reflected upon his life. His parents had departed early, leaving only his younger brother for companionship. He had ventured into the dark path of magic, cautiously surviving in this world until he attained the peak of cultivation. Yet now, before he could behold the grandeur of the summit, he faced dissolution into dust. Perhaps this was destiny. Gazing at the verdant mountains and the setting sun, Gu Xianming smiled bitterly. The crimson sun bleeds upon the heavens. Alone, I tread the mountains, my ambitions unfulfilled. The heavens cast their twilight clouds, as this body turns to ash amidst the crimson peaks. Is there truly no regret? No. A sudden spark of defiance ignited in Gu Xianming's eyes. His life had been a precarious dance, seeking not morality, but the truth of the great path. He loathed the heavens for their relentless obstacles. He resented the masses for their incessant tribulations. He despised the jade in his grasp for its ineffectiveness. What is this demon planning? The crowd's horrified gazes turned towards Gu Xianming, who clutched the jade tightly and laughed maniacally. Quick! He intends to self-destruct. Stop him. The crowd surged forward, but Gu Xianming's raucous laughter echoed through the heavens. I have no regrets in following the path of evil. Should there be a next life, I shall embrace evil once more. Today, I invite you all to accompany me to death. A surge of dark energy enveloped Gu Xianming, his spiritual power roaring to life as he shattered the jade in his hand. With a thunderous explosion, the very heavens trembled. In Qing Yuan continent, within the Qian dynasty, in the city of Tiangong, the evening sun cast its golden glow, even as dusk approached, still radiating warmth, perhaps the only solace being the gentle breeze. Yet the streets were sparse with pedestrians, all avoiding the sweltering heat of the year. However, within the ancestral hall of the Gu clan, an extraordinary scene unfolded, with nearly 1,000 members gathered. The hall, though modest, brimmed with the Gu family, all present for the triennial spirit root test ceremony, praying for several gifted youths to lead their clan to greatness. May the ancestors of the Gu family bless this year's spirit root test with several exceptional dual-rooted children, proclaimed Gu Tianxing, the clan leader, leading the elders in prayer. I believe the 2 children from the Gu Fei family should possess dual roots, right? Whispers rippled through the crowd. Are you referring to the child whose parents were slain by demonic cultivators shortly after birth? The elder is indeed gifted, but the younger one seems ordinary. True, the elder brother has always been clever. I bet he will take first place in this clan competition. Silence. No one is permitted to discuss the spirit root test. The clan leader admonished, well aware of Gu Xianming's exceptional talent since childhood, his aptitude remarkably high. His maturity belied his age had he not been under 12, when spirit roots typically manifested and possessed a rather aloof disposition. The clan would have already groomed him as their foremost talent. Restricting discussions about the spirit root test was also a protective measure, for Tiangong City was not solely under the Gu family's influence. Especially with such a prodigy in their midst, should others learn of Gu Xianming's existence, they might act in unexpected ways. Meanwhile, the prodigy under discussion, Gu Xianming, was in a secluded loft away from the family hub. lost in study, until he inadvertently fell asleep. This loft was a space he secured by trading a portion of his parents' inheritance with the clan elders. Initially, they resisted. How could two young children live independently? Moreover, Gu Xianming was the clan's prodigy, warranting utmost care. Yet after much insistence and his agreement to have maids attend to them, they relented. However, his younger brother later moved out to live with their uncle, further confounding the elders. Suddenly, the slumbering youth awoke with a start, his eyes filled with an unsettling coldness and intensity beyond his years. Where is this? Is this the Gu family? I have been reborn. The experience of 700 years in my previous life swiftly quelled his rising excitement. Noticing the chill of an object in his hand, he looked down to find Gu Su Jade. It was already marred with cracks. Indeed, the legendary Gu Su Jade was said to possess temporal powers in his previous life. He had spent considerable time deciphering its true purpose. Everyone believed its function was to absorb fragments of the temporal laws for enlightenment, a notion he had once held, yet despite his efforts, he had never managed to absorb even the faintest trace of temporal essence. Gu Xianming had his suspicions, but lacked the means to explore them. Fortunately, the Gu Su Jade had lost its temporal aura due to traversing the river of time. Otherwise, should its presence attract unwanted attention, his recent rebirth could be in vain. He would need to participate in the spirit root test tomorrow and unlock his spiritual sea. Gu Xianming gently pushed open the bamboo window and closed his eyes. As he listened to the gentle summer breeze caress his ears, the distant murmur of the brook, and the occasional chirping of cicadas, his previously restless heart began to settle. Opening his eyes, the madness had vanished, leaving only an unyielding coldness. It has been far too long, my kin. Too long, my brother Gu Xianyang. Chapter 2. You in the sun, I in the shadows. It has been quite a long time, my dear brother. We shall meet at the grand spirit root testing ceremony tomorrow. A fleeting shadow of malevolence crossed Gu Xuanming's face, only to vanish almost instantly as he turned and departed, leaving behind his slender silhouette. A night passed in silence, commencing the spirit root testing ceremony, with the resounding proclamation from the venerable elder of the Gu family. The most anticipated event of the family, held every 3 years, officially commenced. The spirit root testing, as the name suggests, is an examination that every youth of the Zhangtian realm who has reached the age of 12 must undergo. This test measures the affinity between one's body and spiritual energy. Before the age of 12, one's spirit root remains dormant, and their meridians cannot withstand the pressure of spiritual energy, which is why no one engages in cultivation prior to this age. Naturally, since the essence of the test is to gauge the affinity between the body and spiritual energy, there are myriad methods employed for testing spirit roots, exhibiting no constraints. As the noon sun cast its brilliance upon the Gu family's martial arena, a youth had already been seated neatly by the entrance, the creases in his garment suggesting he had been waiting for quite some time. Clad in a blue robe with his hair tied back, his head remained bowed, concealing his visage. Suddenly, a shadow eclipsed the sunlight above him, and before he could raise his head to ascertain the cause, a cacophony of excitement erupted beside him. It is our Gu family's prodigy, Gu Xianming, the one renowned since childhood for his exceptional intellect and hailed as a rare genius of a century. Gu Xuanming's second-grade spirit root is surely secure. Let us see if our family can produce an unparalleled first-grade spirit root talent. The youth looked up to behold a figure clad in a flowing black robe with white hair, strikingly handsome, yet his brow bore an air of frostiness. His long eyelashes hung low, his gaze as frigid as a deep pool, and his lips were pressed into a thin line. His fingers idly toyed with the jade pendant at his waist, revealing an old scar that snaked across his knuckles to his palm. His long hair fell unkempt around him, with a single white strand cascading onto his shoulder, his physique tall and slender like a pine tree. This individual was none other than Gu Xianming. With his back to the sun, he appeared to the youth as a radiant deity. As the sunlight gradually enveloped the shadowed youth, it became evident that the two bore an uncanny resemblance. Yet the youth in the shadows avoided the light, like a mole that had dwelt underground for years, persistently shunning the sun. Who is this youth in the shadows? He is none other than his own brother, a mere year younger yet possessing an entirely contrasting disposition. In the eyes of their kin, the elder brother Xianming is a paragon of both literary and martial prowess, blessed with extraordinary talent. Capable of reading 10 lines at a glance, possessing an impeccable memory, conversing on talismans above and formations below, with a breadth of knowledge and myriad arts of cultivation. While the younger brother Xianyang is deemed unremarkable, timid, and forever overshadowed by his elder sibling. Perhaps his greatest purpose is merely to fill the void of familial connection that Xianming lacks. Brother, are you going to sit? The younger brother forced a strained smile. It is unclear when their relationship had deteriorated to such a point that even an invitation to sit became a cautious affair. Perhaps it was amidst the resounding cheers of their kin, Or perhaps it was under the adoring gazes of the onlookers. Or perhaps it was in the discontent of seeing his brother being attended to by maids while he received nothing. All of this seemed trivial. He merely felt as though he had always lived in his brother's shadow. "How have you been, my dear brother?" In response to Xuanyang's puzzled gaze, Xianming sat beside him. Though they had not seen each other for a few days, it hardly warranted the phrase, "How have you been?" "How do you feel about the spirit root testing ceremony?" Without giving Xianming a chance to respond, the elder brother plopped down beside him, interrupting his thoughts. "I would be content if I could merely attain a third-grade spirit root." The youth's fingers tightened nervously, turning pale as he spoke. "That will not be the case, brother. Trust in yourself. You shall surely astonish everyone." Xianming directed his gaze toward the center of the martial arena. "A third-grade spirit root? Once your qualifications are revealed, you will not think so anymore." The Gu family's spirit root testing takes place in the center of the martial arena, conducted through a luminescent portal crafted by several golden core elders of the family. The lengthy wait soon passed. Next, Gu Xianyang. The summoned youth sprang to his feet, momentarily dazed, before striding toward the martial arena. Gu Xianming could distinctly hear his brother's breath quicken with a mix of anxiety and excitement. As he observed his sibling's retreating figure, only indifference remained in his eyes. To ensure the safety of the testers, all movements within the portal would be projected for all to see. Standing before the portal, Gu Xianyang took a deep breath, aware of countless gazes fixed upon him. Yet he understood that these onlookers regarded him merely because he was Gu Xuanming's brother. Striving to calm his racing heart, Gu Xianyang stepped into the portal. What do you think Gu Xianyang will achieve in terms of spirit roots? Given that his brother is the Gu family prodigy, he shouldn't fall too far behind, right? Who knows? I just want to see his brother test his spirit root. It's not as if the younger brother possesses any remarkable talents. Even if he does, can he surpass his brother? My dear, do you think Gu Xianyang can manifest a superior spirit root? The question came from Gu Xuanyang's aunt, the wife of his uncle. It was they who had brought Gu Xianyang out of the loft to live with them. What spirit root could he possibly manifest? A somber voice interjected. Belonging to his uncle Gu Xing originally, his plan was to use the younger brother as leverage to keep the elder brother in check, and then threaten him into relinquishing their family wealth. However, after deceiving the younger brother into living with them, the elder brother remained indifferent, ignoring their incessant chatter, refusing to leave the loft. The icy visage of the elder brother flashed in his mind, as Gu Xing irritably shook his head. Truly a prodigy. So young yet so deeply calculative. If it were not for the elder brother's insistence on relocating to the mountainside loft, and instead residing within the family market, the family would hardly have dispatched maids to attend to the two brothers before the spirit root testing. With the elder brother's obstinacy, who knows how many lurking wolves and tigers yearning for the brother's inheritance lamented their fate. Of course, Gu Xing's motives in bringing Gu Xianyang into their home were equally self-serving. As the closest blood relative of the two brothers, if Gu Xianming were to reside with Gu Xianyang, it would not only legitimize their claim to the brother's inheritance, but also foster a bond with the prodigious Gu Xianming, which was his true aspiration. What a short-sighted bunch. Only fixated on immediate gains. If they could cultivate a good relationship with Gu Xianming, who knows how many monumental benefits could accrue in the future. Turning his gaze back to the martial arena, Gu Xianyang found himself facing a towering mountain peak as he stepped through the portal, its countless steps disappearing into the clouds above. Chapter 3. The prosperity of the Gu family gazing at the towering peaks that pierced the clouds, majestic and awe-inspiring. Gu Xianyang stood at the foot of the mountain, his eyes reflecting a hint of hesitation and uncertainty. He inhaled deeply, silently rallying his courage, clenching his fists as if to channel all his bravery into his palms. At last, he cast aside his indecision and resolutely lifted his foot, firmly placing it on the first step leading to the summit. This step felt like a momentous decision, marking the commencement of a journey filled with challenges and the unknown. As Gu Xianyang ascended step by step, he gradually became aware of the mounting pressure on his body, yet he never wavered in his resolve to advance. With each step he took, the burden intensified. The mountain consisted of 1,000 steps. The lower 250 represented a fourth-grade spirit root, the middle 250 a third grade, the upper 250 a second grade, and the final 250 a first-grade spirit root. Only those who traversed all 1,000 steps were said to possess the mythical heavenly spirit root, a rare gift that allowed its bearer to cultivate at an astonishing pace, wielding power capable of altering the very fabric of the celestial realm. Such individuals were truly the favored children of heaven. As Gu Xianyang slowly and steadfastly lifted his foot, climbing higher with determination, he felt an overwhelming pressure closing in from all directions, as if it sought to crush him entirely. Nevertheless, his face bore no trace of retreat. Instead, his gaze grew ever more resolute, his teeth clenched, and he continued to move, step by arduous step, upward. Each advance brought with it an added weight, as though a 1,000-pound burden rested upon his shoulders and spine. Sweat soaked through his garments, cascading down his forehead and cheeks, pooling on the stone steps below, only to vanish in an instant. Yet, Gu Xianyang remained oblivious, entirely focused on the path ahead, his mind resolutely centered on one thought: persevere. 251st step. To his astonishment, Gu Xianyang had attained the level of a third-grade spirit root. To the majority of his family members, He was perceived merely as possessing a fourth-grade spirit root. It is essential to note that excluding the heavenly spirit roots are categorized into 5 grades. With countless cultivators across the world, the majority falling within the 3rd and 4th grades, the remaining 10% could be deemed as true prodigies, of which a scant 1% could claim the extraordinary first-grade spirit root. Such individuals were unparalleled talents, and it was evident that Gu Xianying had the potential to reach such heights. 501st step, he had indeed entered the ranks of the 2nd-grade spirit roots. Splendid news. The speaker was the most senior elder of the family, his previously squinting eyes now wide with astonishment and disbelief, his sparse brows trembling with excitement. The gathered elders had been engaged in hushed discussions about the training preparations for the younger generation when this unexpected revelation brightened their day. 630 steps. The stone steps now radiated a soft, luminous glow, far more brilliant than the faint light emitted by a typical 2nd-grade spirit root. Clearly, this descendant had crossed the threshold into the realm of a 3rd-grade spirit root. One elder extended his thin, wrinkled hand, stroking his sparse beard, nodding appreciatively with a smile of contentment. Another elder, filled with exuberance, clapped his companion on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Our family has not seen such a gifted talent in ages. This is indeed a momentous occasion." The elder who had been struck stumbled slightly but was unperturbed, joining in hearty laughter. Although spirit roots vary in strength, ranging from 1st to 5th grade, each increment of 50 steps signifies an ascension in grade. This is akin to a long and arduous path of cultivation. Historically, those with 2nd-grade spirit roots often journeyed further along the path of cultivation, bringing unparalleled glory to their family. The emergence of another 2nd-grade spirit root in their midst ignited hope for the family's future among the elders. Some began to strategize how to provide superior cultivation resources for this new prodigy, contemplating whether to present cherished spirit herbs or to grant access to the family's most secretive training chambers. Others considered selecting a suitable mentor to guide him on his path. Their faces radiated joy and anticipation, as if the entire family's future shimmered with promise thanks to this young talent possessing a 3rd-grade spirit root. What a sight to behold! To witness such a scene today was beyond expectation. With a brother so exceptional, one could only wonder how extraordinary the older sibling must be. Could it be that he possessed a 1st-grade spirit root, an unparalleled prodigy? The crowd in the training arena was a mix of joy, astonishment, and envy. Yet one individual remained indifferent throughout. 740 steps the elder stood, still in shock, urging him onward. 10 more steps. 10 more steps. Just 10 more steps would elevate him to a 1st-grade spirit root. Their astonishment was warranted. The Gu family was a renowned Golden Core family, among the most prestigious in Tianying City, yet never in their history had a 1st-grade spirit root emerged. In fact, across the annals of Tianying City, only the current Marshall family's prodigious female offspring could boast a 1st-grade spirit root. If Gu Xianyang's brother also achieved such a grade, it would signify the rise of their family as a dual prodigy. Truly, heaven had favored the Gu family. Finally, amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, 750 steps. The glow of the steps intensified, no longer a mere bright light, but shimmering with hints of gold, an unmistakable sign of a 1st-grade spirit root. Gu Xianyang pressed onward, the pressure crashing upon him like a tidal wave. At last, he reached the 750 steps. He was drenched in sweat, panting heavily, astonished that he had journeyed this far. However, it seemed he still had some distance to cover to rival his brother. With renewed determination, Gu Xianyang pushed onward, his steps trembling slightly as he continued his arduous ascent. 883 steps. At this point, Gu Xianyang was nearly prostrate on the ground, his complexion pale, while the vast training arena was enveloped in an eerie silence. 883 steps. A 3rd-grade 1st spirit root. The crowd was utterly stunned. Perhaps the Marshall family's prodigious daughter could not match such aptitude. Long live the prosperity of the Gu family. Someone softly uttered. Long live the prosperity of the Gu family. Long live the prosperity of the Gu family. Long live the prosperity of the Gu family. Suddenly, the training arena erupted with resounding cheers that seemed to shake the very heavens. You are the brilliant tomorrow of the Gu family. The clan leader, Gu Tianxing, along with the other elders, found their eyes brimming with tears at this heartfelt scene. Chapter 4. What a surprise within the portal! Gu Xianyang, utterly exhausted and panting heavily, found himself nearly prostrate on the ground. Since the beginning, he had been counting the steps, reaching a remarkable height of 883. Such an achievement was sufficient to outshine others. Even his elder brother could hardly surpass him. He had truly succeeded. Turning back to gaze at the portal's barrier, he seemed to search for that familiar figure, striving to maintain a semblance of dignity. Just then, an overwhelming wave of dizziness struck him, and with a roll of his eyes, he succumbed to unconsciousness. The clan elders hurriedly flew into the portal, concerned for the well-being of their precious Gu family gem. Among those most delighted at this moment was the brother's uncle, whose face flushed with excitement. What had initially been a mere bargaining chip to lure his brother had unexpectedly transformed into a soaring triumph, thereby elevating his family's status. Benefiting from his brother's prowess, the couple had always presented a picture of marital bliss before the younger sibling, their family exuding harmony. The fervor of his emotions was now vividly reflected on his face. Next, Gu Xianying, After a long effort to ensure Gu Xuanyang's well-being, an elder called out the next name. The once boisterous arena gradually quieted, eager to witness the surprises this true genius would unveil. The cacophony around them receded like a tide. All eyes widened, fixed on the figure seated in place. Clad in a dark robe with white hair, his indifferent expression chilled the very air around him. The crowd felt no dissonance. Such an aura truly embodied a prodigy. Without a trace of hesitation, Gu Xianin rose and strode toward the center of the arena, his demeanor exuding a calm assurance, as if he were already privy to the outcome. Upon reaching the portal, he stepped forward without pausing to adjust his mental state. Step by step, a flicker of complexity shone within Gu Xuanin's profound gaze. He stood silently on the steps, enveloped by a stifling atmosphere. As if invisible hands were relentlessly pushing him outward, a repulsion so intense it threatened to engulf him. Every breath felt like a prick, unsettling him as if his very soul were being stripped away. Every ripple of spiritual energy resisted his presence, furrowing his brow. He registered this familiar yet foreign sense of rejection and murmured to himself, "So it is true, I have been reborn, and my talents have returned to their former glory." His voice was low and calm, as though he had anticipated all of this. He slowly advanced, gazing down at his hands, which, while fair and slender, now revealed a hint of frailty. He could distinctly feel that the immense spiritual power, once as vast as the ocean and capable of upheaving mountains, had vanished without a trace. Yet, he felt no anxiety regarding this loss. His eyes conveyed an indescribable tranquility, as if the predicament before him were merely an insignificant trial. He recollected his past life, where, in a world ruled by the law of the jungle, he had clawed his way from a despised minor character to the pinnacle of existence. At that time, he had stood atop the world, surveying all, exuding an aura of supremacy. Brushing off non-existent dust from his robes, he thought, just a minor setback, as a mysterious light flickered in his eyes. He gazed ahead at the towering peaks piercing the clouds, the winding steps resembling the path of cultivation. His journey in the realm of immortality was set to commence anew. This time, he possessed the confidence to carve his own legend in this world filled with uncertainties. With resolute strides, he moved forward, his solitary figure appearing remarkably steadfast upon the celestial staircase. But wait, why did Gu Xianin appear so strained? It had only been a little over 100 steps. The spectators, eyes fixed on the unfolding scene, wore expressions of disbelief, whispering amongst themselves as if a pot had boiled over. They stared intently at the spiraling staircase, their gazes filled with astonishment and confusion. How could this be? How could Gu Xianin falter here? He was the pride of our generation. A burly man with a full beard furrowed his brow, scratching his head and speaking in a deep voice. Indeed, I had expected him to ascend to the 800th step in one go. I never thought he would stall at just over 100 steps. The crowd nodded in agreement, their faces painted with regret and bewilderment. Meanwhile, on the 142nd step, Gu Xianin swayed slightly, like a fragile sapling in a tempest, on the verge of being uprooted. His feet felt as if they were nailed to the ground, every muscle straining against the invisible force. The nearly frenzied repulsion surged like a relentless tide, crashing upon him wave after wave, each impact striking him like a hammer, attempting to push him down the staircase. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from exertion, yet his body remained resolute, devoid of any tremor. 142 was a significant improvement over the 123 he had reached in his past life, yet he still possessed the qualification of the third transformation. Fourth grade. Gu Xianin silently recited this in his mind, his eyes devoid of dejection or despair, instead shining with determination and resolve. A detailed plan began to take shape in his mind. No longer hesitating, he took a deep breath, gradually closing his eyes to calm his spirit. Then, with a sudden burst, he opened his eyes wide, turning slowly to descend the mountain step by step. Each movement was steady and unwavering, as if declaring to the heavens that Gu Xianin would not be shackled by the challenges before him. His future would undoubtedly be resplendent. The mountain winds howled past, rustling his garments with a sound that seemed to cheer for his resolve. Gu Xianin, third transformation, fourth grade. With the elder's registration, the once lauded prodigy had fallen from grace, while the younger brother, previously underestimated, now displayed formidable talent, becoming the target of clan admiration. What a surprise! Gu Xianin had truly bestowed upon all clan members a monumental revelation. Chapter 5, the maid Xinglua. After the grand ceremony of the spiritual root test concluded, Gu Xianming returned to his modest bamboo dwelling. Along the way, he encountered numerous clansmen who cast upon him peculiar glances, ranging from pity to ridicule. He accepted all these stares with equanimity, for he understood that, at this moment, the hearts of the people were still clouded with uncertainty. Fearing he might once again regain his former aptitude, the door to the bamboo loft was ajar, and a gentle breeze wafted through, producing a soft creaking sound. The moment he stepped into the pavilion, a figure approached him. It was the maid assigned to him by the family, Xinglua, dressed in a delicate blue maid's attire. The light fabric billowed gracefully with her every movement, reminiscent of ripples dancing upon a serene lake. Her refined features were framed by elegantly arched eyebrows and a pair of sparkling eyes, akin to a crystal-clear spring, complemented by her enchanting physique, a waist that could be grasped by a single hand and long, slender legs. Each step she took seemed to embody a unique rhythm, as if she were engaged in a delicate dance. Within the clan, Xinglua's beauty had undoubtedly captured the attention of countless young men, with many vying for her affection. Yet, this remarkable woman had been sent to serve Gu Xianming in the role of a mere maid, revealing the profound esteem the family once held for him. Upon seeing Gu Xianming return, Xinglua offered a slight bow, her voice imbued with the gentle warmth characteristic of youth. Young Master Xianming, the family has requested that I attend to young Master Xianyang at my uncle's residence. Her voice, like a melodious songbird, was both clear and delightful. However, Gu Xianming perceived a hint of detachment within it. In truth, it was not the family that had insisted she care for Xianyang. Initially, Xinglua had willingly taken on the role of Gu Xianming's maid, captivated by his potential. He had once shone like a brilliant star, with limitless prospects ahead. She had harbored hopes of nurturing a romantic bond with him, envisioning herself soaring to great heights and transcending her status as an outsider's maid to become a respected figure within the clan. Yet, fate is capricious. For reasons unknown, Gu Xianming's aptitude was revealed to be merely a third-tier, fourth-grade spiritual root, akin to a shooting star that swiftly fell from its brief brilliance. His standing within the clan was destined to plummet, never to regain its former glory. Observing Gu Xianming in such a state, Xinglua's flickering hopes and dreams began to shatter. She felt she could no longer afford to waste time by his side, and thus sought permission from the family to leave in search of new opportunities. Gazing at the green tea girl before him, a glimmer of malice flashed in Gu Xianming's eyes. In his previous life, she had served Xianyang, sowing discord between the brothers, leading to the first cracks in their relationship, which ultimately spiraled into enmity. Even the ambush that resulted in his demise had the shadow of his brother lurking behind it. In truth, Gu Xianming did not harbor hatred for his brother. Rather, he felt a twinge of gratitude. It was under the pressure from his brother that he had escaped the Gu family, choosing the path of demonic cultivation. His only grievance against his brother was the obstruction of his ascent to success. Anyone who dared to impede his journey to the pinnacle was his enemy, without exception. Within the dimly lit loft, the atmosphere was stifling, rendering one breathless. Gu Xianming stood silently, his gaze cold and expression devoid of emotion as he uttered two words, "Leave now." His voice was as frigid as ice shards from a millennia-old pond, devoid of warmth. You. Xinglua's previously lifted chin fell abruptly, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. She could scarcely comprehend that the once lofty Gu Xianming, whom she had yearned to associate with, would now speak to her with such cruelty. It was worth noting that he was no longer the revered genius of the Gu family. His dismal performance in the recent spiritual root test had all but guaranteed his marginalization within the clan. Yet, despite this, why did he still have the audacity to address her with such disdain? Xinglua opened her mouth, ready to retort fiercely, but her mind went blank, leaving her at a loss for words. Frustration and anger welled up within her, causing her vision to blur with unshed tears, which threatened to spill over at any moment. At that moment of embarrassment and indignation, a clear voice resonated from outside the loft. "Brother, how can you bully Xinglua? She has served you for so many years." Unbeknownst to them, Gu Xianyang had approached the loft with elegant strides. He stood tall in his snow-white attire, resembling a celestial being, a stark contrast to the disheveled atmosphere within. Gu Xianming paused in surprise, then slowly turned, his piercing gaze locking onto the figure at the entrance. A flicker of disdain crossed his eyes, and a smirk graced his lips as he said, "Oh, so you are defending this outsider without discernment? Your tone is filled with accusation, as if to ignite the oppressive tension in this room." At that moment, Xinglua felt as though she had found her anchor. Her eyes sparkled with renewed hope. She hurriedly moved to Gu Xianyang's side, nervously wringing her hands, projecting an image of fragility and helplessness. With her head slightly bowed and her voice trembling, she said, "It's all right, young Master Xianyang. Young Master Xianming is merely troubled by the results of the spiritual root test. As long as it alleviates his mood, Xinglua is unbothered." As she spoke, a few crystalline tears welled in her eyes, clinging to her long lashes, rendering her a pitiable sight. "It's all right, Xinglua. I will ensure you receive justice," Yu Xianyang declared, his gaze resolute as he looked at her. "Thank you, young Master Xianyang," she replied, covering her mouth as if bearing an immense grievance. What a splendid pair of golden boy and jade girl they made. Enough of the pleasantries. It is evident you harbor feelings for Xinglua. 20 spiritual stones, and you may take her away. Brother, how could you do this? Xinglua is a living being, not an object. Do you agree? Yes, I only have 8 spiritual stones on me. Please wait while I fetch the remainder. Gu Xianyang hastily retrieved the spiritual stones he had painstakingly saved over the years. He had no surplus left, but he could borrow from his uncle, certain that his talent would not go unrewarded. Once he grew, he would repay his uncle in due time. After accepting the spiritual stones, Gu Xianming coldly observed the departing figures of the two. His demand for spiritual stones was not merely to annoy them. His plan to enhance his aptitude relied on that precious item. Given his current financial situation, he would indeed need to devise a means to earn more spiritual stones. Chapter 6. The explanation. The next day, as dawn broke, painting the horizon with the faintest light, Gu Gu Xianming rose early, meticulously preparing himself. His mind already set on a clear course of action. His current predicament was dire, necessitating a substantial amount of spirit stones to procure a coveted treasure. At this moment, the most expedient means of acquiring such stones appeared to be liquidating the inheritance he had received. A gentle morning breeze, tinged with a hint of coolness, caressed his face as Gu Xianming strode purposefully toward his uncle's residence. Upon reaching the entrance, he found himself before an imposing estate. The crimson door stood firmly shut, its brass ring glinting coldly under the sun's rays. Gu Xianming addressed the guard, instructing him to inform his uncle of his urgent business. The guard regarded this once glorious prodigy with an unusual gaze, and moments later, the door creaked open to reveal his aunt's sharp visage. She scrutinized Gu Xianming, a sardonic smile curling her lips. With arms crossed, she derisively remarked, "Oh, is this not the great genius? You never graced our home when you were at the pinnacle of your glory, yet now, stripped of your status, you seek our aid? What? Have you reached the end of your rope and come to beg for charity?" Her words were laced with venom, her icy eyes fixed on her so-called kin. Gu Xianming met her cold stare with unyielding resolve, his expression unwavering. Despite the shivers her gaze sent down her spine, his aunt retorted with mockery, "Oh, you have matters to discuss? Pray tell, let us see what you can conjure up. It seems your inheritance will be lost to others." With a dismissive turn, Gu Xianming departed without hesitation. "Dear nephew, let us converse." A sudden, urgent voice emerged from within, followed by the hurried figure of his uncle, Gu Xing. The rotund man bustled forth, his corpulence jiggling with every step, as though each roll of flesh was a testament to his wealth and indolence. Gu Xing's round face bore little definition, resembling a lump of dough, and his squinting eyes, barely visible, betrayed no clarity of thought. He exuded an air of shrewdness, as if every pore were calculating how to profit from others. Clearly, he had been eavesdropping, and upon hearing Gu Xianming mention the sale of his inheritance, his eyes widened in excitement, akin to a glutton spotting a lavish feast. "Ah, my dear nephew, what a predicament you find yourself in. Your aunt, a mere farmer, knows nothing of commerce," he said, his face quickly morphing into a sycophantic grin, overly bright and somewhat disingenuous. His words were accompanied by an unsettling jiggle of flesh, reminiscent of quivering jelly. "Since you have urgent matters to discuss, shall we step inside for a more detailed conversation?" He extended his plump hand in invitation. Gu Xianming, without further ado, cast a cold glance at Gu Xing and strode into the house. Upon entering, a refreshing scent enveloped him. The interior featured two exquisite magnolia trees, their pure white blossoms blooming like ethereal fairies. The gentle breeze stirred the branches, producing a soft rustle that seemed to whisper tales of time. Petals drifted down like delicate snowflakes, blanketing the ground in a thin layer of white. At the center of the courtyard stood a stone table fashioned from dark green rock, exuding an antique charm with its smooth surface. Surrounding it were several stone stools, their simple yet elegant design complementing the table beautifully. Gu Xianming surveyed the scene, contemplating the implications of his uncle's apparent affluence. Indeed, he mused, it appears that his uncle has prospered in recent years. This corpulent man, despite his appearance, possesses commendable taste. The decor and furnishings within the house spoke volumes of Gu Xing's wealth and opulence. If his uncle was so well off, then the inheritance he held could fetch an even higher price. A subtle, cold smile played on his lips. "Dear nephew, what price do you propose?" Gu Xing inquired with a grin. 3,000 spirit stones, Gu Xianming replied coldly, "for the inheritance in the tavern my family owned." Aside from the substantial inheritance, his parents had also left behind a tavern, managed by family due to the youth of Gu Xianming and his siblings. Each month, the profits were duly handed over to him. "What? 3,000 spirit stones? Why don't you go and rob a bank? Do you even comprehend how much that is? It could buy you a life." His aunt's shrill voice interrupted, laced with derision. Unfazed, Gu Xianming remained resolute. He was no stranger to vengeance. He believed in biding his time. "Dear nephew, your offer is indeed excessive. I have recently allocated my spirit stones to sustain the business, and I simply cannot produce such a sum," Gu Xing countered, shaking his head. 3,000 is non-negotiable. Moreover, do you not require this inheritance to secure my brother's loyalty?" Gu Xing's expression shifted to one of surprise, recognizing the sharp intellect in Gu Xianming's words. "Haha, my dear nephew, you are indeed clever. 3,000 it is. But might I request a few days' grace to gather the funds? By tomorrow, if not sooner, I shall pawn the inheritance," Gu Xianming declared, turning to leave, leaving the two stunned in the courtyard. That night, Gu Xianyang burst through the door. "Uncle, why did you spend 3,000 spirit stones to purchase the inheritance for my brother?" He had learned that a group had come to collect valuable items from his uncle's home that afternoon. "Ah, Xianyang, I know all too well. You and your brother lost your parents when you were young. Now that Xianming seeks to sell the inheritance to outsiders, how could I, as your uncle, stand idly by and witness such a travesty?" Gu Xing lamented, his face etched with regret. Though Gu Xing's family was substantial enough to gather 3,000 spirit stones in a day, his display of liquidating assets was a deliberate act for Gu Xuanyang's benefit. "Is it my brother again?" Gu Xianyang clenched his fists, determined to demand an explanation from Gu Xianming. Chapter 7. The Butterfly Effect. "Ah, my dear nephew, If only you could have a son as understanding as you, these years would not feel so lonely, sighed Gu Xing with a furrowed brow. Upon hearing his uncle's words, Gu Xianyang felt a stirring in his heart. Indeed, his uncle had never had children of his own, while he had lost his parents at a tender age. Left to navigate the world alone. Now, with his uncle treating him like a biological son, showering him with care, how could he not wish to repay his uncle's nurturing kindness? Moreover, his uncle had spent a fortune to acquire his parents' estate. With this thought, Gu Xianyang felt a surge of clarity. He believed it was time to do something for his uncle, to provide him with a sense of security in his twilight years. Without hesitation, he knelt before his uncle and earnestly declared, "Uncle, I see you have no children, and I too have lost my parents. If it pleases you, I wish to care for you in your old age." A glint of cunning flashed in Gu Xing's eyes as he quickly reached out to assist him. "Good boy. Then let us depend on each other from now on." The two shared a hearty laugh, one feeling the warmth of a promising future, the other finally sensing the comfort of having a family. In the presence of the clan elder, their bond transformed from that of uncle and nephew to that of godfather and godson. Soon after, Gu Xing sent word to Gu Xiwiming to prepare for the transaction at the restaurant left by Gu's father. Upon receiving the news, Gu Xiwiming set off to the restaurant, determined to finalize the deal. Alas, if only I had greater power, then I would not have to engage in such transactions. If I were at the nascent soul stage, the entire Gu family fortune would be mine, he mused, feeling an urgent desire to restore his strength. Nonetheless, the priority remained to secure that vital treasure at the family auction in 3 days. Arriving at the tea house, the young attendant immediately recognized him. However, much to his surprise, the attendant exhibited no signs of panic at the sudden visit from the young master. The rumors of Gu Xiwiming's fall from grace had spread throughout the Gu family, causing quite a stir in the city. Even today, news circulated that Gu Xiwiming intended to sell his inheritance, with Gu Xing as the buyer. Speculations arose that Gu Xiwiming feared he could not maintain the family estate, hence resorting to such desperate measures. With this thought, a hint of derision crept upon the attendant's lips. In a tone devoid of respect, he remarked, "Good day, young master." Yet, beneath this facade of pleasantry lay no sincerity. In response to the attendant's insolence, Gu Xiwiming feigned ignorance, disregarding the remarks as he strode purposefully toward the restaurant. However, at that very moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. With the swiftness of lightning, Gu Xiwiming unleashed a kick towards the attendant. The speed and force of the strike were astonishing. A resounding crash echoed as the attendant's body collided with the wall, the impact causing the wall to tremble slightly, revealing the sheer power behind the blow, delivered without restraint. This sudden spectacle not only caught the attendant off guard, eliciting groans of pain, but also drew the astonished gaze of everyone within the establishment. "Just a mere servant dares to speak ill of me. Should you cross me again, I shan't hesitate to cripple you," Gu Xiwiming coldly stated. These individuals were outsiders to the G Chapter 8, Bloodbone Ginseng, with the acquisition of 3,000 spiritual stones. Gu Xianming felt an immediate surge of confidence, as if he could already envision the precious treasure nestled within his grasp. He gazed at the mountain of spiritual stones within his storage bag, and the urgency in his heart was momentarily assuaged. Taking a deep breath, Gu Xianming slowly spoke. "The floating clouds that obscure the sun must eventually disperse, and the wild crane resting in the woods forgets its own purpose. A fleeting thought can disturb the tranquility of 1,000 mountains, while the tender grass of spring gradually withers away. When the tide is right, one can await the rise of the strong winds. Only when the mirror is shattered do we realize the old reflections are scarce. Let us revisit the moss-covered past, for the Milky Way remains unchanged in the attire of youth." The following day, after Gu Xianming and Gu Xing completed their transaction, the Gu family auction commenced grandly. As anticipated, this was an exceptionally rare occasion, with the entire Gu clan immersed in a vibrant atmosphere. The family showcased their treasured possessions accumulated over the years through auction, drawing the attention of numerous clans. Additionally, many external families flocked to the Gu estate, either seeking to purchase desired items or to sell their own collections. All managed by the Gu family's External Affairs Hall. "Miss, it is said that the Gu family has produced a prodigy akin to you, a first-grade spiritual root," said a maidservant to the person before her in box number 3. "True talent only manifests in the right individual. In the wrong hands, it is mere refuse." The speaker's eyes were slightly upturned, adorned with arched brows and phoenix-like eyes. Her gaze sparkled like a constellation of stars, yet only a few faint embers were revealed, making it difficult to discern her true thoughts. Her lips, as vibrant as the peach blossoms of March, bore a thin glaze, vivid yet laced with an air of coldness. The corners of her mouth turned down slightly, as if half an inch of frost had crystallized, exuding an aura of unapproachable aloofness. Her raven hair cascaded like a waterfall, her neck gracefully arched, as elegant as a jade hairpin piercing through the morning mist. Even the wisps of hair by her ears moved with extraordinary grace, measuring the distance others should keep, instilling a sense of caution in those who dared to approach her. When she lifted her chin slightly, the entire world seemed to pause. The air crystallizing into a transparent blade, capable of slicing through the gentle silk of spring breezes with a mere glance. Anyone who beheld her could not help but marvel at the sheer beauty that graced the mortal realm. This individual was none other than the renowned prodigy of the Wu family, Wu Mingkong, whose talent was deemed unparalleled, rightfully celebrated as the foremost genius of Tianjin City. 3 years prior, she had been tested and found to possess a first-grade spiritual root, though the specifics of its transformations remained undisclosed to the public. Remarkably, within a mere 3 years, she had ascended to the 7th level of the foundation establishment stage. Such a pace of cultivation was nothing short of astonishing. It is worth noting that in some smaller clans, this level of cultivation would already qualify one for the position of a senior elder. For Wu Mingkong to achieve such heights in just 3 years was truly fearsome. At this moment, Gu Xianming, donning a mask and cloaked in an oversized robe that obscured his figure, sat in box number 1. To avoid drawing attention, he even altered his voice. Entry to the prestigious box number 1 required not only wealth but also power and connections. Having lost his status as a prodigy, Gu Xianming could no longer qualify for box number 1. No amount of spiritual stones could grant him access, relegating him to the inferior box number 1. If memory served him right, box number 1 was occupied by the elder Gu Rou and her granddaughter Gu Ling, who had successfully bid on that treasure in a past life. Esteemed friends, our gathering today is indeed serendipitous. On behalf of the Gu family, I sincerely wish you all enduring fortune and success in your endeavors. Without further ado, let the Gu family auction officially commence. A beautiful and poised woman spoke in a melodious voice, commanding the attention of the audience as silence enveloped the room. As her words echoed, the auction floor fell silent, with all eyes fixed upon the stage. First, we present our inaugural item for bidding. A gentle rustling of wings could be heard as a shimmering shadow of a blue phoenix gracefully descended from behind the curtain. This blue phoenix radiated a faint starlight, as if it had descended from the heavens. With a gentle flap of its wings, countless specks of starlight cascaded like raindrops, ultimately coalescing into a roll of fabric. This seemingly ordinary fabric was, in fact, woven from the silken threads of heavenly silkworm ice, known as the dustless garment. Not only was it impervious to water and fire, but wherever its sleeves swept, exquisite peach blossoms would unexpectedly bloom, a sight to behold. The starting price for the dustless garment is 300 spiritual stones, the woman announced. As soon as her words fell, voices from the audience chimed in. 350 spiritual stones. 360 spiritual stones. Another voice quickly followed. The price soared as bids poured in, creating an electric atmosphere. Next, the blue phoenix returned, this time carrying a glowing orb in its beak. The orb descended slowly, revealing a glass lamp. The flame within the lamp suddenly surged, manifesting the image of a dragon, vividly alive and fearsome. The crowd felt a warm breeze wash over them, instilling a sense of tranquility, as if all their worries dissipated in that moment. This lamp, known as the illuminating lamp, was forged from luminous jade. Lighting it would clarify one's path, greatly aiding in the comprehension of techniques and the establishment of a solid foundation. The starting price for the illuminating lamp is 500 spiritual stones. The woman's voice rang out again. 600 spiritual stones. 630 spiritual stones. The bids continued to escalate, with the audience's enthusiasm unwavering. Throughout this time, Gu Xianming placed a few bids, but only to obscure his true intentions. As time passed, one precious item after another was sold, and Gu Xianming could only wait in uncertainty, unaware of which item would be next. Next, we present the blood-bone ginseng. Upon hearing the name, Gu Xianming abruptly straightened in his seat. This was it. The blood-bone ginseng, which thrived in the battlefields of countless souls, encapsulated the essence of heaven and earth along with the vitality of life itself. Its growth conditions were exceedingly demanding, making it exceedingly rare. However, its benefits were quite limited, leading to its scarcity and lack of buyers. Nevertheless, for Gu Xianming, this item held immense significance. The starting price is 100 spiritual stones. In truth, the auctioneer had little faith in this item, which had lingered in the family warehouse for many years and had previously appeared at auctions without ever being sold. Grandma, I want this one. Please help me buy it, exclaimed Gu Lingo from within box number 1. Dear granddaughter, why do you want this? It holds little practical use, replied Gu Rou. But grandma, I found an ancient tome a few days ago that mentioned the blood-bone ginseng could enhance one's aptitude. Though it seems it must be used with certain formations, which I am yet to discover, it still gives me hope. What if it's gone next time? Please buy it for me. Her youthful exuberance, combined with her sweet tone and the delicate, rosy features of Gu Linger, a perfectly chiseled little girl, made it nearly impossible to refuse her request. All right, I shall buy it for you, Gu Rou replied with a smile, charmed by her granddaughter's persistence, for in her heart, Lingo had always been her most cherished treasure. Chapter 9. A happy resolution. Just as Gu Rou was about to announce the price, a voice, indistinguishable in gender, suddenly echoed from box D, declaring 200 spirit stones. This unexpected proclamation filled the auctioneer with delight. She had harbored doubts about whether this antique could be successfully auctioned, yet now it appeared that someone had finally expressed interest. Moreover, selling this item would grant her a substantial commission. It was no small feat for her to have reached the foundation establishment stage and become the family's auctioneer, as she still required ample cultivation resources. 200 spirit stones once. Before the auctioneer could finish, another voice rang out from Box A, 500 spirit stones. It was Gu Rou raising the bid. This shout was akin to a thunderclap, leaving the entire auction house in astonishment. Whispers circulated among the attendees, speculating about the identity of the person in Box A. Wasn't that Gu Rou, the clan elder of the Alchemy Hall? Indeed, her family's wealth was substantial, starting with such a high bid for this item. As the clan elder of the Alchemy Hall, Gu Rou held considerable power and status within the family. Her cultivation had reached the second level of golden core, and she was also a third-grade alchemist, earning her significant respect. Furthermore, she held full control over the family's alchemical trade, naturally possessing substantial wealth. In her view, 500 spirit stones were sufficient to deter the previous bidder. After all, he would stubbornly contest for such an item. 600 spirit stones. Before the auctioneer could confirm, Gu Xianming raised the bid again. 700 spirit stones. Gu Rou showed no signs of retreat. 800 spirit stones. Gu Xianming followed suit once more. 900 spirit stones. 1,000 spirit stones. Gu Rou furrowed her brow slightly, her resolve wavering. It was not due to a lack of resources, but spending over 1,000 spirit stones on such an item seemed unwise, especially considering the apparent wealth of her opponent. Noticing her grandmother's hesitation, Gu Lingou quickly interjected, "Grandma, please buy it for me. If I can find a way to enhance my aptitude, I could advance to a second-grade spirit root." Indeed, Gu Lingou had transitioned from a third-grade spirit root and ranked among the top talents in the clan. At a young age, she had already reached the 7th level of Qi refinement, and barring unforeseen circumstances, she was destined to become one of the clan elders in the future. If she truly discovered a method to enhance her aptitude, advancing to a second-grade spirit root would significantly broaden her cultivation prospects. With this thought, Gu Rou ceased to hesitate, raising her hand decisively. 1,500 spirit stones. Damn it, what is this old woman playing at? She just revealed her reluctance to raise the bid, yet suddenly added more spirit stones. Gu Xianming scoffed. Meanwhile, Wu Mingkong in Box 3 was captivated by the unfolding scene. Who was this person? Clearly, they were attempting to provoke Gu Rou. Did they not fear her retaliation for being so audacious in the Gu family's domain? If they were from another clan, it would be one thing, but if they were a member of the Gu family, that would indeed be intriguing. 2,000 spirit stones. Gu Rou rose suddenly, exuding the imposing aura of a golden core cultivator. Since they wished to raise the bid further, she would have to fight for it. This item is favored by my granddaughter. Can you bear to part with it? Within the box, the barriers prevented any probing, and she could not ascertain the strength of her opponent. However, she had ample confidence in herself. This left the crowd in the hall struggling to breathe, overwhelmed by her presence. Enough, Gu Rou. A voice of authority rang out from behind the auction stage, revealing a refined gentleman stepping forth. He too emanated the aura of a golden core cultivator, shielding the crowd from the oppressive pressure. It is Lord Gu Chang. A gasp resonated among the crowd as they turned to witness the approaching figure. Thank heavens Lord Gu Chang has appeared. Someone sighed in relief. Gu Chang was the clan elder of the Family Affairs Hall, presiding over this auction. He had remained in the background, observing the proceedings closely, especially given the influx of outsiders drawn to the auction. However, upon witnessing Gu Rou's demeanor, his heart sank. He understood well the critical role Gu Rou played in the family. She managed the alchemy hall, and both medicinal and healing pills flowed through her hands, granting her immense prestige within the clan. Yet, as the saying goes, the taller the tree, the more the wind blows. Gu Rou's power had attracted its fair share of envy and resentment. Some sought merely to usurp her authority and interests, eyeing her position like a delectable pie, eager to claim a slice. Meanwhile, in Box D, Gu Xianming ceased to raise the bid. Not out of reluctance, but due to the mere 3,000 spirit stones remaining in his possession. He still needed to purchase other materials and could not exhaust his resources for the bloodbone ginseng, an item he desperately required. Hadn't she just claimed it was favored by her granddaughter? Gu Xianming narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering, if this bloodbone ginseng truly lies in Gu Rou's possession, then I am utterly helpless. After all, I have yet to formally commence my cultivation. How could I possibly seize it from a golden core cultivator? However, if this bloodbone ginseng were in Gu Linger's hands, the situation would be dramatically different. In that case, the opportunity for a turnaround might present itself, potentially saving him a considerable amount of spirit stones. With this realization, Gu Xianming swiftly resolved to refrain from further bidding. Observing the sudden silence in Box D, Gu Rou felt a surge of triumph. She surmised that her opponent must be intimidated by her esteemed status, prompting them to withdraw from the contest. With a cold snort, she reined in her imposing aura and settled back comfortably. Yay, Grandma, you're the best. Gu Lingou beamed with joy, her face lighting up with a radiant smile upon seeing Gu Rou successfully secure the bloodbone ginseng. On the other side, Gu Chang, noticing the stillness in Box D, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This outcome was undoubtedly the most favorable for him. Not only had he sold the bloodbone ginseng at a high price, but Gu Rou had also achieved her goal of acquiring this precious item. Thus, he had avoided offending Gu Rou while securing a generous profit, resulting in a truly joyous conclusion for all. Chapter 10. The great hunting competition time swiftly passes, and the much-anticipated auction has quietly faded into memory. In this seemingly brief interval, Gu Xianming has achieved remarkable accomplishments. Although his spiritual root is merely of the 4th grade, his cultivation has progressed at an astonishing pace. Propelled by the wealth of experience from his past life, in no time, he has successfully ascended to the 4th level of qi refinement. Yet, Gu Xianming is acutely aware that rapid advancement in the early stages of cultivation does not carry significant weight. As one delves deeper into the path of cultivation, the true impact of one's innate talent becomes increasingly pronounced. He is fully cognizant that had he elevated his talents earlier in his previous life, he could have reached the great ascension stage in a far shorter span of time. Regarding the bloodbone ginseng, Gu Xianming has devised a clear plan. He intends to seize it during the family-organized hunting event, following each spiritual root assessment. The family customarily arranges for these fledgling cultivators to embark on a hunting competition in the dense forests outside the city. This serves 2 primary purposes: to provide the newcomers with 4 to 5 months to transition their mindset from that of mortals to that of cultivators, and to hone their practical combat skills and adaptability through participation in the hunt. During this period, the family's martial hall will dispatch personnel to eliminate excessively powerful entities on the forest's periphery to ensure the newcomer's safety. However, the family can only repeatedly advise the fledglings to steer clear of the territories inhabited by formidable beasts within the forest's core. It is well understood that even the golden core elders of the family would find such powerful beasts to be exceedingly challenging. The upcoming hunting competition will be led by Gu Chang, 8th level of Qi Refinement, Gu Ling, 8th level of Qi Refinement, who has also made some progress recently, Gu Hao, 7th level of Qi Refinement, and Gu Sha, 7th level of Qi Refinement, as captains. The specific roster will be announced shortly. In this competition, we will uphold the fundamental principle of the Gu family prioritizing practical experience, clearly delineating the 3 specific requirements put forth by Patriarch Gu Tianqing, and recognizing the moral philosophy that reveres strength within the realm of cultivation. It is the duty and obligation of every member of the Gu family to approach the hunting competition with the utmost seriousness. It seems that in certain respects, the realms of cultivation and the mundane world are remarkably aligned. Now, let us unveil the detailed team roster. Gu Chang, Gu Ling, Gu Xianming, 4th level of Qi Refinement. Gu Hao, Gu Xianyang, 4th level of Qi Refinement. Gu Sha. Before the roster is announced, the elders will conduct thorough assessments of each member's cultivation level. To their astonishment, they discover that Gu Xianming has rapidly reached the 4th level of Qi Refinement, presenting a stark contrast to the expected capabilities of a 4th grade spiritual root, matching the pace of Gu Xianyang, who possesses a 1st grade spiritual root. This revelation is nothing short of shocking. Yet, the disparities in the early Qi refinement stage are not insurmountable, and with Gu Xianming's prodigious comprehension, the elders reluctantly concede. What a jest! Are Gu Xianming and Gu Xianyang truly at the same level? Surely, the elders' assessment must be flawed. Silence! The elder suddenly bellowed, and the previously boisterous crowd fell into an immediate hush, all eyes turning toward him. In the early stages of Qi refinement, the primary focus lies on one's understanding of cultivation. Given Gu Xianming's previously demonstrated brilliance, this was hardly unexpected. The elder paused before continuing, however. In the later stages of Qi refinement, it becomes essential to absorb external spiritual energy into the body and construct a spiritual energy platform within. At this juncture, the disparities in talent will gradually manifest. Upon hearing the elder's explanation, the crowd began to comprehend. So that is why it seemed implausible for Gu Xianming and Gu Xianyang to be on equal footing. He should clarify his position. Surely he is a fraud. Just as he has always been. One voice grumbled indignantly. Indeed, we once held such high hopes for him. Another chimed in. In an instant, murmurs of skepticism arose throughout the crowd, questioning Gu Xuanming's integrity. Enough, the elder proclaimed, raising his voice. Now each captain shall lead their respective teams to the dense forest outside the city. Hearing the command, the captains sprang into action, quickly organizing their teams. In no time, the ranks were assembled and set forth towards the forest. You are Gu Xianming? I warn you, do not hinder our hunt. There will be evaluations and rewards distributed afterward. Gu Ling glared fiercely, her beautiful eyes wide with accusation as she admonished Gu Xianming. However, Gu Xianming remained impervious to her reproach, his deep, cold eyes resembling a frigid pool, showing no sign of emotion as he quietly met her gaze. Feeling disregarded by Gu Xianming, a surge of anger welled within Gu Ling, causing her voice to rise an octave. Are you deaf to my words? In truth, Gu Ling was reluctant to admit that when she locked eyes with Gu Xianming, a flicker of fear stirred within her. It was an instinctual response to danger, as if Gu Xuanming's very presence posed a formidable threat, sending chills down her spine. At that moment, a nearby admirer hastily approached, gently suggesting, "Don't let him get to you, Sister Ling. There's no point in engaging with such a person." Humph. With a cold huff, Gu Ling accepted the unwelcome advice and led her team into the forest. Meanwhile, Gu Xianyang followed his captain, Gu Hao, into the depths of the woods. Gu Hao had merely started his cultivation a few years prior. With his innate talent, had he begun earlier, he would undoubtedly have left Gu Xianyang far behind, he mused. I, Gu Xianyang, shall not be outdone. Feeling the reassuring weight of the dark golden armor enveloping him, Gu Xianyang's trepidation regarding his inaugural hunt diminished somewhat. Before their departure, the patriarch had specifically urged him to strive to slay as many beasts as possible, for both team and individual rewards would be exceedingly generous this time. Simultaneously, he harbored a personal ambition. He never anticipated that, due to the early stages of qi refinement relying heavily on comprehension, he would still be unable to surpass Gu Xianming. This time, he would prove to everyone that he would indeed outshine his elder brother. Chapter 11. The Seizure of Blood and Bone Ginseng Part 1. Outside the city, on the fringes of a dense forest. The golden hues of the setting sun bathed the entire woodland in a warm glow, while a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, resembling a shimmering sea of gold. At this moment, a group of youths was advancing cautiously, their eyes vigilant as they surveyed their surroundings. Among them was Gu Ling, and her companions. At the rear of the group, Gu Xianming walked with a sinister glint in his eyes. Captain, perhaps we should take a break? We've been walking for quite a while. And everyone might be weary, Gu Xianming suggested, his expression devoid of emotion, his voice as cold as ice, seemingly void of any warmth. Since entering the forest, they had been on the move for 3 hours and had engaged in several minor skirmishes, all of which they had dispatched with relative ease. This had gradually alleviated the unease that had initially gripped the young adventurers. However, his suggestion was met with a chorus of discontent. You're always so bothersome. The captain hasn't called for a rest, yet you suggest one, retorted Gu Yishuan, casting a disdainful glance at Gu Xianming, his tone laced with mockery. Gu Xuanming's expression remained impassive as he regarded Gu Yishuan, who was a fervent admirer of Gu Ling and notoriously sycophantic. Having been assigned to the same team as Gu Ling, coupled with his mediocre cultivation at the 5th level of qi refinement, Gu Yishuan had recently slain a few demonic beasts, which had evidently inflated his ego. Just as Gu Yishuan finished speaking, Gu Ling interjected. Enough. Gu Xianming is right. We have 3 full days of hunting ahead of us, and we must conserve our energy to face potential dangers. Moreover, the dark forest at night is the realm of demonic beasts. Her voice was crisp and resolute, silencing the previously raucous group. A bonfire crackled brightly, its flames licking the night sky and illuminating the area. The group sat around the fire, engaging in cheerful conversation, discussing their hopes for the morrow. Their faces radiated excitement and anticipation as they envisioned the rewards that would come from their efforts, striving to bring honor to their families. The warm and bright glow of the fire illuminated every face, making their smiles appear particularly radiant. Yet, amidst this joyous atmosphere, one figure stood apart. Gu Xianming quietly lingered at a distance, removed from the fire and the camaraderie. His silhouette, cast in the flickering light, seemed solitary. Yet his gaze remained fixed upon the scene before him. A faint smirk played on his lips as he quietly mused. What a delightfully joyous sight. Leaning nonchalantly against a tree with his arms crossed, Gu Xianming appeared relaxed. However, his hand subtly reached towards his storage pouch. His movements were swift and discreet, as though he feared discovery. As his hand delved into the pouch, a small porcelain vial emerged, pristine and adorned with intricate patterns, sealed tightly with a red cork. Inside lay the coveted Wanshou San, a rare item known for its extraordinary ability to attract demonic beasts, particularly those of lower tiers. Captain, everyone must be hungry. Allow me to fetch some food, Gu Xianming proposed. The warm atmosphere softened the group's perception of him, encouraging them to agree. Go ahead, but be cautious of the demonic beasts. There are many lurking in the forest at night. If you encounter any, remember to call for help, Gu Ling advised. Gu Ling was a rather amiable young woman, though her upbringing had instilled a sense of pride and arrogance within her, akin to a spirited wild horse. Yet, her heart was not malicious. Approaching a nearby area, Gu Xianming began to sprinkle the Wanshou San, emptying the vial with deliberate care. Following this, he spent considerable time locating a cave, within which he set up a spirit-locking array. As its name implies, once activated, those within the array would be unable to draw upon their full spiritual power. After completing these tasks and noting the passage of time, Gu Xianming calculated that the effects of the Wanshou San were nearing their peak. After casually dispatching a few wild rabbits, he made his way back to the campsite. Why are you back so late? As Gu Xianming returned, the others were poised to inquire, but suddenly, a guard, pale with terror, rushed in, gasping, Captain. A pack of wolves. There are so many wolves. Gu Ling sprang to her feet, but before she could ask for details, a chorus of howls echoed from all directions. Scanning the surroundings, she noted pairs of menacing, green eyes gleaming in the darkness, unbeknownst to them. They had been completely surrounded by the wolf pack. With a thud, one youth, paralyzed by fear, collapsed onto the ground, terror spreading through the group. I don't want to die. Someone help me. I want to go home. Ultimately, they were merely a group of youths, their minds fragile. Damn it. Gu Ling cursed inwardly. How could there be so many shadow wolves? Though the shadow wolves possessed low cultivation, averaging around the 3rd level of qi refinement, Their strength lay in their numbers. A cursory glance revealed that there were likely 40 or 50 of them. Suppressing her fear, she urged, "Do not be afraid. These shadow wolves are not particularly strong. We must concentrate our efforts and break through in one direction. I will ensure everyone returns safely." As the captain, she knew it was imperative to instill hope in her companions. Otherwise, they might truly perish this day. With that, she took the lead. Charging towards the weakest point in the wolf pack, 8 Extreme's palm, she unleashed her spiritual energy, surging forward, but the agile shadow wolves dodged with ease, evading her attack. Witnessing their captain's bravery reignite their fighting spirit, the others rallied. "We must survive," Gu Yishuan shouted, hastily following Gu Linger into the fray. At that moment, Gu Xianming also appeared anxious, joining in with the others to rally their spirits. In an instant, as they plunged into the fray, the youths found themselves overwhelmed by the relentless tide of shadow wolves. Blades flashed and spiritual energy surged, yet it was scarcely sufficient to withstand the unyielding onslaught. Some were already showing signs of exhaustion, sustaining injuries. "Damn it, I have no choice but to use that." Gu Ling, now drenched in the blood of the wolves, reached into her bosom and retrieved a jade pendant, a gift from her grandmother before her departure, containing her grandmother's spiritual energy. By simply unsealing it, it would unleash a powerful strike equivalent to that of a golden core cultivator. Chapter 12. The Seizure of Blood and Bone Ginseng. Part 2. At this moment, Gu Lingo wore a grave expression, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. She gritted her teeth, channeling every last vestige of her spiritual energy into the jade pendant in her hand. In an instant, the pendant erupted with a dazzling radiance, akin to the brightest star in the night sky. As the brilliance flickered, a tremendous and frenzied surge of spiritual energy surged forth like a tumultuous tide. However, just as the situation reached a critical juncture, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A shadow wolf, which had been lurking in the darkness, suddenly revealed itself. Its green eyes glimmered with a flicker of intelligence, resembling that of a human, fixated intently on Gu Linger's petite form. This shadow wolf was evidently larger than its ordinary counterparts, its muscles rippling with power, exuding an overwhelming aura. Undoubtedly, this was the wolf pack's alpha, boasting a cultivation level that had reached the 6th layer of chi refinement. The Shadow Wolf King, concealed in the shadows, had sensed the lethal threat emanating from the jade pendant in Gu Linger's grasp. It let out an earth-shattering roar, a whoa. The sound seemed to pierce the heavens, sending chills down the spine. With the Wolf King's howl as a signal, the surrounding shadow wolves pivoted in unison, launching themselves toward Gu Linger with the speed of arrows released from a bow. Gu Linger's heart sank. Her complexion turned as pale as a sheet. She understood that the pendant required a moment longer to fully unlock, and that fleeting moment was more than sufficient for these ferocious shadow wolves to rend her to pieces. One shadow wolf had already raised its claws, aiming to strike at Gu Linger's head. "Be careful," Gu Yishuan shouted in alarm upon witnessing Gu Linger's perilous situation. He immediately infused all his spiritual energy into his legs, racing toward her with fervor. In the blink of an eye, he reached Gu Linger, shoving her aside and using his back to absorb the lethal blow. With a sickening thud, Gu Yishuan was sent flying by the force of the wolf's strike, 3 horrific claw marks appearing on his back as blood gushed forth. It was this critical moment that provided Gu Linger with a brief respite. Ding! The pendant's restrictions finally unraveled, producing a crisp sound as a tempest of wild spiritual energy erupted, sweeping everything in its path like a colossal meat grinder. Chapter 13. The Seizure of Bloodbone Ginseng. Part 2. As Gu Yishuan was lost in a reverie of blissful fantasies, Gu Linger suddenly spoke up, her tone tinged with playful reproach. "What kind of expression is that?" With a gentle slap, she brought him back to reality, leaving him bewildered. "Is there pain even in paradise?" He pondered. "Once we return, I shall earnestly contemplate our relationship." Gu Ling and Appos, her soft voice struck Gu Yishuan's heart like a heavy hammer. His eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom the weight of her words. Was it true? Gu Lingo was actually considering their relationship seriously? Yet, the slight sting on his face cruelly reminded him of the reality of the situation. A sudden pang of sorrow gripped his heart. Who said that one could be left with nothing after pursuing affection? Today, I, Emperor Yishuan, shall prove otherwise. Just as they were enveloped in this delicate atmosphere, a thunderous roar, akin to shattering glass, shattered their tender moment. A profound dread settled over the crowd. Damn it! How can there be beasts here? What is happening tonight? Gu Xianming, who had been silent for quite some time, urgently exclaimed, "This cannot continue. We must disperse and rush out of the forest to inform the elders. Move quickly. What are you all doing standing there? Do you wish to await your doom?" Gu Xianming's voice rang out, laced with urgency and irritation, as he scanned the crowd, finding no signs of movement. Before anyone could respond, he reiterated with heightened urgency, "There is no time. If you don't act now, we will perish here." With that, he bolted away like a cannonball. "Gu Xianming, come back," Gu Linger shouted, desperately trying to call him back. However, he seemed oblivious to her cries, plunging ahead with reckless abandon. Unbeknownst to them, a horde of fierce beasts had gathered, their predatory gazes fixated on the trapped group, ready to strike at any moment. Gu Linger silently lamented the situation. She understood that dispersing would only make them more vulnerable to being overwhelmed. Yet, with no better options available, she steeled herself and commanded the group, "Everyone, scatter. Break through in all directions and ensure the message reaches the elders." Hearing her orders, despite their hesitations, the group recognized the urgency of their plight. They wasted no time, swiftly dispersing in search of escape routes. "Yixuan, stick with me. We'll make it together." Though Gu Yixuan had recovered from his injuries with the help of the spirit-reviving pill, he remained weak. Gu Linger gathered all her strength to support him, resolutely pushing through a chosen direction, her sole focus on escaping this perilous place. However, she remained unaware that the previously departed Gu Xianming was now lurking silently like a specter in the branches of a great tree, his expression inscrutable, his cold gaze fixed intently on Gu Linger's every move. The prolonged flight had taken its toll on Gu Linger, her body weakened from the intense battle. Her breaths grew labored, each inhalation a struggle against the specter of death looming over her. This heavy panting indicated that her body was nearing its limits. A dire reminder that she needed to pause and recuperate, lest the consequences be dire. Finally, she could no longer endure, her steps faltering as she nearly collapsed. Gasping for air, beads of sweat trickled down her cheeks, soaking her attire. "Linger, perhaps you should put me due." Chapter 14. A brilliant future Gu Xianming transferred the two unconscious individuals into a cave that had been meticulously arranged with a spirit-locking array. Upon entering the cave, he swiftly bound them tightly to ensure their escape was impossible. Once everything was in place, the two finally began to awaken. "Gu Xianming, you despicable beast. When I escape, I will certainly expose your deeds to the clan elders, and they will bring you to justice." Gu Yixuan roared furiously, struggling desperately against his bonds. However, Gu Xianming regarded him with an impassive expression, responding coldly, "By all means, remember to reveal my actions when you get out." Gu Lingo, in a state of panic, cried out, "Gu Xianming, what do you intend to do? Let us go." Both she and Gu Yixuan could hardly believe that Gu Xianming would treat them with such cruelty. After all, Gu Lingo was the most cherished granddaughter of Gu Rou. Should the truth come to light, Gu Rou would undoubtedly go mad. Yet, at that moment, Gu Xianming had completely lost his patience. He slowly retreated, maintaining a distance from them, his icy gaze fixed upon them as if they were mere lambs awaiting slaughter. "Cherish your final moments," he intoned, his voice echoing through the darkness, imbued with a sense of determination and ruthlessness. With that, his figure gradually melded into the shadows, vanishing without a trace, leaving Gu Yixuan and Gu Linger to struggle in fear and despair. After a while, a massive black bear entered the cave, its heavy footsteps echoing ominously, saliva dripping from its maw in eager anticipation of the impending feast. The air was soon filled with screams, initially high-pitched and mournful, as if racked by excruciating pain. But as time passed, the cries grew faint, ultimately succumbing to an oppressive silence. Outside the cave, Gu Xianming stood quietly, gripping a storage pouch tightly. His expression was devoid of emotion as he stared at the pouch, seemingly able to perceive the treasures within. After a moment, he cautiously opened the pouch, inspecting its contents. His eyes lit up when he beheld a blood-red ginseng, a subtle smile flickering across his face. The blood-bone ginseng was finally in his possession. For Gu Xianming, this signified that his path of cultivation would become considerably smoother, his future brimming with boundless possibilities. His life was destined to be extraordinary. The clan elders, belatedly responding to the news, gathered the members of the expedition and, after counting heads, realized that Gu Lingo was missing. "Where's Gu Lingo?" one elder exclaimed in fury. "She is the one person whose safety is paramount. Her connections are far-reaching. If Gu Rou discovers that Gu Lingo has vanished, it would surely upheave the entire Gu family." The suddenness of the incident left the elders with little choice but to urgently summon all the Gu family disciples who had ventured into the dense forest. After thoroughly inquiring about the events, they sent the disciples back home. The following morning, all disciples participating in the hunting competition were assembled at the training ground. While fatalities were not uncommon in previous competitions, the recent casualties were particularly perplexing. The sudden onslaught of beasts was a significant mystery. However, Gu Xianming had anticipated such a scenario and had meticulously erased all traces. The bodies of the two individuals had been entirely consumed by the ravenous demon bear. "Yesterday, our clan reported 4 missing during the hunting competition. 2 bodies have been located, while the remaining 2 are still unaccounted for. Therefore, the clan has decided to postpone the competition for 3 months. During this period, there will be no group rankings, only individual standings," a clan elder announced. "The clan will devote itself to searching for the missing individuals. Any disciples with information are urged to report to the clan promptly." 3 months? This is splendid, as it affords ample time to enhance my capabilities and diligently cultivate, transforming spiritual energy into demonic power, having been granted a second chance at life. Despite the circumstances having improved significantly, he remained resolute in his commitment to the path of demonic cultivation. As the clan elders inquired further into the situation, preparing to venture into the forest for an investigation, they were intercepted by a figure. "Where's my Lingo?" The newcomer was Gu Rou. "We are still investigating. I kindly ask for your patience until the results are revealed," an elder replied. "What more is there to investigate? Someone must have targeted my Linger's treasures." resorting to murder and theft. Just interrogate everyone from last night. Gu Rou retorted, her tone brimming with indignation. The others were appalled. How could Gu Rou treat the clan in such a manner, as though it were her personal domain? To compel everyone to confess without any evidence was an affront to the clan's dignity. Please remain calm. We shall uncover the truth, Gu Wui. An elder from the enforcement hall interjected. Humph. If anything happens to Linger, not a single disciple from last night will escape unscathed. With that, Gu Rou stormed off, leaving the gathering in turmoil. Gu Xianming silently frowned. She was nothing but a madwoman. As night fell, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the small bamboo house. Suddenly, waves of crimson light surged forth, as if attempting to break free from the confines of the structure. Upon closer inspection, one could see a massive black magic array on the ground, exuding tendrils of dark mist that writhed and twisted as if animated. At the center of the array, Gu Xianming sat cloaked in shadows, his form partially obscured by the swirling darkness. The blood-bone ginseng he held radiated an enchanting crimson glow, intertwining with the black mist to create a chilling tableau. This array, known as the Blood Forest Ghost Array, when combined with the blood-bone ginseng, could absorb the life force of humans to enhance one's capabilities, a creation of a legendary figure from ancient times known as Xueqiu. Xueqiu was indeed a legendary character. The crimson light finally broke through the bamboo house's confines, silently spreading below, heralding an extraordinary night. Many members of the Gu family felt an inexplicable heat, attributing it to the weather and grumbling softly before dismissing it. With a long sigh of relief, Gu Xianming ceased his cultivation. Resuming the path of demonic cultivation felt as natural to him as breathing. The surge of demonic energy brought him comfort. Although he could not instantly absorb all life to enhance his abilities, the populous Gu family could still satiate his current needs. His aptitude had now reached a level comparable to that of a second-grade spirit root, and he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Stepping outside the bamboo house, he gazed at the starry sky, the stars glittering like diamonds embedded in the heavens, emanating a faint yet dazzling radiance. He could not help but dream of a brilliant future, quietly reciting, "On this night of achievement, I gaze upon the celestial staircase as the night envelopes me. I behold the world below. Stars shift and clouds drift, the Milky Way descends, waves surge and tides ebb, beneath the serene moonlight. The four seas teem with life. All bowing and rising, throughout the ages, how many springs and autumns have passed. Tomorrow, I shall spread my wings to the heavens, harnessing the long winds to soar across the 9 continents." The gentle breeze carried his words far and wide, yet alas, no one was there to hear them. Chapter 15. The transformation of the Gue Su Jade. As time swiftly passes, 3 months have elapsed in the blink of an eye. During this period, the family's law enforcement hall has summoned Gu Xianming multiple times to investigate the mysterious disappearances of Gu Linger and Gu Yishuan. Yet, each inquiry has yielded no substantial leads, leaving everyone perplexed. What could possibly be happening? Where could my Linger be? How can a living person simply vanish without a trace? Over these 3 months, Gu Rou has visited the law enforcement hall countless times, frantically demanding information about Gu Linger's whereabouts. Due to her unique status, the members of the hall dare not voice their grievances against her incessant inquiries, enduring her unreasonable outbursts in silence. The elder of the law enforcement hall, Gu Wuji, finds himself increasingly exasperated. Initially, he patiently reported the situation to the clan leader, Gu Tianqing, allowing the leader to make decisions. However, as the visits grew more frequent, the leader's demeanor towards him turned increasingly irritable, avoiding him as if he were a harbinger of misfortune. Faced with this predicament, Gu Wuji feels utterly powerless. Humph. Gu Rou seethes, her face flushed with rage. Since you and the law enforcement hall are merely a bunch of incompetent fools, I shall seek out the clues myself. You worthless lot. Her voice thundered like a storm, reverberating through the air and causing those nearby to wince in pain. Gu Rou's chest heaves violently, clearly pushed to the brink of fury. Opposite her, Gu Wuji, equally furious, glares at her, the veins on his forehead bulging as if they might burst at any moment. Damn that old woman. Gu Wuji grits his teeth. Do not overstep your bounds. I have tolerated you time and again, yet you continue to press your luck. Do you truly believe I am afraid of you? His voice brims with righteous indignation, having reached his limit with Gu Rou's domineering behavior. Gu Rou pays no heed to his furious outburst, abruptly turning to leave, her silhouette retreating. However, her departure does little to quell the anger among the onlookers. Rather, it intensifies their resentment towards her. As they watch Gu Rou's figure fade into the distance, their discontent swells. They perceive her as excessively arrogant, showing disdain for others. For many years, as the only third-tier alchemist in the family, Gu Rou has saved countless lives, securing her significant position within the clan. Yet now, her granddaughter's disappearance has driven this esteemed elder to the brink of despair, rendering her increasingly unstable and alienating many. As the saying goes, water can carry a boat and also capsize it. People may forget countless acts of kindness, but a single act of malice will be etched in memory forever. In this world, there are far too many ingrates. Within the bamboo pavilion, Gu Xianming sits with his eyes tightly shut, seemingly disconnected from the world outside. Surrounding him, dark energies swirl like tumultuous waves, forming powerful vortices that whip his white hair into a wild dance. Fortunately, his abode is situated on the outskirts of the Gu clan, far removed from the central domain, and it rests upon a mountainside, rarely visited by others. Otherwise, given the dark aura he currently exudes, he would have surely been discovered and exposed. In an era where righteous paths prevail, practitioners of the dark arts are treated as pariahs. The consequences of discovery would be dire. The expanse of the Gu clan stretches over approximately 2,000 square kilometers, a vast area comparable to some counties on Blue Star. This illustrates the boundless and expansive nature of the cultivation realm. Confronted by such a colossal world, Gu Xianming cannot help but feel his own insignificance once more. Since his rebirth, he has sensed an invisible force urging him to continually enhance his strength, a peculiar sensation that inexplicably wells up within him time and again. Determined, Gu Xianming turns his focus inward towards his spiritual sea, the very vessel that contains the Gui Su Jade. As his consciousness delves deeper, he is astonished to discover that several of the minute cracks on the previously shattered Gui Su Jade have vanished. No wonder he has felt an increasing pressure within his spiritual sea lately. This suggests that the Gui Su Jade may gradually restore itself over time. Should it fully recover, his current cultivation would be insufficient to contain such a formidable treasure. What a predicament, Gu Xianming silently laments. Yet, he understands that he must not be distracted by these trivial matters at this moment. He forces aside his distractions, concentrating on circulating the dark energy within his body. The dark energy surges through his meridians like a relentless tide, continuously flowing as if it were inexhaustible. With the passage of time, his meridians gradually strengthen, allowing him to endure an increasing amount of spiritual energy. At last, a subtle sensation of release reverberates through his spiritual sea. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the spiritual sea expands, doubling in size. Gu Xianming exhales deeply, feeling a significant weight lift from his heart. After extensive cultivation, he has finally broken through to the 6th layer of qi refinement. His strength now rivals that of the 2nd tier within the clan. Tomorrow marks the day of the 2nd hunting competition. Reflecting on the previous competition, the group that secures first place receives remarkably generous rewards. All team members are taken as disciples by the clan elders, and the captain receives personal instruction from the clan leader, Gu Tianxing. As for the individual who achieves the highest score, the reward is a high-grade profound tier weapon, the Tongtian sword. However, this time around, circumstances have changed, with group scores being nullified. It is likely that the rewards for group first place will be merged with those for individual first place. Gu Xianming harbors no desire to be taken as a disciple. In fact, he wishes to evade such an outcome. His mastery of dark arts conceals too many secrets, and he cannot allow anyone to discover them. Nevertheless, acquiring the Tongtian sword is imperative, for he knows it harbors great secrets. Chapter 16. The Invincible Path. On the following day, sunlight bathed the earth, heralding the familiar commencement once more. Yet, unlike before, this time there were no teams. Each individual would confront the challenges alone, fighting for their own sake. Gu Xianming stood silently before the dense thicket, his gaze penetrating the thick foliage, as if he could discern the concealed dangers and opportunities lurking within. Unconsciously, his hands tightened into fists. 3 months ago, I too stood here, he murmured, a hint of nostalgia tinging his voice. At that time, he was weak, treading cautiously with every step, fearing even the slightest miscalculation, for a single error could lead to fatal consequences. Yet today is not what it once was. Gu Xianming's voice grew resolute. This time, I shall unveil my true strength. I will trample all my foes underfoot and obliterate every obstacle in my path. He inhaled deeply, then flung his arms wide, as if to embrace the entirety of the world. In that instant, all the repression and urgency he had felt since his rebirth dissipated like mist before a gentle breeze. His heart for cultivation became clear and transparent, akin to a flawless jade, untouched by any impurity. Brother, I shall not falter this time. I will prove my worth through my strength, showing that I am no less than you. The words seemed to be wrenched from Gu Xianyang's very being, imbued with defiance and determination. Meanwhile, the long-absent figure of Gu Xianyang finally reemerged. He stood there, his body trembling slightly, as if suppressing an inner tumult of excitement. His hands were clenched tightly, palms damp with perspiration, betraying his tension. In stark contrast to his exterior, however, the aura surrounding him surged like tempestuous waves, thrumming with power. Remarkably, this energy reached the 7th level of qi refinement. It was astonishing, considering he had only begun his training a few months prior. And his first great spiritual route was truly formidable. During these 3 months, Gu Xianyang had devoted himself tirelessly to his cultivation, sacrificing all moments of rest to immerse himself in his practice. Each time exhaustion threatened to overwhelm him, the shadow of a figure obscured by darkness would materialize in his mind, a visage that cast a pall over all light. This apparition loomed like an insurmountable wall before him, instilling a sense of insignificance and helplessness. Yet, it was precisely this feeling of defeat that ignited the fighting spirit within him. He vowed to himself that he could not afford to be outdone by that shadow. He must demonstrate that he was no lesser than anyone else. With a command, the crowd surged into the thicket. Gu Xianming moved with steady steps, his gaze sharp, swiftly concealing himself as he raced deeper into the forest. He understood that to secure victory, he must venture into the heart of the wilderness, where the beasts, although formidable, could yield rewards far exceeding those of lesser creatures. The hunting competition spanned 3 days, and time was of the essence. In this grand contest, the points awarded for different levels of beasts varied significantly. A first-level Chi refinement beast yielded merely 1 point for its demon core. Second-level beasts doubled that to 2 points. Third-level beasts offered 3 points. Fourth-level beasts awarded a staggering 10 points. Fifth-level beasts, 15. Sixth-level beasts, 20. At the 7th level, beasts became a watershed, granting 30 points. 8th-level beasts, 40, and 9th-level beasts, 50 points. Remarkably, a perfected Chi refinement beast could offer a staggering 100 points. The demon cores of Foundation Establishment beasts reached an astonishing 200 points, yet throughout the years, no one had ever succeeded in hunting a Foundation Establishment beast. The competitors in this hunting contest were all youths from the Gu family, none having reached the Foundation Establishment stage, and all under 18, thus. They were entirely incapable of slaying beasts of such rank. In the interminable journey of cultivation, Chi refinement merely marks the beginning of the path to immortality. At this stage, practitioners can absorb the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth, transforming it into a rudimentary spiritual sea. Here, they can perform simple spells, such as fireball techniques or lightness spells, and their lifespan extends slightly beyond that of ordinary mortals, reaching just over a century. Their physical prowess and senses also see improvements. Upon reaching the Foundation Establishment stage, a practitioner's spiritual sea expands tenfold, constructing a foundation within, formally embarking on the path of cultivation. At this juncture, they can endure prolonged fasting, their spiritual awareness magnified, with lifespans extending to over 200 years. They gain the ability to wield more intricate spells and magical artifacts, enhancing their spellcasting potency. They can also project their spiritual energy and fly with swords. If Chi refinement is akin to a toddler just beginning to speak, then Foundation Establishment is comparable to a youth of 12 or 13. There exists an insurmountable gulf between the two. Chapter 17. An evil plot. Is that not Gu Xianming? The once esteemed prodigy of the family? After months of absence, how has he fallen so low? A chorus of laughter erupted as a group of individuals stood before Gu Xianming. The laughter, rife with derision and contempt, echoed through the air. How about this? If you call us big brothers, we might show you some mercy and grant you a 3-layered demon core. What do you say? One of them mockingly suggested, with others joining in the jest. Gu Xianming regarded the crowd before him with an impassive expression, a cold smirk lurking within. He understood that while the competition only accounted for individual scores, some individuals resorted to underhanded tactics, banding together for hunts and splitting their spoils. Such behavior was beneath his disdain. Perhaps low-tier demon cores could be shared, but what of high-tier ones? How would they be divided? After all, it was not every day that one stumbled upon and successfully hunted a high-tier demon beast. In Gu Xianming's eyes, beasts were solitary by nature. Only cattle and sheep flocked together. True strength lay in solitude, where one relied solely on their own prowess to conquer all. Come at me together, Gu Xianming uttered softly, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. The words struck like thunder, reverberating in the ears of the onlookers. The leader of the group appeared taken aback. Disbelief etched across his face. Furrowing his brow, he questioned, "What did you say?" Gu Xianming's smile broadened, and he proclaimed, "I said, you bunch of worthless fools. Come at me together." As his voice faded, his aura surged forth like a torrent unleashed from a dam. 6th layer of Chi refinement. Someone gasped in astonishment. Impossible. Wasn't it said that Gu Xianming's cultivation slowed significantly in the later stages? Another exclaimed, his face a mask of incredulity. What do we do now? The highest among us is only at the 5th layer. Someone else cried out in panic. Such was their nature. When faced with someone of superior cultivation, they would grovel and flatter, sinking to the lowest depths of servility. Yet, when encountering someone weaker, they would swiftly change their tune, resorting to ridicule and scorn. Do not fear, the leader shouted, attempting to rally his companions. There are 4 of us, and I am at the 5th layer. He has likely just recently ascended to the 6th. We might still stand a chance. Despite his forced bravado, a tremor of unease seeped into his voice. As his words hung in the air, Gu Xianming produced a standard longsword from his storage bag, holding it delicately, his gaze fixed upon the leader. In an instant, he launched forth like a cannonball, leaving behind a fleeting afterimage. A bead of cold sweat trickled down the leader's forehead. Instinctively, he raised his arm to Chapter 18. The awkward alliance. The cold, silvery moonlight illuminated the earth, while several black crows circled ominously above the dense forest, occasionally emitting piercing cries that seemed to herald impending misfortune. Gu Xianming, what are you up to? Gu Renjia, an old acquaintance of Gu Xianming, found himself cornered unexpectedly. 3 months prior, during the grand hunting competition, he had been assigned to team up with Gu Xianming. Brother Renjia, it has been a while. I happen to be in dire need of some demon cores. Would you be so kind as to lend me a few? I assure you, they will be returned once the competition concludes. This was nothing short of blatant robbery. Though Gu Renjia was not an extraordinary prodigy, He was considered a minor expert within the Gu family, boasting a cultivation level of the 5th layer of Qi refinement, which allowed him to look down upon the younger generation. While there were indeed some individuals he could not defeat, Gu Xianming was certainly not among them. Thus, Gu Renjia boldly retorted, "No, he gestured to himself, I am a genius of the Gu family. What do you take me for?" Before he could finish his sentence, the aura of Gu Xianming at the 6th layer of Qi refinement surged forth. With a crack, Gu Renjia felt as if his jaw might dislocate. Staring incredulously at the man before him, he stammered, You take me for Brother Xianming? Brother Xianming. I have always said you would surely succeed." As he spoke, a pained smile contorted his face, one that was more grotesque than a cry. "Brother Xianming, my admiration for you flows like an endless river, unceasing and boundless. I genuinely wish to burn yellow paper and swear brotherhood with you." At this juncture, Gu Renjia's voice trembled. "Brother Xianming, just tell me how many demon cores you need. It would truly be my fortune to alleviate your burdens." The formerly haughty Gu Renjia had transformed entirely, his visage now adorned with obsequiousness. The crow's feet at the corners of his eyes from his forced smile capable of squashing a fly. Gu Xianming regarded him with exasperation, inwardly lamenting how unfortunate it was that this fellow did not pursue a career in the mortal realm as a performer. His sycophantic demeanor resembled that of a jester on the stage. "Enough of this nonsense," Gu Xianming interrupted, his tone brusque. "Hand over all the demon cores you have on you." Gu Renjia was clearly taken aback by Gu Xuanming's demand. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at him. "All of them? Wouldn't that be a bit excessive, Brother Ming?" "Excessive?" A hint of a smirk played at the corners of Gu Xuanming's mouth. "I don't think so." Seeing this, Gu Renjia quickly laughed nervously. "Not excessive at all, He chuckled awkwardly while hastily retrieving a worn storage bag from his robe. The bag appeared tattered, clearly having been used for a considerable time. Gu Renjia cautiously opened it, as if it contained some rare treasure. He then extracted the demon cores one by one, placing them into Gu Xuanming's hands. These demon cores were colorful, varying in size, some even emitting a faint glow, indicating their decent quality. In total, there were 4 cores, 1 from the 4th layer, 2 from the 3rd, and 1 from the 1st, amounting to a total of 17 points. Gu Renjia watched anxiously, hoping that Gu Xianming would show mercy and leave a few for him. However, in the blink of an eye, Gu Xianming had collected all the demon cores. "Are you certain there are no more demon cores on you?" Gu Xianming inquired coolly. This question sent a shiver down Gu Renjia's spine. "Brother Ming, I swear on my conscience, I've given you all my demon cores. If not, I can chapter 19. Should I avoid his brilliance?" "Ming Gu, the 3 of them are just ahead," Gu Renjia whispered, pointing towards 3 figures not far in front of them. Gu Xianming followed his finger's direction and observed the trio encircled around a flickering campfire, engaged in lively conversation, their laughter echoing through the chilly night. Their expressions and camaraderie suggested a close friendship among them. The bright flames illuminated a small area around, infusing warmth into the cold evening. The silhouettes of the 3 were distinctly visible in the glow, their faces radiating joy, seemingly oblivious to the lurking dangers of their surroundings. Gu Xuanming's gaze sharpened as he meticulously scrutinized the trio. He discerned that one amongst them possessed a significantly stronger aura than the others, likely at the 5th level of Qi training, while the remaining 2 were at the 4th level. 1 at the 5th level, 2 at the 4th. Gu Xianming contemplated, recognizing the perilous nature of the night in this dense forest, teeming with demonic beasts. "We must resolve this confrontation swiftly, without delay." He turned to Gu Renjia and softly instructed, "You handle one of the 4th level practitioners. I will take care of the other 4th level and the 5th level." Gu Renjia nodded without hesitation. "Understood, Ming Gu." With a swift motion, he conjured a fireball, and their figures surged forward. With a resounding boom, the fireball erupted between the trio, prompting an immediate defensive reaction from them. "Who goes there?" they exclaimed, as 2 shadowy figures charged towards them. Upon closer inspection, one figure was lean and unremarkable, while the other was cloaked in an aura of frost, with flowing white hair. Gu Xianming. The trio gasped in surprise. After all, Gu Xuanming's visage was well known within the Gu family, leading to their instant recognition. Yet, Gu Xianming uttered not a word. Instead, he swiftly drew a long sword from his cloak and charged decisively at one of the 4th level foes. The latter, caught completely off guard by Gu Xuanming's sudden assault, was instantly engulfed by panic. Meanwhile, the 5th level adversary, witnessing this, attempted to intervene, but just as he was about to act, Gu Xianming suddenly waved his left hand and unleashed a powerful palm strike. The force of this strike was extraordinary, akin to a tempest, sweeping towards the 5th level opponent. The latter was taken aback, unable to brace himself, and was propelled back several meters, staggering unsteadily. Simultaneously, the 4th level foe, who had been the target of Gu Xuanming's attack, frantically conjured a barrier of spiritual energy before him, hoping to deflect the oncoming sword. However, an astonishing event transpired. The moment Gu Xuanming's sword met the energy shield, it pierced through effortlessly, akin to a hot knife slicing through butter, and lunged directly towards the 4th level adversary. How is this possible? The onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief. They were utterly astonished that Gu Xianming could so easily breach the defenses of the 4th level practitioner. Surprisingly, Even Gu Xianming himself was unaware of the circumstances. The Guishu jade, which he had concealed within his spiritual sea, had exerted immense pressure, yet simultaneously nourished his own spiritual energy. This continuous sustenance had endowed him with strength far surpassing that of his peers. Moreover, due to his past life's experience accrued over 7 centuries of cultivation, Gu Xianming demonstrated an unparalleled mastery over spiritual energy. He understood precisely how to maximize its explosive power in the shortest time and how to manipulate it more effectively. This accumulation of experience and skill had enabled his true strength to transcend the limits of the 6th level of Qi training. Consequently, his actual prowess far exceeded that level. With a swift thrust, the sword penetrated the foe's chest, and a spurt of blood erupted forth. In an instant, the 4th level practitioner was rendered incapable of further combat. Inevitably, Gu Xianming found himself stained with droplets of blood. With a gentle pull, he withdrew his sword, and the defeated practitioner collapsed lifelessly to the ground. With a flourish, Gu Xianming shook the blood from his blade, scattering it into the air. He then turned his gaze towards the sole remaining 5th level practitioner. The latter, filled with dread, retreated hastily, stammering, "Why you dare not act recklessly? My cousin is Gu Sha, the one at the 7th level. If you harm me, he will not spare you." At that moment, Gu Renjia, who had also concluded his battle, felt a tightening in his chest upon hearing these words. He hurriedly whispered, "Mingge, we should retreat swiftly. The storage bags on these 2 are sufficient. There is no need to provoke Gu Sha. I have heard he is exceedingly formidable and fiercely protective. It would be prudent to avoid confrontation until we strengthen ourselves further." However, Gu Xianming was entirely unmoved by Gu Renjia's counsel. He did not even glance back, but continued to advance with resolute and powerful strides, closing in on his target. As he walked, a faint chuckle escaped his lips, initially soft, as if a mere mockery of his own thoughts. Yet, with each step, the laughter grew louder, transforming into a frenzied cackle. "Ha ha ha ha, Gu Sha? 7th level? Am I to shy away from his brilliance?" Ha 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 ha. Gu Xianming's laughter echoed through the air, brimming with disdain and contempt. "Fear not, I shall soon summon him to join you." The laughter abruptly ceased, and a frenzied crimson glint flickered in his eyes. With a swift grip on his sword, he engaged the 5th level practitioner. My goodness, Gu Renjia thought, his heart racing. Is Mingge truly losing his mind and courting his own demise? Does our family possess a healer for mental afflictions? Brother Renjia, I would greatly appreciate your assistance in locating Gu Sha tomorrow, Gu Xianming said after swiftly concluding the battle and turning to Gu Renjia. Snapping back to reality, Gu Renjia's face fell as he replied, "Understood, Mingge, but must we truly seek out Gu Sha? Can we not avoid this? My grandmother is about to give birth. I wish to return and care for my uncle. Alternatively, you may assist me in acquiring the demon core from Gu Sha," Gu Xianming said with a smile. Startled, Gu Renjia jumped. "What are you saying, Mingge? We must go. We will deal with him tomorrow." Chapter 20. The Enchanting Heart Fox. On the 2nd day of the Great Hunt, a crisp sound echoed as footsteps crunched on the fallen leaves. Gu Xianming and Gu Renjia strolled slowly along the narrow path of the dense forest, enveloped by towering trees and an air of tranquility. "Brother Ming, where exactly are we supposed to find Gu Sha? This vast forest is so immense that even if we walk until nightfall, it seems nearly impossible to trace his whereabouts." Gu Renjia expressed his concerns, worry etched across his face. Gu Xianming remained silent, his gaze fixed on the winding path ahead, lost in contemplation. Despite the monumental changes that had transpired in this life compared to the last, an unshakable feeling lingered within him, suggesting that the threads of fate were still unlikely to be altered. Certain predetermined events might remain immutable regardless of circumstances. As he pondered, memories of his previous life resurfaced, instances of helplessness and despair that had once plagued him. Would they be destined to repeat themselves in this lifetime? Yet, he paid no heed to Gu Renjia's apprehensions and continued to walk, his thoughts surging like a tide. "Let us head northeast into the depths of the forest," Gu Xianming murmured softly. Gu Renjia did not question the reasoning behind this directive but obediently followed toward the northeastern depths of the woods. In his previous life, a foundational fox was preparing to give birth in that very area. Gu Sha had inadvertently discovered this fox, and upon realizing its presence, he quickly gathered a group to launch a surprise attack, while the fox was weakened and unprepared from labor. This scheme appeared flawless, yet they had failed to anticipate the ensuing events. As Gu Sha and his companions stealthily approached the fox, it suddenly sensed their presence. Despite its frail state, the instinct of a foundational fox propelled it into a defensive posture. A fierce battle ensued. Though the fox was at a disadvantage, it fought valiantly, refusing to succumb easily. However, in a pivotal moment, tragedy struck. The fox unexpectedly miscarried due to the assault. This turn of events plunged the fox into a maelstrom of agony and rage. Its sanity consumed in an instant, leading to a berserk rampage. Driven by instinct, the enraged fox unleashed a frenzied attack on Gu Sha and his men, who found themselves in dire peril. They fought valiantly, ultimately inflicting severe wounds upon the fox, which, with no other recourse, chose to self-destruct. With a deafening explosion, the fox's body erupted, sending shockwaves throughout the forest. The Gu family suffered catastrophic losses, Many disciples perished in the explosion, including Gu Sha himself. If the conjecture held true, it was likely that the foundational fox was now in labor, in the northeastern depths of the forest. What is that? A foundational beast giving birth. Observing the pristine white fox adorned with delicate pink patterns, it seemed to be the enchanting heart fox, ill-equipped for battle. Gu Sha gazed in astonishment at the sight before him. A rounded-bellied fox lay on the ground, its face contorted in excruciating pain, unmistakably engaged in the throes of childbirth. Gu Sha's thoughts raced. The fox was likely gravely weakened. If he could gather a few allies, perhaps he could indeed shatter the Gu family's long-standing record of never having slain a foundational beast during the Great Hunt. A single foundational beast was worth 200 points, sufficient to secure the top position. More importantly, he would be the first in the Gu family to break this record. The honor bestowed upon him would be monumental. A euphoric glint lit Gu Sha's eyes as he envisioned the accolades that awaited him. He was indeed a remarkable talent within the Gu family, having cultivated himself to the 7th level of qi refinement at a young age. His affluent upbringing allowed his parents to invest heavily in his training, and he lived up to their expectations, becoming one of the leaders of the younger generation. Consequently, his parents were exceedingly strict, often admonishing him without offering praise or encouragement. He had longed to demonstrate his worth to them, and today, that opportunity had finally arrived. He was determined to seize this moment and bring glory to his family. With a face alight with joy, he remained calm and composed, facing a foundational beast. He knew he would not last a single exchange. Cautiously retreating, his body trembled with excitement until he reached a safe distance. Gu Sha hastily summoned his companions. Known for his generosity and camaraderie, he had forged strong bonds with several trusted friends. Soon, he found his closest allies. He understood the gravity of the situation. If news of this discovery leaked, they would likely be besieged. Thus, discretion was paramount. Brothers, regardless of whether we succeed today, should there ever be a time I can assist you, do not hesitate to call upon me. I will not shy away, even if it means facing peril. Aha. Brother speaks too humbly. You have always looked after us, and it is our honor to lend our support. Boomed a burly man, laughing heartily. Indeed, indeed, ha ha ha. Chimed in two remarkably similar youths, one slightly fairer and the other darker. The robust man, named Gu Lang, was honest and straightforward, possessing a 6th level of qi refinement. With strength akin to that of an ox, a rare talent within the family. The twins, Gu Jinwen and Gu Jinwu, both at the 5th level of qi refinement, were highly synchronized in their combat, their combined might rivaling that of a 6th level warrior. With your presence, I feel reassured, Gu Sha responded, his spirits lifted. The four of them raced toward the enchanting heart fox, anxious that they might miss the chance if they delayed. Meanwhile, Gu Xianming and Gu Rinjia were also hastening toward the fox's direction. A thrilling confrontation was on the horizon. Chapter 21. Heavy losses before them stood the enchanting fox, its presence almost palpable. Gu Sha narrowed his eyes, gazing intently at the figure in the distance, and spoke slowly. It is not yet time for its critical birthing period. Let us wait a moment longer. Gu Sha calmly assessed the situation. When the moment arrives, Gu Lang, we shall launch our frontal assault to draw its attention. Jinwen, be prepared to provide support from the side. Should we find ourselves in peril, you must act immediately. As for Jinwu, your role is paramount. Swiftly maneuver to the fox's rear to execute a surprise attack and disrupt its rhythm. Gu Sha's plan was concise and clear, with each individual aware of their responsibilities. It must be said that Gu Sha exhibited significant combat prowess. In such a brief span, he could swiftly analyze the circumstances and devise a relatively comprehensive battle strategy. A formidable feat, indeed. As time elapsed, 20 minutes passed. Suddenly, the anguished cries of the enchanting fox erupted, its body trembling violently from the excruciating pain of labor. Once somewhat vigilant, it was now entirely engulfed in suffering, losing its awareness of the surrounding environment. Now, charge. Without hesitation, Gu Sha and Gu Lang surged forward towards the enchanting fox with remarkable speed. Simultaneously, Gu Jinwen deftly positioned himself to the side, poised to strike at any moment. Meanwhile, Gu Jinwu vanished from sight, stealthily advancing like a phantom towards the fox's rear. Though the fox was nearly incapacitated by agony, its formidable spirit allowed it to sense the approach of these unwelcome intruders. In an instant, its fury ignited. It would not tolerate such base humans launching a surprise attack at such a critical juncture. A glint of ferocity flashed in its eyes as it opened its mouth, gathering a sphere of violet energy with alarming speed. This orb pulsated with a terrifying aura, causing the surrounding air to tremble and resonate ominously. Clearly, this was the fox's lethal move, delivered without mercy. Just as it prepared to unleash its attack, a bolt of lightning shot forth from behind. Gu Jin was the source of this strike, and it was this very flash that saved Gu Sha and Gu Lang. The fox recoiled in pain, causing the trajectory of the energy sphere to veer slightly. Boom! The sphere collided with the ground, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Gu Sha and Gu Lang hastily rolled to either side, narrowly evading the blast, though they bore some minor injuries. Gu Sha's expression instantly grew grave as he muttered a curse. Damn! Truly formidable for a foundational beast, that last attack was impossible to evade. The sheer magnitude of that attack instilled immense pressure upon them. Merely grazing past had already left them rattled. Grateful that the beast was in such a weakened state, he thought to himself that had it been at full strength, that assault could have easily claimed their lives. With this realization, Gu Sha dared not hesitate further. He called out, Jinwen, Jinwu. Quickly use that technique. He understood that if the enchanting fox were to successfully give birth and regain some strength, the consequences would be dire. Their very survival would be in jeopardy. Understood. The brothers responded in unison. They swiftly gathered, clasping their hands together, palms directed towards the fox. Their energy surging violently within them. Gu Jinwen and Gu Jinwu, having been in sync since birth, could simultaneously channel their full powers for a singular, devastating attack. At their current stage of cultivation, their combined might would rival that of a 9th-level practitioner. However, the cost was steep. Such a maneuver would exhaust their energies entirely, leaving them depleted for an extended period. With all their strength now mobilized, they found themselves unable to control the burgeoning energy, which began to surge chaotically around them. The enchanting fox, drawn by the burgeoning force, turned its attention towards them. In its prime, it could have easily evaded such a lengthy buildup. But now it was too weak to move, compelled to gather another energy sphere in a desperate attempt to thwart the brothers' incantation. Yet, it dared not expend too much energy, fearing it might disturb the offspring soon to be born. In the blink of an eye, the energy sphere sped towards the brothers, who could only watch helplessly as it approached. Gu Lang, closest to the threat, reacted first, unleashing his own energy just in time to intercept the sphere before it reached Jinwen and Jinwu. He raised his arms, channeling his power into a colossal energy shield. Boom! Another deafening explosion resounded, blinding light rendering everyone momentarily sightless. At last, as the brilliance faded, the brothers opened their eyes to find Gu Lang standing before them, battered and bloodied, with his right arm notably missing, blood streaming from the severed limb. With a thud, Gu Lang collapsed, his fate uncertain. There was no time for sorrow. The brothers finally mobilized their energy, surging forth like a rampaging dragon, roaring as they charged towards the enchanting fox. Chapter 22. A sword decapitates. A piercing scream echoed through the air, accompanied by a surge of formidable spiritual energy that struck the enchanting fox like a tempest. The force was so overwhelming that it sent the fox hurtling through the air, crashing violently against a nearby mountainside. The creature howled in agony, its cries reverberating throughout the dense forest, as if attempting to unleash all its suffering into the world. The excruciating pain of childbirth, compounded by the torment of the attack, caused its body to involuntarily convulse. The area around its waist was charred, and its meridians had been displaced by the tremendous impact, while several bones lay shattered under the strain. Yet, astonishingly, despite such severe injuries, the enchanting fox clung to life. This was the final thought of the brothers Jinwen and Jinwu before they lost consciousness. They had believed that their assault would be sufficient to vanquish the fearsome beast, only to find themselves gravely mistaken. At last, after enduring a prolonged and agonizing struggle, the enchanting fox welcomed the birth of its offspring. Despite the pain and torment, the moment it beheld its child entering the world filled its heart with profound joy. For a mother, nothing surpasses the significance of a child. Lowering its head with tenderness, it gazed upon its offspring, only to be struck dumb by what it saw. Beneath it lay a small, pale figure, lifeless and without a hint of breath. Clearly a pitiful little fox that had perished immediately upon birth. True sorrow is often devoid of words, much like the enchanting fox at that moment. It gently nudged its child with a paw, hoping against hope that this was merely a cruel jest. Yet fate is never one to indulge in such whims. Its tiny offspring was truly gone. The enchanting fox fixed its gaze upon the sole-standing figure, Gu Sha, a torrent of resentment and anguish evident in its eyes. Gu Sha, however, showed no signs of retreat, his expression filled with frenzied greed as he too fixed his gaze upon the fox. It was cornered, its demise imminent. All he needed was to bide his time, and soon he would bask in the adoration of his kin, finally able to hold his head high before his parents. As he pondered this, Gu Sha suddenly sensed the spiritual energy surrounding the enchanting fox surge violently. Damn, it's going to self-destruct. Panic surged through Gu Sha, mingled with resentment at the thought of losing everything after such meticulous planning. What did he strive for? Thoughts cascaded through his mind like a turbulent tide. And amidst the chaos, his insatiable desire began to overshadow the last vestiges of reason. An overwhelming force compelled him to charge forward recklessly, to confront the seemingly invincible beast and seize the essence of the foundational beast within. In a heartbeat, Gu Sha propelled himself toward the enchanting fox like an arrow released from its bow, his speed akin to lightning as he closed in on his target. Yet, this was no ordinary battle. It was a race against death. He understood all too well the unfathomable power of the enchanting fox, and a single misstep could lead to his demise. But at this moment, he had no choice but to gamble everything, risking his very life to see if he could slay the creature before its explosive end. The enchanting fox seemed to sense Gu Sha's intentions. Its aura grew increasingly volatile, akin to a powder keg poised to erupt, needing only a spark to ignite a cataclysmic explosion. Gu Sha, facing immense pressure, pressed onward like a lone boat navigating a tempest. His heart raced, threatening to leap from his chest. Finally, the spiritual energy surrounding the enchanting fox reached a frenzied state, seemingly on the brink of catastrophe. At this juncture, Gusha, still some distance away, wore a bitter smile. He realized that at his current speed, he would never reach the fox in time. Was he truly destined to perish here? Despair washed over him. He was unwilling to accept it. He had not yet tasted the applause and admiration of the crowd, and to die so easily felt like a tragic waste. The more he dwelled on it, the more discontent surged within him, mingled with a profound fear of death and regret for unfulfilled dreams. Yet, just as despair threatened to engulf him, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A shadow darted forth like a specter, moving with astonishing speed from behind the enchanting fox. This shadow wielded a gleaming sword, charging fiercely toward the fox. Caught off guard, the enchanting fox had no time to react as the sword struck with the swiftness of lightning, severing its head cleanly from its body. The lifeless form crumpled to the ground, while the severed head rolled a few paces away before coming to rest. The entire sequence transpired in an instant, leaving everyone stunned and unable to comprehend what had just occurred. The enchanting fox lay defenseless, decapitated, oblivious to the reality of its demise. Gusha stood in shock, bewildered. Who was this sudden apparition? The stranger executed a graceful flourish with the sword, creating a perfect arc as he flicked the blood from the blade, calmly stowing it away before finally raising his gaze to Gusha. Gu Xianming? Indeed. The figure before him was Gu Xianming, clad in his signature dark robe with flowing white hair. Are you? Gusha stammered, bewildered. Regardless of who informed you of the situation, or if you discovered it on your own. Chapter 23. The Fall Gulang lay motionless on the ground, resembling a lifeless corpse, while a man groped indiscriminately over his body, creating a scene utterly sordid. The man raised his head, offering an awkward, sheepish grin to Gusha, murmuring, "Please, continue." His demeanor was repugnant. Who else could it be but Gurinjia? A surge of urgency and anger welled up within Gusha. Did they take him for a fool, a mere jester? He turned to confront Gu Xianming, demanding to know his intentions, but was abruptly seized by a chilling sensation in his chest. Looking down, he was horrified to find a sharp sword had pierced through his torso from behind. When had this happened? This singular thought raced through Gusha's mind. He conjured a fiery orb and hurled it backward in desperation, yet the sword was swiftly withdrawn, leaving his flames to merely singe the hem of the assailant's garment. Gu Xianming landed lightly, a smile gracing his features as he addressed Gusha. Do not move. The blade is poisoned. Any movement will hasten your demise. Suppressing his fury, Gusha forced the words out. Fine, I concede today. The demon core is yours. Now give me the antidote. His voice emerged as a strained whisper, as though it were forced through clenched teeth. Thankfully, Gusha possessed a sharp mind and a resilient spirit. Had a less composed individual endured such circumstances, they would likely have exploded with rage. Antidote? What is that? I have none. Gu Xianming replied with a mock seriousness that sent Gusha's mind reeling in disbelief. Do not jest with me? Gusha exclaimed, his astonishment palpable, veins bulging on his forehead. He gazed at Gu Xianming with wide eyes, his voice cracking from sheer desperation. Produce the antidote. I have relinquished the demon core to you. What more do you desire? His chest heaved violently, as if he might suffocate at any moment. For the sake of this core, he had sacrificed immeasurable resources. Gu Lang's fate was uncertain, and the Jin brothers remained unconscious. These individuals were his closest kin, his dearest friends. Now, he offered such a precious item. Yet the other remained insatiable, igniting his fury and despair. However, Gu Xianming met Gusha's inquiries with a cold indifference, a barely perceptible smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. I said I do not have it. What jest are we engaged in? His voice turned frigid and unyielding, devoid of any warmth. I have no other intentions than to see you perish, Sha brother. You may rest easy. Gu Xianming. Gusha roared in fury, his voice echoing as if to pierce the heavens. His eyes, bloodshot with rage, brimmed with boundless resentment and despair. Even if I die, I shall take you down with me. He hissed, his body trembling from the poison's grasp. He could feel the toxin, like a demon, steadily corroding his heart, each passing second drawing him closer to death. His strength ebbed, leaving him weak and barely able to stand. Yet, a singular thought consumed him. He could not perish without ensuring Gu Xianming faced retribution. His mind, ablaze with madness and fury, became a volcanic eruption, overwhelming his every thought. He gathered the last remnants of his spiritual energy in his palm, preparing to unleash a fatal blow against Gu Xianming. In that critical moment, Gusha lost all semblance of reason, oblivious to the figure swiftly approaching from behind, just as he readied his final strike. A deafening crash resounded as a powerful force struck his back. The blow came with such force that Gusha was caught off guard, a torrent of blood erupting from his mouth. With a crash, Gusha fell heavily before Gu Xianming, summoning the last of his strength to raise his gaze towards him. His body trembling as the poison coursed through him, compounded by the backlash from his reckless exertion of energy. Gu Xianming, expressionless, looked down upon Gusha, pressing his foot lightly against the latter's head, silencing any words he might have uttered. I said, rest easy and die. Why can you not comprehend? As Gusha's breath faltered, the once promising prodigy of the Gu family, who had only sought the praise of his parents, met his end. At that moment, Gu Renjia hastened over, exclaiming, "Wow, Minggu, we have struck gold. The foundational demon core, along with these three who already possess." He approached Gu Xianming, excitement evident. Ready to continue when Gu Xianming interjected with a soft sigh. "Renjia," he began, leaving the latter perplexed. "What is it, Minggu? If there is a next life, remember not to trust others too easily." A flash of the sword. Before Gu Renjia could comprehend, he felt as if wings had sprouted from his head, soaring lightly, only to be met by the sight of a headless corpse standing nearby, beside Gu Xuanming's expressionless visage. As unyielding as ancient ice, a long sword gripped in his hand, blood slowly dripping from its blade. So this is what death feels like. Gu Renjia, who had grown up in a harsh childhood, astutely observant yet timid, had fallen. With a gentle exhale, Gu Xianming cleared his mind of superfluous thoughts. He understood that Gu Sha's troubles would multiply, and he must guard against the threat of revenge. He had no desire to expend time and energy on such matters. As for Gu Renjia, he knew far too much. The demon core, Gu Sha and Apos, S affairs, even the source of his knowledge regarding the foundational demon beasts, though he had never inquired. The mere act of Livy chapter 24, will the wonderful world remember me? On the third day of the hunting competition, Gu Xianjiang gasped for breath, blood oozing from several gruesome wounds on his body. Before him stood a winged demon tiger, a creature at the 8th level of chi refinement, also battered and bruised. The tiger, bewildered, thought, "This human must be insane. He has been relentlessly pursuing me to kill, despite being a level beneath me. Since last night, he has not given up, and I initially dismissed him as merely a 7th level chi refiner, unaware of the vast difference in our strengths. Yet, I soon realized my grave mistake. This young man is indeed formidable, a standout among his peers, and he fights with reckless abandon. Even when injured, he tears flesh from himself to continue the battle. My heart aches at this madness." With a thunderous roar, the winged demon tiger could no longer contain its fury, the pain from its wounds amplifying its rage. The sound reverberated through the forest like a clap of thunder. Gu Xianyang stood nearby, his heart racing with excitement as he gazed at the frenzied beast. His chest heaved, sweat trickling down his forehead, yet his focus remained unwavering on the tiger. After 2 days of relentless pursuit, he had faced countless life and death struggles, his body marred with wounds. However, these injuries paled in comparison to the joy swelling within him at this moment. He gripped his sword tightly, feeling a subtle tremor in the blade, as if it too rejoiced at the impending victory. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself, preparing for the final showdown. If he could conquer this wind demon tiger, he would undoubtedly surpass his brother and claim first place in the competition. He already possessed 2 demon cores from 7th level creatures and 1 from a 6th level. And with the addition of the wind demon tiger, his score would soar to an astonishing 110 points. Such a score was nothing short of staggering. Traditionally, the highest score in past hunting competitions hovered around a mere 100 points, rarely surpassing it. Yet, despite exceeding it by a margin, it was still insufficient in this fierce competition brimming with exceptional talents. Gu Chang, Gu Hao, Gu Sha, and the missing Gu Linger had all cultivated for 3 additional years, far outpacing their peers. The strength of this elite group was unparalleled, both in combat prowess and mental acuity, far surpassing that of other competitors. Nevertheless, Gu Xianyang silently encouraged himself. Achieving such results was commendable. Even if he ultimately fell short against Gu Chang or Gu Sha, it would not be a disgrace, considering their immense strength. As he contemplated this, Gu Xianyang couldn't help but think of Gu Xianying. He speculated that his brother was likely struggling in vain. A sense of schadenfreude welled up within him at this thought, but was quickly quelled by a realization that such feelings were unwarranted. He admonished himself for losing focus during battle. After all, his brother was no longer in the same realm as himself. 3 months prior, Gu Xianying had gained an advantage, allowing him to keep pace with Gu Xuanyang's cultivation speed. Now that Gu Xianyang had reached the 7th level of chi refinement, how could his brother hope to compete? This hunting competition would mark the beginning of Gu Xuanyang's ascent to glory, culminating in his triumphant stand at the pinnacle of the Gu family. Everything would commence with the winged demon tiger before him. Its formidable stance and fierce countenance inspired fear, yet Gu Xianyang was undeterred. He slowly raised his sword, its tip directed unwaveringly at the tiger. As he moved, the tiger seemed to sense his intent, its eyes igniting with fury, and it opened its gaping maw to unleash a deafening roar. Yet Gu Xianyang did not flinch. His gaze hardened with determination. Within him resided a singular belief: to conquer this beast and mark the beginning of his illustrious legacy within the Gu family. Gu Xianying, you dare to seize even the demon cores of the 2nd level of chi refinement? At least leave me a morsel, exclaimed a battered member of the Gu family, bruised and indignant. Indeed, through tireless efforts over the past 2 days, Gu Xianying had borrowed demon cores from various factions and lone wolves, nearly 20 times. Each instance was akin to plucking feathers from a passing goose, even snatching cores from the 1st and 2nd levels of chi refinement. Given that only about 40 members of the Gu family participated in the hunting competition, it meant that nearly half had fallen victim to his thievery. These unfortunate souls lamented their plight, having toiled for 2 days in the hunting grounds, only to return empty-handed. At that moment, Gu Xianying chuckled, his voice laced with mockery. My dear fellow, your words are misguided. Remember, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Any monumental achievement is not attained overnight. It requires the accumulation of countless small efforts. Consider the mighty levee. Though seemingly indestructible, even the tiniest ant hole can lead to its collapse. Thus, in all endeavors, never dismiss the seemingly insignificant details and efforts. Gu Xianying spoke as if he were the very epitome of success, yet the Gu family disciple opposite him, his eyes swollen from being struck, could only squint through the narrow slits, gazing at him in disbelief. Internally, he grumbled, is it me or you who has been robbed? Where on earth did this guy learn such rhetoric? Gradually, Gu Xianying's points began to accumulate at an alarming rate. In the dense forest, contrasting scenarios unfolded, akin to the vast and enigmatic world of cultivation, where each day brought forth new wonders. Perhaps, at this very moment, 100 miles away, someone pondered the lives of those afar. Were they still toiling for their livelihoods? Or indulging in a hedonistic lifestyle, reveling in the pleasures of excess? Or were they striving relentlessly to carve a future shrouded in uncertainty? In this magical and ancient world, our existence is but a speck of dust in the desert or a tiny boat upon the ocean. We are akin to transient travelers on a journey. And in the blink of an eye, this vast expanse may forget us entirely, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 25. The dazzling genius. Time flew by like a fleeting horse, and half a day vanished in an instant. At the forest exit, the members of the Gu family awaited with bated breath. The elders stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, their eyes glimmering with anticipation. The clansmen stood on tiptoe, their faces alight with excitement. Everyone was eager to witness the outcome of this grand hunting competition and to see the stunning achievements of the new generation of Gu family prodigies. However, when the first group of youths emerged from the thicket, the jubilant atmosphere abruptly froze. These young men, who should have been brimming with confidence, now bore bruised faces and tattered clothing. Even more astonishingly, their injuries were clearly not inflicted by beasts. They were unmistakably the marks of a brawl. What could have transpired? An elder hastily approached, his voice laced with suppressed anger. Could it be that someone engaged in private duels within the forest? The questioned youths, however, hung their heads low, stammering and refusing to answer. Some covered their swollen lips, while others rubbed their reddened eyes, their gaze betraying a mix of shame and indignation. Strangely, most of the storage pouches at their waists were nearly empty, and their scores were dismally low. Gu Ming, 2 points. Gu Yuanshan, 1 point. Gu Yu, 0 points. With each score announced by the elder, murmurs of disbelief rippled through the crowd. How could these typically outstanding young cultivators find themselves in such a wretched state? Could something unforeseen have occurred in the forest? Some speculated quietly. Impossible. The elders had already scouted the area, and no one would venture deep into the woods. So how did this happen? As the crowd remained baffled, a commotion erupted from the exit. A lean yet upright figure emerged, walking slowly. His features were sharp and focused, his hands showing the calluses of relentless practice. Although his cuffs were frayed, they were impeccably clean, much like his character, humble yet principled. It was Gu Hao. A voice gasped. Gu Hao, the genius of the Gu family's humble lineage, possessed only a third-grade spiritual root. Yet he compensated for this deficiency with an almost frenzied dedication to cultivation. While others practiced for 6 hours, he toiled for 12, while others rested. He continued to sweat profusely. Gu Hao, 93 points. The elder's voice resonated throughout the venue. The crowd erupted in astonishment. 93 points. Such a score would secure a place among the top 3 in previous competitions. Truly worthy of being Brother Gu Hao. A prodigy emerges from humble beginnings. Gu Hao remained composed, offering only a slight nod before stepping aside to meditate. Though he bore a few scars, he appeared far more at ease than the others with their battered faces. As time progressed, more participants emerged from the thicket. Suddenly, the crowd stirred again, all eyes fixed on the exit. A figure clad in azure approached with steady steps, exuding a restrained aura. His handsome features bore a hint of arrogance, and the bulging storage pouch at his waist indicated a bountiful harvest. It was Brother Gu Chang. Someone exclaimed excitedly. Gu Chang, the foremost youth of the Gu family, was at the 8th level of Qi refinement and had mastered the Qingyuan sword technique to a significant degree, making him the frontrunner for the championship. The elder received his storage pouch and, after a careful count, announced loudly, Gu Chang, 113 points. The audience gasped in disbelief. 113 points. A full 20 points higher than Gu Hao. Truly, Brother Gu Chang is invincible. It seems the first place in this code chapter 26, the law of the jungle. From the depths of the dense forest emerged a solitary figure, Gu Xianying. He strode forth with an air of elegance, his garments unblemished and his demeanor exuding a serene composure that starkly contrasted with the exhausted cultivators around him, who had battled fiercely for 3 days. His relaxed posture resembled that of a young nobleman on a leisurely excursion. A wave of commotion erupted in the clearing. Those who had suffered losses at his hands glared at him with fury, and one could not contain his outrage, shouting, Gu Xianying, how do you show your face? Why are you not dead in the woods? Gu Xianying turned at the sound, his gaze piercing through the crowd to rest upon the figure at the center. surrounded as if he were the sun amidst a constellation of stars. His brother and Apos' lips curled into a faint, enigmatic smile, one that failed to reach his eyes, betraying a sense of detachment and coldness. An involuntary grip tightened around the demon core of the Wind Demon Tiger in Gu Xuanyang's hand, his knuckles paling. The core, a product of an 8th-layer chi refinement beast, radiated heat, igniting a fervor in his heart. He longed to raise it high, to let Gu Xianming see he was no longer the boy who could only look up to him. At that moment, Gu Xuanyang's chest swelled with an uncontrollable rage and resentment. The Wind Demon Tiger core in his grasp pulsed with a fierce aura, a testament to his current prowess. 135 points, undoubtedly the highest. He should have been the center of attention, the pride of the Gu clan's new generation. But why? Why did that man's gaze never linger on him? Gu Xianming remained unfazed, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, seemingly indifferent to the insults and envy directed at him. His gaze wandered casually over the crowd. Yet notably, it did not fall upon Gu Xianyang even once. Why should this be? The surrounding members of the Gu clan exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by Gu Xuanming's actions that had provoked such ire. Enough, enough. There is no need for such enthusiasm, Gu Xianming remarked, a hint of amusement gracing his features as he raised a hand dismissively, as if to pacify the agitated crowd. I have only just arrived, and you all swarmed to greet me, leaving me quite flattered. His words, though delivered lightly, only served to stoke the flames of their anger. The already enraged crowd erupted once more. Gu Xianming, have you no shame? You steal our demon cores and dare to act so pretentiously? Elder, you must stand up for us. Finally, someone could bear it no longer and rushed forward to accuse Gu Xianming before the elder. This scoundrel has been targeting his own kin during the hunt, seizing the fruits of our labor. The elder's eyelids twitched, his mouth twitching in disbelief. Is this even something a person would do? However, as his fury subsided, he pondered inwardly. Perhaps this was not entirely a bad thing. After all, a sufficiently powerful oppressor could ignite the fighting spirit in the younger generation. Gu Xuanming's presence loomed like a sword over their heads, forcing them to strive for strength, lest they remain forever beneath his heel. Yet, such motivation seemed excessively brutal. The elder inhaled deeply, suppressing his tumultuous thoughts, and spoke gravely. Very well, the rights and wrongs shall be determined after verifying the points. He accepted the storage bag that Gu Xianming offered, and as his spiritual sense probed within, his pupils abruptly constricted. His frail fingers trembled violently, nearly dropping the bag. He hastily rubbed his weary eyes, focusing intently once more. How could this be possible? The elder's voice quivered, his murky eyes widening in shock. As the crowd observed, the cacophony of chatter gradually dimmed, all awaiting the outcome with bated breath. Finally, the elder raised the jade plate in his trembling hand, his voice almost cracking as he proclaimed, Gu Xianming, 458 points. This figure detonated like thunder, reverberating throughout the assembly. How many? One disciple's weapon clattered to the ground, oblivious to the commotion. 458? How many did he steal from others? Some pinched their own thighs, questioning their reality. The previously vociferous disciples now appeared ashen-faced, their lips quivering, rendered speechless. They had toiled relentlessly to accumulate mere points, while Gu Xuanming's score surpassed theirs by more than tenfold. The elder's hand continued to tremble as he scrutinized the demon cores within the storage bag once more. This time, his gaze fixated on a core deep within, glowing a vivid crimson and emanating an overwhelming aura, a Foundation Establishment demon core. This. The elder's voice faltered completely, and he abruptly lifted his gaze, disbelief etched across his features. You actually hunted a Foundation Establishment beast. The revelation struck the crowd like a thunderclap. What? Foundation Establishment? A disciple's legs buckled, collapsing to the ground in shock. Is this some kind of joke? How could one in the chi refinement stage possibly? Another began to protest, only to falter mid-sentence, because the elder had already tremblingly extracted the crimson demon core. Its immense power undeniable. Gu Xuanyang's complexion turned ashen. His gaze fixed on the Foundation Establishment demon core, his mind blank. 458 points. So it was. Gu Xianming had not only stolen from his kin, but had also single-handedly hunted a Foundation Establishment beast. This was simply. Gu Xuanyang's lips quivered, unable to articulate a sound. He suddenly realized how ludicrous his previous pride had been. His hard-won Wind Demon Tiger seemed no more than a child's toy compared to that Foundation Establishment demon core. No, this cannot be, he murmured, his voice dry and trembling. Those treasures he had cherished were but child's play in the presence of Gu Xianming. Even more absurdly, he had dared to think that this demon core could validate his worth. Gu Xianming remained impassive, as though this astonishing score bore no significance to him. He casually brushed dust off his sleeves, and for the first time, his gaze settled on his brother, that look, cold and dispassionate. The man merely stood there nonchalantly, a smile that was neither here nor there gracing his lips, as though all of this was simply natural. The elder, trembling, produced a communication jade talisman, aware that this matter exceeded his jurisdiction. He could only hasten to inform the clan leader for a decision. After relaying the entire situation, he awaited the leader's arrival in silence. In but a moment, a figure appeared, venerable yet imposing, with hair as white as snow. Gu Tianqing floated into the scene, hands clasped behind his back, his dark robe billowing dramatically. His sharp gaze swept across the assembly before settling on the Crimson Demon Corps. A Foundation Establishment Demon Corps? Gu Tianqing's brow furrowed, a hint of astonishment in his voice. He descended slowly, his garments cascading as he approached Gu Xianming. The disciples held their breath. Even the air itself seemed to freeze. Gu Tianqing extended his hand to accept the Demon Core, and as his fingers infused it with spiritual energy, the core erupted in a blinding crimson light, the ferocious aura causing several disciples to stagger back and retreat. Excellent. Truly excellent. Gu Tianqing suddenly burst into laughter. Though his mirth was laced with an icy chill. The Gu clan has produced such a genius as you. He abruptly ceased his laughter, his gaze sharpening like a blade. But do you understand that harming one's own kin is a grave taboo within our sect? Gu Xianming, unperturbed, replied respectfully. I merely wish to impart the lesson of survival of the fittest within the realm of cultivation. Impudent. Gu Tianqing's sleeve swept outward, a torrent of spiritual pressure bringing all present to their knees. Several weaker disciples collapsed outright. Gu Xianyang struggled to maintain his stance, shock flooding his expression. He had never witnessed the clan leader in such a rage. In the eyes of all clan members, Gu Tianqing was always the amiable, friendly grandfather. Gu Tianqing inhaled deeply, his voice resonating with authority. Gu Xianming, do you acknowledge your transgressions? The atmosphere in the arena abruptly froze. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the outcome of this confrontation. However, Gu Xianming suddenly laughed, stating, I fail to comprehend what fault my disciple has committed. Gu Tianqing's expression shifted unpredictably, ultimately culminating in a deep sigh. Very well. This matter shall be discussed at a later time. For now, let us announce the results of the grand competition. Chapter 27. My path lies beyond the mundane. Gu Tianqing fell into a moment of silence before raising his hand with a flourish. A beam of spiritual light soared into the sky, coalescing into a resplendent screen in midair. All eyes were irresistibly drawn to it, as the final rankings of the hunting competition began to materialize upon the luminous surface. First place, Gu Xianyin, 458 points. Second place, Gu Xianyang, 135 points. Third place, Gu Chang, 113 points. Fourth place, Gu Hao, 93 points. In an instant, a myriad of expressions emerged among the crowd, some filled with envy, others with resentment, some dismissive, and yet others filled with admiration. Gu Xianyang stared intently at the rankings, his nails digging deeply into his palm, blood trickling through his fingers, yet he remained oblivious to the pain. A score of 135 points should have been a source of pride, yet in the face of Gu Xuanyin's score, it appeared utterly laughable. Gu Tianqing surveyed the assembly, his voice low and commanding. In this hunting competition, Gu Xianyin has claimed the top honor. As per our agreement, he shall become my disciple and receive a Foundation Establishment pill, alongside a high-grade mystical artifact, the Tongtian sword. As for the second and third places, they may choose an elder as their mentor, receive a chi condensation pill that will elevate their cultivation by 1 level, and a low-grade mystical artifact. As for the rest, at this announcement, an astonished silence enveloped the venue. The Foundation Establishment pill, the high-grade mystical artifact. Each of these rewards was enough to make every disciple's eyes glimmer with envy, especially the Foundation Establishment pill, a precious elixir that could enhance the success rate of foundation building by 30%. The unexpected generosity of the rewards for this competition was astonishing. As Gu Tianqing's words settled, Gu Xianyin suddenly lifted his gaze, a smirk dancing at the corner of his lips. I appreciate the patriarch's kindness. The disciple understands. His voice was cool and resonated clearly in the silent square. However, regarding the position of direct disciple, he paused, and under the astonished gazes of all present, slowly shook his head. I must respectfully decline. What? A wave of disbelief washed over the crowd. Several elders sprang to their feet, their faces etched with incredulity. Gu Xuanyang's pupils constricted as he fixated on the imposing figure. Had this person lost his mind? How could he possibly refuse the patriarch's offer of becoming a direct disciple? Gu Tianqing's expression darkened. Gu Xianyin, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? I am quite aware, Gu Xianyin replied, maintaining his composure and meeting Gu Tianqing's gaze with calmness. I seek only to receive the rewards of the competition as per the rules, the high-grade mystical artifact, the Tongtian sword, and 1 Foundation Establishment pill. With each word he uttered, the expressions in the crowd morphed dramatically. That was the position of the patriarch's direct disciple. How many prodigies clamored for such an opportunity? With that status, resources for cultivation, secret texts, and guidance from mentors would be readily available. Yet Gu Xianyin, arrogant. One elder slammed the table, exclaiming, Gu Xianyin, do not be ungrateful. Gu Xianyin merely smiled faintly. Elder, your words are heavy. I simply wish to. His gaze swept over the assembly, finally resting on Gu Tianqing. Walk my own path. This seemingly casual statement caused Gu Tianqing's expression to stiffen. Walk your own path. What an audacious declaration. The atmosphere was thick with tension, and the crowd stood in stunned silence. Taken aback by this sudden turn of events, Gu Xianyang felt his heart race. He suddenly recognized that his disparity with this elder brother was perhaps not merely in cultivation. Very well. Excellent. Gu Tianxing erupted into laughter, though a hint of coldness lingered in his voice. Since you are resolute in your decision, I shall not press further. With a wave of his sleeve, a pristine white sword and a jade box floated into the air. Here are the Tongtian sword and the Foundation Establishment pill. Take them. Gu Xianyin reached out to accept them, and as his fingers grasped the sword, it emitted a clear, melodious sound, as though acknowledging its new master. He nodded in satisfaction, stowing the jade box away without even a glance. Such nonchalance caused the onlookers to flinch after all. That was a Foundation Establishment pill. Thank you, Patriarch. Gu Xianyin offered a respectful bow before turning to leave. His silhouette stood tall like a pine tree, gradually fading amidst the complex gazes of the crowd. Unbeknownst to them, his grip on the Tongtian sword tightened slightly, and a glimmer of profound light flickered in his eyes. Gu Tianxing watched Gu Xianyin and Appo's receding figure, a glint of coldness flashing in his gaze. He scoffed. The path of cultivation encompasses more than mere combat prowess. It is equally about the intricacies of human relationships. Turning to Gu Xianyang, who stood respectfully at his side, his expression softened. Compared to that arrogant fool, you, Gu Xianyang, are far more to my liking. Not only do you possess superior talent, but you also treat your kin with humility and respect. As he spoke, he waved his sleeve with authority. In that case, I shall accept Gu Xianyang as my direct disciple, and the remaining rewards shall follow suit. Disciple pays respects to master. Gu Xianyang trembled with excitement, immediately dropping to his knees, bowing deeply. His forehead struck the cool stone floor, producing a crisp sound, yet he remained oblivious to the pain. Ha ha ha, good disciple, please rise quickly. Gu Tianxing laughed heartily, moving forward to assist Gu Xianyang. Just as he was about to rise, he discreetly transmitted a message. Come to my abode at the third watch. I have a gift for you. Gu Xianyang, overwhelmed with joy, could only bow deeply in gratitude. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the solitary figure fading into the distance, his heart a tumult of emotions. As night fell, knock, knock, Gu Xianyang rapped on the green wooden door of Gu Tianxing's abode. With a creak, Gu Tianxing himself opened the door. Gu Xianyang stepped inside and beheld a modest stone chamber with a low table, an old sword hanging on the wall. In one corner, a small pool teemed with fish, while a worn mat lay on the ground, his usual sitting spot. Wildflowers sprouted from the crevices of the stones, adding a touch of vitality to the otherwise desolate space. Master, Gu Xianyang bowed respectfully. With a flick of his sleeve, Gu Tianxing conjured a jade-like pill that shimmered in his palm. The intricate patterns on it hinted at its precious nature, the invaluable Foundation Establishment pill. Take this. He tossed the pill into the air, where it arced like a green rainbow. Gu Xianyang hurriedly caught it with both hands, feeling its coolness and the surging waves of spiritual energy within. Master this. Shoo. Gu Tianxing raised a finger to his lips. Do not speak of it. My dear disciple deserves no less than anyone else when it comes to cultivation resources. Remember, you are the hope of the Gu family. Do not lose your spirit due to temporary setbacks. Cultivation is a battle against heaven, earth, and man. Gu Tianxing spoke earnestly. Yes, master. I will remember it well. Tears brimmed in Gu Xuanyang's eyes. The kindness of his master overwhelmed him. In the corner of the chamber, the flickering candlelight danced, casting elongated shadows of the master and disciple upon the stone wall. Meanwhile, at this very moment, Gu Xianyin leaned against the railing of the bamboo loft on the second floor, caressing the Tongtian sword in his hand, a knowing smile gracing his lips. The mountain breeze tousled his snow-white hair, whisking away the cacophony of the world behind him. Human relationships? He mused softly. My path is not confined within the narrow confines of this world. Chapter 28. Old tricks revisited in the morning mist that enveloped the back mountains of the Gu family. A bamboo pavilion stood silently amid the swaying bamboo groves. Inside, Gu Xianming sat cross-legged, his body surrounded by eerie blood-red symbols. These symbols writhed as if alive, and thin blood threads, resembling fine hair, occasionally pierced through the gaps of the bamboo structure, extending toward the Gu family estate below. Gu Xianming slowly opened his eyes, a flash of crimson gleaming deep within his pupils. Before him lay a miniature formation constructed of strange red symbols, exhaling blood mist. With a blood ginseng suspended at its center, tiny blood beads seeped from every pore of his body. Rather than falling, these beads reversed their course, coalescing at the top of his head into a peculiar blood dam. The blood forest ghost formation seizes the essence of heaven and earth. He opened his mouth and swallowed the blood dam, the sound of surging rivers resonating within him. The previously modeled spiritual root, upon his internal inspection, now appeared as clear as crystal, a nascent form of a first-grade spiritual root. Yet, it was still insufficient. He furrowed his brow as he glanced at the withered storage bag at his waist. Since his rebirth, he had relied on his memories from a past life to lay plans, but the consumption of cultivation resources exceeded his expectations. The blood crystal stones he had prepared were already depleted, and even the demon cores he borrowed from those fools could not sustain him for long. I must devise a way to earn some spiritual stones. The sound of morning bells echoed outside. He flicked his fingertips, and all phenomena instantly dissipated. Pushing open the bamboo window, he noticed a considerable number of young disciples gathering at the training ground in the distance. A faint smile graced Gu Xuanming's lips. He knew precisely where his cultivation resources would come from. According to family regulations, disciples of the Gu family must attend Qingyun Hall for their studies daily after participating in the hunting competition. At this moment, Gu Xianming leaned against an ancient pine tree outside the hall, absent-mindedly playing with a withered pine needle, his gaze drifting over the clan members entering the hall in succession. Regarding cultivation resources, the family dispensed monthly allowances based on cultivation levels during their studies at Qingyun Hall. After reaching the age of 16, the family would cease these allowances, opting instead for dispatch tasks, requiring disciples to earn spiritual stones through accepting missions, upon achieving a certain level of cultivation or making significant contributions in military merits. One could apply to become an elder of the family. Currently, there were 12 family elders, 8 of whom were Golden Core elders, with the patriarch Gu Tianqing boasting a cultivation level of the 8th layer of Golden Core. They represented the true trump cards of the Gu family. Monthly allowance. Gu Xianming scoffed softly, crushing the pine needle between his fingers. Since it was distributed according to cultivation levels, why not simply take it by force? Inside the hall, the scent of sandalwood lingered as over 30 disciples sat upright in solemnity. Familiar faces like Gu Xianyang, Gu Chang, and Gu Hao were among them. Gu Mingyuan, a Golden Core elder of the transmission hall, held a ruler, his aged yet sharp gaze sweeping over the assembly as he began. Today, we will discuss the essential principles of the Qingyuan sword art. On the path of cultivation, the foremost priority is to cultivate the heart. A righteous heart leads to the way, while a wicked heart results in stagnation. Gu Xianming sat at the back row, his fingers lightly tapping the desk. Yet his attention remained fixated on the bulging storage bags of several prominent clan members in the front row. Those bags, filled with the recently distributed monthly allowance, had already ignited his imagination of how those spiritual stones would fit into his own storage bag. Cultivating the heart, he silently sneered, a flicker of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. It is the law of the jungle that truly governs the world. As dusk descended, the bell of Qingyun Hall echoed softly, signaling the end of the day's lessons. Gu Xianming slowly closed the jade slip on the desk, a glimmer of mockery crossing his features. The so-called profound truths imparted by these instructors were, in the eyes of one who had reached the integration stage in his past life, mere shallow and crude understandings, with numerous flaws and errors. He gently traced the edge of the jade slip with his fingertips. For him, listening to these lessons was a torment. Inside the hall, clusters of youths gathered their ink and brushes, departing in groups. The golden rays of the setting sun filtered through the window, illuminating their youthful faces. Some linked arms, laughing about the day's events. Others playfully shoved each other, demonstrating sword techniques, while a few quietly discussed the heart methods taught earlier, their eyes sparkling with dreams of the future. In this moment, they were no longer cultivators burdened by familial expectations or competitors embroiled in scheming. They were simply a group of spirited youths. Laughter echoed through the corridors, pure and vibrant, as if the very air had been infused with vitality. Gu Xianming paid them no mind, striding ahead of the crowd. Pure moments, he murmured, a shadow flickering in his gaze. Alas, the world of cultivation has never allowed for innocence. Upon reaching the exit of the hall, he noticed Gu Xianming, who had been leading the group, suddenly halt and turn to face his classmates. Just as everyone was about to step through the door, Gu Xianming abruptly paused, slowly pivoting, standing against the setting sun. His tall figure cast a long shadow on the ground, perfectly obstructing the path of those behind him. The once boisterous crowd fell into silence. Dozens of gazes converged upon him, many laced with unmasked hostility. After all, half of these 30-odd individuals had been soundly defeated by him in the hunting competition, some still bandaged from their injuries. Gu Xianming, what trickery are you plotting this time? A burly youth broke the silence first, his forehead still adorned with a bandage. The very one Gu Xianming had knocked unconscious with an elbow strike 3 days prior. Exactly. Another tall and lean individual, clutching his aching ribs, gritted his teeth and spat. You said the demon core was merely borrowed and would be returned after the competition. Now, 2 days have passed since the competition ended. Where's my fire cloud fox demon core? In the crowd, a chorus of agreement erupted. Several hot-tempered individuals had already rolled up their sleeves, ready to fight at the slightest provocation. Gu Xianming, however, merely smiled faintly. He leisurely adjusted his sleeves, and as he raised his gaze, a chilling glint flickered in his eyes. Esteemed colleagues, I find myself in a tight spot financially and hope you could lend me some spiritual stones. I do not require much, just half of today as monthly allowance will suffice. Come, if you plead with me, I might just consider it, the burly youth, still brimming with bravado, exclaimed. He had always believed that during the hunting competition, he had been ambushed by Gu Xianming and was confident that he could defeat him in a fair fight, as they were both at the 6th layer of qi refinement. Gu Xianming stood with his hands clasped behind him, his garments billowing gently in the evening breeze. A faint, almost mocking smile played on his lips as his gaze slowly swept over the crowd, finally settling on the burly youth. Gu Shan, he called softly, his tone almost gentle. Are you certain that you want me to plead with you? Upon hearing this, Gu Shan's face flushed crimson. He took a decisive step forward, his spiritual energy surging. fully unleashing the aura of the sixth layer of qi refinement. The surrounding disciples involuntarily retreated several steps, clearing a space. "Stop pretending," Gushan shouted, his fists clenched tightly, creating a cracking sound with his knuckles. "During the hunting competition, you resorted to underhanded tactics. Now that no one is stopping you, I shall see how strong you truly are at the sixth layer of qi refinement." As he spoke, he suddenly launched an attack, his right fist enveloped in whistling spiritual energy, hurtling directly toward Gu Xuanming's face. The punch carried tremendous force, a signature move of the Gu family's foundational boxing technique, sending fallen leaves swirling in its wake. Yet Gu Xianming remained utterly still. Just as the fist was merely inches from his nose, he sighed lightly, too slow. With a casual lift of his left hand, he deftly caught Gu Shan's wrist, while his right hand, with fingers poised like a sword, gently struck the OP API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 29. The first encounter. The arena was shrouded in silence. All eyes were wide with disbelief as they gazed at the kneeling Gu Shan. As a practitioner at the sixth level of qi refinement, Gu Shan was considered formidable among the younger generation of the clan. Yet he could not withstand even a single strike from Gu Xianming. How could this be possible? Someone murmured, trembling. What technique did he just use? I can hardly see it. Quickly, summon the elder for guidance. A few astute disciples turned to dash towards the academy, only to find that Gu Mingyuan, who should have been meditating indoors, had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to anyone, atop the green-tiled roof of the academy, Gu Mingyuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his aged eyes slightly squinted as he observed everything unfolding below. Quite intriguing, he murmured softly, lightly stroking his long beard. His strike was decisive, showcasing considerable strength, but his gaze fell upon Gu Shan's contorted arm, and the elder shook his head, too ruthless. Nonetheless, he did not intervene. In the Gu family, disputes among disciples were generally tolerated as long as they did not result in death. After all, in the world of cultivation, the weak are preyed upon, and enduring some hardship within the clan is far preferable to losing one's life outside. In the courtyard, Gu Xianming had already begun to stride towards his next target. It was a tall and slender youth, who, upon seeing him approach, turned pale and instinctively took 2 steps back, only to be blocked by the crowd behind him. "Will you yield, or shall I take it by force?" Gu Xianming asked calmly, his voice low yet clear for all to hear. The slender youth swallowed hard, trembling as he loosened the storage pouch at his waist. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting elongated shadows, Gu Xianming stood at the juncture of light and dark, half of his face cloaked in shadow while the other glimmered in the fading sunlight. As twilight enveloped the scene, the stone ground before the Qingyan Hall was stained a dark crimson by the setting sun. Gu Xianming ambled through the crowd, idly toying with a spirit stone he had just retrieved from Gu Shan's storage pouch. The stone spun between his fingers, reflecting a cold light that gleamed in his indifferent eyes. A hushed stillness enveloped the arena. All the disciples held their breath, their eyes fixed on this once labeled waste among them, who now resembled a reaper, collecting their spirit stones. No one dared to resist. Gu Shan's anguished cries still echoed in their ears, and his grotesquely twisted arm served as the bloodiest warning. "Gu Xianming, do you truly intend to be so ruthless?" Finally, someone could no longer contain himself. It was a slender youth named Gu Lin, who often associated with Gu Xianyang. His face was pale, yet he stood firm, positioning himself protectively in front of several trembling female disciples. Gu Xianming paused, his gaze settling on him. "Ruthless?" He chuckled lightly, though his eyes betrayed no mirth. "What do you mean by ruthless? I have merely retained half a month's stipend for you. If I were truly ruthless, you would receive nothing." Gu Lin was left speechless, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Just as the atmosphere reached a breaking point, a stir erupted from the back of the crowd. The disciples parted like a tide, revealing 2 imposing figures, Gu Chong and Gu Hao, recognized as the top young talents within the Gu family. However, what the crowd did not realize was that the two shared an exceptionally close bond, stronger than that of blood brothers. Having refrained from using their qi condensation pills, as they were only permitted once, both remained at the 8th and 7th levels of qi refinement. "Have you all had enough?" Gu Chong spoke coldly, his tone imbued with undeniable authority. Instantly, the disciples perked up, as if they had found their backbone. A few bold souls even began to whisper, "Changgu has arrived. Let us see how he continues to act arrogantly." Indeed, Changgu is a genius capable of challenging those above his level. Gu Xianming narrowed his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the two. To everyone's surprise, rather than retreating, he wore a playful smile. "Are you two here to partake in this as well?" Enraged, Gu Hao was about to step forward when Gu Chong raised his hand to stop him. "Do you think you can run rampant before us just because you've defeated a few useless opponents through ambush?" Gu Chong's voice was calm, yet each word struck like a blade. "That foundational demon pill from the hunting competition, you obtained it by chance, didn't you?" At these words, a murmur of realization swept through the crowd. Gu Xianming smiled noncommittally, yet discreetly. He concealed his right hand behind his back, a faint aura of dark energy flickering at his fingertips. With his current cultivation, He could not withstand the prowess of these two prodigies. Just as tensions reached their peak, enough. A thunderous shout reverberated through the air. The crowd parted once more, revealing Gu Xianyang, his face twisted in fury. His eyes were bloodshot, and his spiritual energy surged uncontrollably, forming small whirlwinds around him. All my life, Gu Xianyang's voice was hauntingly hoarse. Everyone has compared me to you. He suddenly raised his head, tears of blood seemingly welling in his eyes. Today, I shall demand an explanation from all of you. Before his words, see Chapter 30. The cunning old fox. The appearance of the clan leader, Gu Tianqing, momentarily quelled the tense atmosphere. The disciples bowed in unison, and several injured members approached with reddened eyes to voice their grievances. Clan leader, Gu Xianming. He has taken our monthly allowances. Gu Shan's hand has been broken by him. Gu Tianqing raised his hand to signal for silence. His gaze lingering on Gu Shan's twisted arm before shifting to Gu Xianming's bloodstained sleeve, an imperceptible glimmer of meaning flashing in his eyes. The clan rules do not prohibit sparring among peers. Gu Tianqing's voice was steady, clear in the dusk, yet he shifted his tone, asserting that bullying the weak is indeed contrary to the spirit of our Gu family disciples. Gu Xianming merely smiled faintly, neither affirming nor denying. In light of this, Gu Tianqing pondered briefly before declaring, "You shall compensate each fellow disciple with 2 spirit stones as a form of punishment." This seemingly trivial penalty left everyone in shock. It is known that for each level a Qi refinement disciple ascends, their monthly allowance increases by 1 spirit stone. Gu Shuaming's actions had undoubtedly amassed him at least 60 to 70 spirit stones. As a few impulsive disciples were about to protest, they suddenly noticed the clan leader standing with his hands clasped behind him, emanating a pressure that sent chills down their spines. What? Do you deem this unfair? Gu Tianqing's gaze, sharp as lightning, swept across every youthful face present. In the cultivation world, the law of the jungle prevails. Today, he may seize from you, but tomorrow, can you not reclaim? This admonition fell upon them like a bucket of cold water. Gu Chang was the first to react, a fierce battle spirit igniting in his eyes. One by one, the other disciples raised their heads, their indignation gradually replaced by a burning desire to fight. As disciples of the Gu family, have we ever needed our elders to adjudicate for us? Gu Tianqing's voice rose. The humiliation of today must be washed away by your own strength. From this day forth, the first floor of the scripture pavilion will be open to you at all times, and the training grounds will remain open day and night. If you seek revenge, show me your true abilities. These words ignited a fervor within the young disciples, akin to a blazing fire consuming their spirits. Even the injured Gu Shan struggled to rise, defiance gleaming in his eyes. Satisfied, Gu Tianqing nodded, and, as he turned to leave, a barely discernible smile graced his lips. That night, the Gu family's training grounds blazed with light, the scripture pavilion teeming with activity. This seemingly incidental conflict, as Gu Tianqing had anticipated, stirred an unprecedented fervor for cultivation among the younger generation of the Gu family. Meanwhile, the instigator, Gu Xianming, stood alone atop the Qingyun Hall, observing the bustling scene below. Toying with the remaining spirit stones in his hand, a profound glint dancing in his eyes. Old fox, he murmured softly, just as I wished. As dusk enveloped the sky, the evening glow resembled a basin of blood, casting a scarlet hue over the Gu family estate. News of Gu Xianming's seizure of monthly allowances and his assault on multiple Gu family disciples spread like wildfire within the clan. From the training grounds to the dining hall, from the library to the alchemy chamber, hushed discussions echoed everywhere. Have you heard? That Gu Xianming. Sure. Lower your voice. It said that even Gu Mingda's grandson. This is simply outrageous. In the conference hall, 8 bronze lanterns illuminated the space. Several clan elders sat on either side, the air thick with tension, almost palpable. The elder Gu Mingda, a beast tamer, sat in a zeatonwood armchair, his expression dark as thunderclouds. Suddenly, he slammed his large, veined hand onto the tea table, causing the fine zeaton wood to crack. And the teacup shattered with a loud crash. Preposterous! Gu Mingda roared, his voice resonating like a bell. A mere Qi refinement disciple dares to act so audaciously. This is utterly lawless. He rose abruptly, the jade pendant at his waist clinking. His grandson, Gu Yanxian, was currently in the medicine hall, and the apothecary had said it would take several days for him to recuperate. How could he not be furious? Sitting opposite him, the elder Gu Mingyuan slowly stroked his grizzled beard, a faint smile playing on his lips. Brother Mingda, do calm down. In my view, this incident might actually be a blessing in disguise. He took a sip of tea. The younger generation has been living in luxury for too long. It was high time someone taught them a lesson. Enough of your nonsense. Gu Mingda's beard quivered with rage. If it were not your grandson who was injured, you would stand there and skate. The elder Gu Mingshan, from the financial committee, quickly intervened. Gentlemen, let us not escalate this further. As for the clan leader S. Enough. Gu Qianxing, exuding calm authority from his position, interjected, let this matter rest. Since Gu Xianming has taken spirit stones, let them reclaim what is theirs. Should anyone inadvertently harm him while doing so, I shall not intervene. Thus, the matter was conclusively settled. Within the high pavilion, A wisp of blue smoke spiraled delicately from the bronze incense burner. Outside the window, the purple bamboo rustled softly in the evening breeze, as if whispering secrets. Grandfather, will you just watch as Yun Xian is bullied? Gu Qingwen knelt on her mat, her almond eyes reddened. Today, she had donned a resplendent red dress embroidered with golden phoenixes, accentuating her snowy complexion. In her fury, her cheeks flushed a delicate pink, her chest rising and falling violently. Gu Mingde sat cross-legged on the mat opposite her, his eyes half closed, slowly rotating a string of Zetan prayer beads, seemingly oblivious to his granddaughter's outburst. Grandfather. Gu Qingwei raised her voice sharply. A hint of tears in her tone. Yinxian, Qingwei, the elder, who had just been seething in the conference hall, now seemed to have lost all vigor, appearing as an elderly man in decline. He opened his murky eyes, his voice hoarse and low. Yinxian has been spoiled over the years. He slowly set down the prayer beads, his frail fingers tapping lightly on his knee. Experiencing a setback may not be a bad thing for him. But grandfather. Gu Qingwei shot up, her hands clenched until her knuckles turned white, nails digging deeply into her palms without her noticing. Gu Xinming was too ruthless. Yinxian's right arm is injured. The apothecary said if he doesn't recover properly, his cultivation may be affected in the future. Precisely why he should remember this lesson. Gu Mingde's voice suddenly rose, stern and intimidating. As my grandson, to be unable to defeat even one with a 4th-grade spirit root, whose face is he tarnishing? He slapped his knee heavily. Gu Qingwei rose abruptly, her red dress slicing through the air like a sharp arc. She fixed her gaze on her grandfather's wrinkled face, a cold sneer escaping her lips. Very well, then. Grandfather has his considerations, but as his sister, I have my own methods. With a resounding slam, the bamboo door was forcefully shut. The bronze wind chime hanging above the door jingled violently, producing a frantic clanging sound that echoed for a long time, unable to settle. Chapter 31. Tackling the troublemaker. The following morning, as dawn broke with a pale light on the horizon, a delicate mist enveloped the Gu family estate like a fine veil. The cobblestone ground outside the Qingshi Hall was adorned with glistening dewdrops, sparkling in the morning light. Gu Qingyue, clad in a resplendent crimson brocade robe, stood gracefully before the hall, her garments fluttering gently in the morning breeze. A veil of frost seemed to shroud her exquisite features, and her almond-shaped eyes blazed with a fiery rage. The faint pressure of her foundational cultivation radiated outward, causing the surrounding temperature to drop perceptibly. Behind her stood 5 figures, poised like javelins. On her left, Gu Hanchuan wore a green outfit, the frost blade at his waist emanating a chilling aura. His long fingers rhythmically tapped the hilt of his sword, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. As a prodigy of the Gu family's younger generation, he was but a step away from establishing his foundation. To her right stood Zhao Wuchen, their guest elder, clad in a gray and white robe embroidered with dark golden symbols. His pale fingers clutched 3 golden talismans, the intricate designs on the papers barely visible in the morning light, although merely at the 9th level of Qi refinement. His unparalleled mastery of talismans instilled trepidation even in those newly entering the foundational stage. The 3 individuals at the rear exuded an even more formidable presence. Gu Qingyao donned a purple outfit, her waist adorned with 12 blades as delicate as gossamer. Gu Changkong, a robust figure, had muscles rippling on his bare arms. And Gu Yen held a crimson spear, the tip flickering with an eerie flame. All 3 were experts at the 2nd level of foundation establishment, their auras conspicuously radiating an invisible pressure around them. The sound of rustling footsteps approached. Gu Xianming strode forward, still attired in his unremarkable black robe, several bulging storage bags hanging from his waist. His pace was leisurely, as if he were merely taking a morning stroll. Yet upon closer inspection, one would notice that every step he took was precise, not even disturbing a fallen leaf upon landing. Gu Xianming. Gu Qingyue's voice rang out sharply, her infused vital energy causing the surrounding leaves to tremble and fall. Gu Xianming halted, his gaze calmly sweeping over the 6 individuals before him. Upon noticing the 3 foundational practitioners, a barely perceptible frown crossed his brow, though it quickly unfurled. Miss Qingwei, what do you intend to do? His tone was flat, as if genuinely inquiring about a mundane matter. Gu Qingyue let out a cold laugh, her delicate hand flipping over to reveal a crimson long knife. Stop feigning ignorance. You harmed my brother yesterday. Today, I demand an explanation. With her words, the 6 advanced a step in unison. Gu Hanchuan unsheathed his frost blade by 3 inches, the chilling aura crystallizing the ground beneath. The talismans in Zhao Wuchen's hands fluttered without wind, producing a rustling sound. The 3 foundational practitioners surged their vital energy, creating visible whirlwinds around them. The onlooking disciples instinctively retreated a few steps, some hastily fleeing, fearing the impending clash. Others, however, relished the spectacle, eager to witness someone finally take a stand against this troublemaker. The area before the Qingshi Hall fell into a hushed silence, save for the sound of leaves rustling in the morning breeze. At this critical juncture, an elderly sigh suddenly resonated. Alas, though the sigh was soft, it reached everyone's ears with clarity. Instantly, a terrifying pressure descended from above, scattering the combined might of the six. Everyone looked up to see the elder Gu Mingyuan, who had mysteriously appeared atop the eaves of the Qingshi Hall. His gray-white hair billowed in the breeze, and the seemingly ordinary ruler in his hand emitted a faint azure glow. "Qingwei, my dear," Gu Mingyuan's voice was steady and unhurried. "To surround a single disciple with so many is hardly fitting." Gu Qingyue's face flushed crimson, her chest rising and falling with agitation. "Elder, you have to understand. Gu Xianming yesterday. The matters of yesterday are already known to me," Gu Mingyuan interjected, waving his hand gently. "The clan leader has rendered a decision. This matter shall end here." He stepped among the gathered individuals, tapping his ruler rhythmically against his palm, producing a crisp sound. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, flitted between Gu Xianming and Gu Qingwei. "If there are truly grievances, let them be settled at the clan competition a year from now." His voice was deep yet clear. But then he shifted his tone, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. "Since today has escalated to this, I propose a suggestion." The ruler halted abruptly, Gu Mingyuan's gaze lingering on Gu Xianming with meaning. "The clan's martial arena has not seen excitement in quite some time. How about this? 5 days hence, you shall spar in the arena? Of course, the rules remain. Those at the foundational stage may not intervene." It was evident that Gu Mingyuan sought to rein in this troublemaker who had stirred up so much strife since entering the academy. At his words, the expressions of those present varied widely. Gu Qingyue's eyes sparkled with ambition, a cold smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Though she could not personally engage, she was well aware of Zhao Wuchen's capabilities. This talisman prodigy, despite being merely at the 9th level of qi refinement, had previously forced foundational practitioners to a standstill with his extraordinary talisman skills. "Thank you, Elder, for your benevolence." Gu Qingyue hastily bowed, fearing Gu Mingyuan might retract his offer. As she rose, she shot a fierce glare at Gu Xianming, wary that this cunning individual might concoct an excuse to evade the challenge. Gu Xianming remained unfazed, seemingly oblivious to Gu Qingyue's ire. Adjusting his sleeves, he bowed respectfully to Gu Mingyuan. "Since it is the elder's personal suggestion, I shall comply." His tone was tranquil, as if discussing the weather for the following day. This exchange ignited a stir among the onlooking disciples. Had he lost his mind? Zhao Wuchen was a formidable opponent even for foundational practitioners. Did he truly believe he could act with impunity simply because of a fortuitous encounter with a foundational beast core? Whispers of skepticism rippled through the crowd. Since Gu Chang had raised doubts, the entire Gu family had tacitly acknowledged the dubious origins of Gu Xuanming's foundational beast core. Now, witnessing his audacity to accept the challenge, they regarded him with mockery. Gu Mingyuan stroked his beard, chuckling lightly, evidently pleased with the outcome. "Very well. At the 5th hour 5 days hence, I shall serve as the judge for your contest." With that, he cast Gu Xianming a meaningful glance before turning to leave. Gu Qingwei snorted coldly and led the others away. As they departed, Zhao Wuchen deliberately brushed past Gu Xianming, lowering his voice. "In 5 days, you shall learn what it means to suffer." Gu Xianming paid him no heed, merely gazing at the retreating figures, a barely perceptible smile curving the corners of his lips. Chapter 32. Gu Xianming versus Zhao Wuchen. As the first light of dawn illuminated the training ground, Gu Xianming stood in one corner, inhaling deeply. Over the past 5 days, he had engaged in fervent cultivation, driven by the enhancement bestowed upon him by the Blood Forest Ghost Array, which had elevated his spiritual root to a higher tier. During this period, spiritual energy surged violently through his meridians, refining both his body and soul. The sensation of his meridians being forcibly expanded was unbearable for most. Yet the trials of his past life, 7 centuries of humiliation, beatings, and bullying, had accustomed him to such suffering. The true terror lay not in one's ability to endure pain, but in the ability to do so with an impassive expression. At last, he successfully advanced his cultivation from the 6th to the 7th level of qi refinement. At this moment, he could distinctly feel the powerful spiritual energy within him, surging like a tumultuous tide. His eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of undeniable brilliance flickering within them, reminiscent of a prowling leopard awakened from slumber, filled with the fervor of the hunt. Yet it was not enough. Gu Xianming murmured to himself. He understood that in this world, where martial prowess reigned supreme, only absolute strength could grant one the authoritative voice on this vast continent. His gaze fell upon the Tongtian sword beside him, its slender blade radiating a faint azure glow, emanating an aura of mystery and profundity in the early morning light. The clamor of the training ground surged like a tide, as the Gu clan's disciples were drawn to the spectacle of their once celebrated genius, Gu Xianming, who had triumphed in the hunting competition, now pitted against the talisman master Zhao Wuchen, reputed to rival those at the initial stage of foundation establishment. It had been ages since the training ground had witnessed such fervor. In a moment, a throng of onlookers surged towards the arena, crowding around it. Even the reclusive elders of the clan, who usually secluded themselves in meditation, were stirred by the impending contest, emerging to witness the event. Clearly, the anticipation surrounding this duel had far surpassed anyone's expectations. "I heard Zhao Wuchen went to the Talisman Pavilion yesterday to craft the Purple Cloud Thunder Talisman," exclaimed a youthful member of the Gu clan, excitement etched across his face. Not only that, I personally witnessed him crafting 3 profound ice talismans. Another disciple chimed in eagerly, his eyes glinting with curiosity. It seems there might finally be someone to put Gu Xianming in his place, that arrogant bully who always leaves his opponents severely injured. Robbing demon cores during hunting competitions and forcefully seizing disciples' spiritual stones in the academy. Are these the actions of a person? A seemingly righteous disciple expressed his indignation, clenching his fists as if he could strike Gu Xianming right then and there. In a corner of the crowd, Gu Qingwei walked slowly alongside Gu Yunxian. Today, she had donned a red gown embroidered with golden phoenixes, its hem dancing in the breeze like a blooming phoenix flower, radiating brilliance in the sunlight. Gu Yunshuan's right arm was still bandaged, appearing somewhat disheveled, yet his eyes sparkled with joy. Sister, how many moves do you think Zhao Wuqing needs to win? Gu Yunxian asked softly, a hint of anxiety in his voice. Gu Qingyue scoffed disdainfully. If he goes all out, 10 moves will suffice. Her gaze was fixed intently on Gu Xianming, her eyes reflecting a blend of contempt and coldness. At that moment, Gu Xianming strode confidently onto the training ground. It must be said that Gu Xianming was exceptionally handsome. Anyone who beheld him would surely compliment him. However, his icy eyes and expressionless face, devoid of any tension or excitement, rendered him akin to an ancient and enigmatic statue. Meanwhile, on the stage, Zhao Wuqing stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Today, he wore a silver talisman robe, his talisman pouch bulging, clearly well prepared. As Gu Xianming ascended the platform, Zhao Wuqing smirked ominously. It's not too late to concede now. Zhao Wuqing, are you a goblin seeking attention? Gu Xianming retorted coldly, his words dripping with disdain. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuqing's expression darkened, and he furiously declared, Gu Xianming, don't be arrogant. I'll tear that smug mouth of yours apart. Begin. With Gu Mingyuan's commanding voice, silence enveloped the training ground. All eyes riveted on the two opponents. Zhao Wuqing was the first to strike. He swiftly raised his hands, unleashing 12 golden talismans that shot forth like meteors. These talismans rapidly arranged themselves in the air, forming a massive and intricate golden net that radiated blinding light, enveloping Gu Xianming. The Golden Gang Talisman Array, a sharp-eyed disciple exclaimed in horror, realizing this was capable of ensnaring Foundation establishment cultivators. Zhao Wuqing's initial move was indeed his trump card, faced with this sudden onslaught. Gu Shuaming's eyes glimmered with intensity as his body transformed into an elusive shadow. He lightly tapped the ground with his feet, moving with an eerie grace. His steps seemingly devoid of pattern, yet imbued with a mysterious rhythm. His figure weaved through the gaps in the golden net like a phantom, swiftly evading its grasp. What? Zhao Wuqing's complexion darkened as he had never anticipated Gu Shuanming's movements to be so unfathomable, akin to a ghost from the underworld, eluding capture. While evading, Gu Xianming meticulously observed the fluctuations in the talisman array, seeking vulnerabilities. He discerned that although the Golden Gang array appeared tightly woven, its energy experienced brief fluctuations every breath. Seizing the opportunity, he accelerated once more, darting towards the core of the array like an arrow released from its bow. Zhao Wuqing, now alarmed, hastily formed seals with his hands, attempting to reinforce the array's power. However, Gu Xianming was too swift, having already breached the array's perimeter and was now barreling toward the flustered Zhao Wuqing. In his panic, Zhao Wuqing retrieved a yellow talisman from his pouch, biting his fingertip and letting his blood drip onto it. The talisman ignited instantly, conjuring a yellow barrier from the ground in an attempt to thwart Gu Xianming. Gu Shuaming's lips curled into a smirk as he unleashed a surge of spiritual energy from his fingertips, striking the yellow barrier. It instantly cracked, the fissures rapidly spreading until the barrier shattered completely. Zhao Wuqing staggered back a few steps, regaining his footing. He realized that Gu Shuaming's strength far exceeded his expectations, internally cursing himself for underestimating his opponent. Humph, not too shabby, Zhao Wuqing scoffed, swiftly launching a barrage of talismans from his hands, transforming them into sharp blades that hurtled toward Gu Xianming. Gu Xianming danced nimbly, effortlessly evading the onslaught of blades. Fully aware that Zhao Wuqing had more tricks up his sleeve, he did not dare let his guard down. Zhao Wuqing's eyes flickered with determination. He retrieved a black talisman from his waist, affixing it to the blade of his sword, chanting incantations. The sword ignited in black flames, and he lunged toward Gu Xianming like a wraith. Feeling the terrifying power emanating from the approaching black flames, Gu Xianming refrained from meeting the attack head-on. He altered his footwork, spinning rapidly to create an illusion. Zhao Wuqing's sword, engulfed in black flames, passed through the illusion, striking only a mere shadow. Seizing the moment Zhao Wuqing's attack missed, Gu Xianming appeared behind him in an instant, delivering a punch infused with all the strength he had gained from his recent breakthrough. The air split with a deafening roar. Zhao Wuqing sensed the impending strike from behind, and, with no time to evade, braced himself, turning to block with his arm. With a resounding thud, Zhao Wuqing was sent flying like a kite with its string severed, crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 33. Blood on the training platform. The audience was enveloped in an eerie silence, their eyes wide with disbelief as they witnessed the scene before them. Zhao Wuqing, who was expected to defeat Gu Xianming within 10 strikes, was now spitting blood and collapsing helplessly at the edge of the arena. How could this be possible? A young disciple stammered, his voice filled with shock. Gu Mingyuan's brow furrowed, his gaze fixed like a bolt of lightning on Gu Xianming. The peculiar movement technique just displayed could not belong to any of the Gu family's martial arts. This young man undoubtedly harbored hidden secrets. This useless fool. After all these years of painstakingly raising him, we end up with such a waste. Gu Qinghua shouted in fury. Just as the crowd was engulfed in uncertainty, Zhao Wuqing suddenly sprang back to his feet, wiping the blood from his lips, his eyes ablaze with furious determination. Zhao Wuqing, if you lose today, you can forget about being a guest elder. Gu Qinghua spat venomously upon witnessing Zhao Wuqing's resurgence. Instantly, Zhao Wuqing's face turned a ghastly shade. Very well. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Wuqing steadied his emotions and slowly retrieved a purple golden talisman from his robe. To force me to use this purple thunder talisman, you can consider yourself deserving of death. The talisman elicited a gasp from the crowd. The purple thunder talisman. Isn't that capable of severely injuring foundation-building cultivators? Has Zhao Wuqing lost his mind? He intends to strike with lethal force. Why has the clan elder intervened? Gu Mingyuan's expression darkened, yet he refrained from intervening. He wished to see what other means Gu Xianming possessed. At that moment, Zhao Wuqing felt a pang of regret. The creation of the purple thunder talisman was immensely challenging, and the materials were exceedingly expensive. After all this time, it was the only one he had managed to forge. He hadn't expected this boy's movement technique to be so bizarre, forcing him to resort to such an indiscriminate killing move, a true waste of resources. Chanting the incantation, Zhao Wuqing grinned malevolently at Gu Xianming, seeking to witness even a hint of panic or fear on his face. However, he was taken aback to find Gu Xianming gazing back at him with calm composure as he activated the purple thunder talisman. An inexplicable sense of foreboding began to rise within him. Regardless of your despicable tricks, in the face of strength, all is futile, Zhao Wuqing shouted, attempting to mask his inner turmoil. At last, the purple thunder talisman was fully activated, and he hurled it into the air, feeling somewhat reassured. Although the talisman demanded tremendous energy, and his own spiritual power was nearly exhausted, he was certain that Gu Xianming could not withstand this blow. Below, Gu Qingyua's rage finally subsided. She was convinced that Gu Xianming could not possibly survive such an assault. Meanwhile, Gu Yunxian and the other members of the Gu family, who had been robbed of their spirit stones, were expressions of exhilaration. Finally, revenge was at hand. Boom. Thunder was about to descend. The training ground was now shrouded in dark clouds. Not bad, Gu Xianming remarked nonchalantly. To everyone's astonishment, he suddenly charged towards Zhao Wuqing, closing the distance in an instant. Haha. Zhao Wuqing laughed heartily. Did you think you had a trump card? You know how far apart we are, don't you? Do you really believe your speed can surpass that of thunder? Truly naive. Boom. A bolt of purple lightning struck down from the heavens, its violent energy instantly filling the training ground. He is doomed, Gu Qinghua exclaimed with excitement. Some spectators even shut their eyes, unwilling to witness the impending brutality. In a flash, Gu Xianming halted, and a round object flew from his hand into the sky. Upon releasing it, Gu Xianming abruptly retreated. Zhao Wuqing, his brows knitted in confusion, stared at the spherical object. As he recognized it, his expression changed dramatically, and he shouted, Gu Xianming, you madman. With that, he turned to flee the arena, but with his spiritual energy depleted, he could hardly muster any speed. Why was Zhao Wuqing in such a panic? It was because he had realized that the object Gu Xianming had thrown was the Heart Demon Fox Demon Pill he had obtained during the hunting competition. The Demon Pill itself contained the full power of the beast. If the purple thunder talisman struck the Demon Pill, the resulting force was beyond his imagination. He is truly a complete madman. Doesn't he fear being caught in the blast himself? Bang! Gu Mingyuan acted swiftly, conjuring a blue barrier to shield the arena from the onlookers below. If the explosion were to extend beyond the arena, countless individuals would be injured. A blinding light and deafening explosion erupted on the training platform as the demon pill collided with the lightning, unleashing a terrifying force. As the smoke cleared, the scene on the training platform was revealed to the audience. Zhao Wuqing lay sprawled on the ground, his back mangled and blood oozing from every orifice. Scattered around him were defensive talismans, indicating that he had desperately tried to protect himself when he realized escape was impossible. On the other side, Gu Xianming was no better off. His upper garments were tattered, his face smeared with blood, and his hands hung limply by his sides. His chapter 34, Solo Drinking Under the Moon Enough. Gu Mingyuan's roar resonated like thunder, shaking the entire martial arts arena under the oppressive force of his golden core cultivation. The bluestone ground cracked inch by inch, and the watching disciples fell to their knees, with those of weaker cultivation spitting blood. To kill before my very eyes. Do you think the rules of the Gu family are mere decorations? Yet, under this overwhelming pressure, Gu Xianming stood tall. A trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, but his gaze remained as sharp as a blade. The elders are wise, he spoke hoarsely yet firmly. Zhao Wuqing is merely an outsider, while my student is of the Gu lineage. When he unleashed the purple cloud thunder talisman, why did the elders not intervene? His words fell like a bucket of cold water upon the crowd. The Gu disciples exchanged glances, whispers rising among them. Indeed, Zhao Wuchen did strike with lethal intent. After all, he is an outsider. Gu Mingyuan's expression fluctuated between anger and contemplation. He was acutely aware that Zhao Wuchen had been the first to harbor murderous intent, even allowing him to act as a means to probe Gu Xuanming's capabilities. Yet, should an outsider perish at the hands of a Gu disciple, the repercussions would be dire. Such a sharp-tongued lad. Gu Mingyuan's fury turned to a sardonic smile. Even if he is an outsider, he is still a guest of the Gu family. Today, I must stay your hand, elder. A resonant voice interrupted him. The crowd turned to see Gu Wui, an elder of the law enforcement hall, striding forward. Brother Mingyuan, this matter requires careful deliberation, Gu Wui declared gravely. According to family regulations, an outsider who harms a direct descendant should indeed be severely punished. The death occurring during a contest is merely the consequence of his own actions. Gu Mingyuan's face darkened. But he— Enough, Gu Mingda interjected, his voice lowered. Zhao Wuchen is but a guest. Though Gu Xianming possesses only a 4th-grade spirit root, given his demonstrated prowess, he may yet become a pillar among our foundational disciples. There is no need to retaliate against him for such a minor character. This statement momentarily stifled Gu Mingyuan's wrath. He surveyed the surrounding disciples, noticing many nodding in agreement, even several elders displaying expressions of approval. Humph! Gu Mingyuan flicked his sleeves with great force. This matter is far from over. With that, he turned and left, his back brimming with unyielding resentment. In the martial arts arena, Gu Qingwei stared silently at Zhao Wuchen's corpse. Suddenly, she lifted her head, her eyes ablaze with a fervent hatred. Gu Xianming, I shall kill you. Gu Xianming cast a cold glance her way before turning to depart. The surrounding Gu disciples instinctively parted to allow him passage. Their gazes filled with reverence. Who would have thought he could truly slay Zhao Wuchen? His movements were too enigmatic. It would be wise to keep our distance from him in the future. In a corner, Gu Chong and Gu Hao exchanged glances, both recognizing a profound wariness in each other's eyes. As Gu Xianming exited the arena, he felt the pulsing resonance from the Tongtian sword at his side. He understood that today's events were merely the beginning. Gu Qingwei would not let this slide, and Gu Mingyuan would surely remember this debt. Come, he murmured to himself, a glint of crimson flashing in his eyes. I await you. As the cool autumn night settled, the bright moon hung high. Gu Xianming sat alone atop a bamboo rooftop, cradling a flask of spirit wine, tilting his head back for a sip. The liquid slid down his throat, carrying a hint of spiciness, yet it coaxed a slight smile to his lips. Ah, I have indeed offended quite a number. He began to count on his fingers. Gu Linger, the investigation into Gu Sha's disappearance by the law enforcement hall continues. Though he had acted discreetly, there are no secrets that remain hidden forever. If that old woman Gu Rou uncovers even a trace, her protective nature will compel her to act. Gu Mingda. Following Zhao Wuchen's demise today, coupled with the previous injury inflicted upon his grandson Gu Yunxian, that old coot must be itching to grind him to dust. Gu Qingwei, with her stubborn disposition, would surely not let Zhao Wuchen's death at her hands go unpunished. And then there was Gu Mingyuan. Having witnessed him kill Zhao Wuchen before his very eyes, that old fool would now see him as a thorn in his side, a festering wound. Not to mention those disciples whom he had outmaneuvered in the hunting competition, the family members from whom he had seized spirit stones. How intriguing. A light chuckle escaped Gu Xuanming's lips as he took another sip of wine. The moonlight cascaded upon his stern profile, illuminating his abyss-like, profound eyes. He did not fear these adversaries. Rather, the sensation of impending danger ignited a fervor within him. Such a life is indeed exhilarating, is it not? He slowly rose, casting his gaze toward the distant ancestral grounds of the Gu family. There, an ancient aura stirred in the air. The Tongdian sword at his waist trembled slightly, as if sensing something. It seems I must hasten my pace. A flash of crimson flickered in Gu Xuanming's eyes as he vanished into the moonlight. In the Gu family inner courtyard, Gu Mingda's study. Rascal! Gu Mingda slammed his palm onto the table, shattering it into splinters, his face ashen with fury. Gu Qingyuan knelt on the ground, her delicate face pale, yet she bit her lip defiantly. Grandfather, that Gu Xianming is too overbearing. Silence. Gu Mingda bellowed. Do you not feel humiliated enough? You led so many to confront Gu Xianming, only to have him publicly slay Zhao Wuchen. Tears welled in Gu Qingyue's eyes. Yet she dared not retort. Gu Mingda took a deep breath, suppressing his rage. From this day forth, you are forbidden from seeking trouble with Gu Xianming. Grandfather. Gu Qingyue's head shot up. I have my own arrangements for this matter, Gu Mingda replied coldly. That rascal won't live much longer. Gu Qinghua paused. Then comprehension dawned upon her, a glimmer of delight flashing in her eyes. Leave, Gu Mingda waved his hand dismissively. Once Gu Qinghua departed, Gu Mingda retrieved a blood-red jade slip from his robe, a fierce killing intent flickering. Chapter 35, framing as the sun sank beneath the horizon. The glazed tiles of Qingmu Hall were stained crimson. Gu Xianming closed the jade slip of the Qingyuan sword technique and leisurely stepped out of the classroom. Today, he had deliberately donned a loose-fitting dark robe, the hem embroidered with dark golden cloud patterns, appearing no different from ordinary disciples. Save for the ancient long sword at his waist, which emanated a subtle yet dangerous aura. Just as he set foot on the bluestone steps, a bone-chilling cold surged up his spine. A sense of foreboding gripped him. His pupils contracted sharply, and he instinctively darted to the left. But a fierce gust of palm wind had already latched onto his left shoulder like a venomous snake. Crack! The sound of shattering bones was distinctly audible. Gu Xianming was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily against the courtyard wall 10 zhang away. The blue brick wall instantly cracked, spiderweb-like fissures spreading out as dust mingled with the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, staining the ground a dark red. Cough, cough. He knelt on one knee, his right hand pressing firmly against his left shoulder, and looked up at the approaching figure Gu Rou, clad in a simple white linen robe. Her silver hair resembling snow, her emaciated hands still poised, as if to strike. Her murky old eyes, however, gleamed with a terrifying intensity, as if seeking to scorch his very soul. "You little beast," she articulated slowly, "the life of Linger must be repaid." Upon hearing this, Gu Xianming was instantly engulfed in confusion. What was happening? Had his crime against Gu Linger been exposed? How could it have been revealed so swiftly? He was certain he had erased all traces. His left hand hung limply by his side, powerless to lift, the excruciating pain momentarily clouding his consciousness. Yet, the more desperate the situation, the more ferocity bubbled within him. "You crazy old hag! What madness has possessed you?" Gu Xianming gritted his teeth, enduring the agony. Yet he was already bracing himself for a desperate fight. If he erupted now, risking his vital essence, perhaps he could inflict even a slight wound upon her. Gu Xianming thought privately, as demonic energy surged wildly through his meridians. The dormant sword within his dantian suddenly trembled. A thread of blood-colored spiritual power quietly creeping up to his fingertips. Just as he was about to strike, Gu Rou flung a blood-stained piece of cloth. The edges of the fabric were charred, as if scorched by fierce flames. Yet it was still recognizable as a remnant of the garments worn by disciples of the Gu family, specifically, those of Gu Rou's lineage, distinctly adorned with their characteristic floral patterns. Found by the lakeside in the dense forest, Gu Rou's voice was as cold as ice. "It bears your spiritual energy." Gu Xianming's expression froze for a moment, and upon understanding, he could only chuckle bitterly. On the day he orchestrated the murder of Gu Linger, she had clearly worn an ecru-long dress. Someone had framed him, cunningly shifting the blame to the true culprit. He suppressed the absurdity, his mind racing. This fabric indeed belonged to Gu Linger, but the residual spiritual energy was clearly fabricated by someone using secret arts, who was so vicious, wishing to eradicate the root of the problem in one fell swoop. There might still be a chance. For with Gu Rou's golden core cultivation, if she truly wished to kill him, he would have no opportunity to defend himself, indicating she too harbored doubts. The setting sun elongated the shadows of the two figures, Gu Xianming's back propped against the shattered wall, the metallic taste of blood still lingering in his throat. "Clan Elder Gu Rou, you have been wise all your life. How could you fail to see through such matters?" Faced with imminent danger, Gu Xianming had no choice but to feign submission. "Just a few months ago, I was merely at the 4th level of Qi refinement, and I possess only a 4th-grade spiritual root." A hint of sorrow crossed his face at the opportune moment. How could I possibly contend with Sister Linger, who is at the 8th level of Qi refinement? With a wave of her hand, Gu Rou conjured a barrier, blocking the prying eyes of the Gu family disciples outside, causing the onlookers to flee in panic, fearful that Gu Rou's wrath would turn upon them. 4th level of Qi refinement, 4th-grade spiritual root? Gu Rou suddenly scoffed, her sleeve snapping, sending debris scattering across the ground. "I have seen your tactics in the training grounds these past few days. Deceitful and malicious. Who can guarantee that you did not employ some underhanded method to harm Lingo?" Gu Xianming nearly laughed in anger at her words. What an abundance of coincidences today. The framing was perfectly executed, and this old hag, in her casual accusations, had unwittingly revealed how he had harmed Gu Linger. He had indeed set a trap for her and Gu Yishuan that day. Yet now, he wore a mask of indignation. "If I truly possessed such abilities, how could I have been publicly humiliated by Gu Qingwei? And when Zhao Wuchan sought to kill me yesterday, how did I nearly lose my life then?" Before he could finish, he was seized by a violent fit of coughing. Blood and fragments of internal organs spilling from between his fingers. Indeed, that blow had severely injured his lungs. Gu Rou frowned slightly, about to speak. Chapter 36. The path lies beneath one's feet. Just past midnight, dark clouds enveloped the last sliver of moonlight. Gu Xianming stood before the window of the bamboo loft, his fingertips gliding over the cold window frame. In the distance, Gu Mingda's estate was shrouded in the night, the bronze wind chimes hanging from the eaves occasionally chiming softly, reminiscent of a serpent's hiss. He shed his blood-stained white robe, revealing his lean back. The copper mirror reflected a ghastly wound on his left shoulder, the torn flesh exhibiting an eerie purplish hue, as Gu Rou's corrosive spiritual energy continued to gnaw at his meridians, summoning a thread of blood-colored spiritual energy at his fingertips. He calmly excised the festering flesh, cold sweat trickling down his chin, splattering the table with tiny droplets of blood. Outside, the bamboo shadows swayed. The dim candlelight flickered across the room, casting Gu Xianming's silhouette onto the window. He rummaged through the cabinet and unearthed a set of night clothes. The fabric, steeped in the essence of everlasting fragrance, could obscure him from the probing eyes of certain cultivators. Old dog. Let us see how you deal with that lunatic Gu this time. He tightened the mask before the copper mirror, his pupils glowing crimson in the darkness. Gu Mingda's residence lay at the eastern foot of the Gu family estate, flanked by 2 stone statues of soul-eating beasts at the entrance. Gu Xianming crouched behind an ancient locust tree, observing a troop of black-clad guards carrying torches as they passed. Amidst the flickering flames, he discerned their waist-mounted crossbows, artifacts specifically designed to counteract concealment spells. Gu Mingda certainly spares no expense. Holding his breath, he formed a seal with his fingers. 3 drops of his essence blood seeping forth. The blood droplets fell to the ground, transforming into gray sparrows that flitted off in different directions. Immediately, the guards sensed something amiss and split up to pursue. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Xianming drifted into the courtyard like a fallen leaf. The western chamber glowed with a warm yellow light, and Gu Qingyue's voice pierced through the paper window. That old fool actually believed it. She laughed, her voice trembling with delight. This morning, when the law enforcement hall discovered evidence at the forest lake, Gu Ro's face turned ashen. Gu Yunchuan's voice, tinged with hesitation, replied, "Isn't it inappropriate for grandfather to act this way? I really don't harbor such deep-seated animosity towards Gu Xianming. Do you think grandfather is doing this merely for your vengeance? What are you thinking? Do you truly believe you hold such significance in his heart? He wants Gu Xianming to take the blame before his demise." Gu Qingwei slammed down her teacup. "Once Gu Ro kills him, we will expose her massacre of our kin. And then grandfather will." Gu Xianming's pupils dilated in shock. A recording stone in his palm glimmered faintly, capturing every word of their dialogue. Suddenly, the moonlight broke through the clouds, illuminating a shadow against the paper window. Unbeknownst to him, a few drops of blood from his left shoulder had fallen, leaving bright red stains on the ground. This was dire. Who dares to intrude? A thunderous roar shattered the silence as Gu Mingda's figure materialized in the courtyard like a specter. The oppressive force of his golden core surged forth, causing Gu Xuanming's shoulder wound to burst open, soaking his night attire in blood. Without hesitation, he crushed the smoke-escape talisman hidden in his sleeve, and a dark mist enveloped the courtyard in an instant. Merely a petty trick. Gu Mingda's sleeve billowed, and a fierce wind tore through the poisonous mist. He saw a shadow vault over the wall. With fingers poised like a sword, he unleashed a beam of azure light. Thud! A sharp pain shot through Gu Xuanming's back, and a metallic taste filled his throat. Using the force of the impact, he propelled himself beyond the wall, slamming his palms against the ground. Where 3 blood-red runes materialized, Blood God's step. Chase him! Gu Mingda's furious roar echoed through the night, unyielding in pursuit. Gu Xuanming's breathing grew labored as the deep wound on his back oozed black blood. Gu Mingda's spiritual energy rampaged through his meridians like a parasitic blight, each step feeling akin to treading on blades. Before he knew Chapter 37, an astonishing gift, the frigid river water pierced through his pores like countless steel needles, and Gu Xianming regained a flicker of clarity amidst the chaos. His body tumbled incessantly with the undercurrent, the wounds on his back bleached by the water's flow, revealing glimpses of stark white bone. Each breath was tainted with the metallic tang of blood as the icy water surged into his lungs through his nostrils, igniting a searing pain. I cannot die, not yet. Since his rebirth, he had faced numerous obstacles, all of which he had narrowly overcome. How could he possibly halt his progress here? He desperately flailed his limbs, the residual potency of the blood elixir surging through his meridians. Suddenly, his right arm collided with a protruding rock, the excruciating impact causing his vision to darken. Using the momentum from the collision, he managed to pry his eyes open and, through the murky waters, discerned an irregular shadow on the rock wall ahead. Was that an entrance? The instinct for survival ignited the last reserves of his strength. His nails clawed into the crevices of the rock, his knuckles scraping against the rough surface, blood mingling with the stone. A sudden rush of dark water threatened to sweep him away, yet he gritted his teeth, even as his gums bled. Cough, cough. At last, as he crawled into the mouth of the cave, he erupted into violent coughs, expelling the river water laced with blood. The icy air filled his lungs, bringing with it a stinging pain. He collapsed onto the damp rock, his body trembling uncontrollably, each muscle protesting against the exertion. Time slipped away, and eventually, Gu Xianming regained some strength. Struggling to prop himself up, he surveyed his surroundings in the dim light of the cave ceiling, which was astonishingly dry. A stark contrast to the icy river outside. The neatly arranged luminous stones on the rock walls were clearly man-made, emanating a steady blue glow. This was undoubtedly not a natural cave. Gu Xianming murmured softly. He dragged his injured leg forward, his fingertips grazing a smooth stone tablet. The surface was thickly covered in moss, yet the character Xian Tian could still be discerned. Wiping away the moss with his sleeve revealed the complete inscription of Xian Tian Cave, each stroke imbued with a fierce sword intent. A cave of a transformation realm master? His voice echoed in the empty cavern, trembling with disbelief, as his bloodied hand unintentionally brushed against the runes at the base of the stone tablet. A sudden change occurred. The runes ignited with a crimson glow, spreading across the ground into the depths of the cave. A distant rumble resonated, causing the entire cavern to tremble slightly. Following the glowing runes, Gu Xianming came to a fork in the path. Two corridors led to two ancient stone doors. The left door bore the markings of the Qi refinement stage, while the right was inscribed with the foundation establishment stage. Without hesitation, he approached and pressed his bloodied palm against the central groove of the left stone door. As the door swung open, a vast chamber unfolded before him. In the center of the 100-foot-wide cavern, a white jade skeleton sat cross-legged upon a lotus pedestal, its bones gleaming like jade. Adorned with an ancient silver ring that shimmered with a faint light, it exuded a hint of transformation realm energy. Just as Gu Xianming was about to step forward for a closer examination, a wave of intense dizziness washed over him. Gu Xianming opened his eyes to find himself in a pitch-black space. Suddenly, countless vengeful spirits surged from all directions like a tidal wave. Countless pale, ghostly hands emerged from the darkness, gripping his limbs tightly. The faces of those he had slain materialized from the blood mist, each visage twisted in agony, emitting piercing wails. "Return my life," a cultivator with half his head severed lunged at him, rotting eyeballs dangling from his cheeks. "You shall not die a good death." A blood-soaked woman cradled a baby pierced by sword energy, cursing him with venomous rage. "Why did you kill me?" The head of a former comrade rolled on the ground, blood still gushing from the severed neck. Countless vengeful spirits enveloped him, their decaying fingers digging into his flesh. The stench of resentment flooding his mouth and nose. They yanked at his hair, their sharp nails lacerating his skin, black blood gushing for time passed unnoticed, and suddenly, a cacophony akin to the sound of beans sizzling filled the air around Gu Xianming, as his spiritual energy began to uncontrollably leak out. Eighth layer of Qi refinement. Gu Xianming stretched his back and rose slowly. It was time to depart with that thought. He cast his gaze towards the white jade skeleton at the center of the cave, almost forgetting that it was a remarkable treasure, the remains of a transcendent being. Brimming with potential, and the silver ring adorning its hand, though merely ornamental, had been worn by such a powerful entity for so long that it now bore a trace of its divine essence. Old dog, Gu could never have anticipated this. Striving tirelessly to bring about my demise, only to unwittingly bestow upon me such a grand gift. Now, are you prepared for the return of my own offering? Gu Xianming clenched the recording stone in his hand, his pallid complexion illuminated by the glow of the luminous stone, resembling a vengeful deity risen from the depths of hell. Chapter 38. The gift from Gu Xianming. The setting sun bled across the sky, casting a fiery glow upon the glazed tiles of the apothecary hall, reminiscent of burning coals. Gu Rou stood beneath the eaves, her silver hair tinged a dark crimson by the twilight, as if soaked in blood. In her emaciated palm rested a bronze compass, which trembled violently, its needle unwaveringly pointing towards the rear mountain of the Gu family, the very spot where Gu Xianming had vanished 2 days prior. 2 days. Her parched lips quivered slightly, her nails nearly embedding themselves into the intricate patterns of the compass. Gu Rou was not concerned about that boy fleeing. After all, he bore the heart-eating Gu she had painstakingly planted within him. This cursed insect could only be unraveled by her. And even if he escaped to the ends of the earth, death would be his inevitable fate. Unless had he already perished? This thought tightened Gu Rou's chest. Her withered fingers unconsciously caressed the edge of the compass, a flicker of anxiety flashing in her murky gaze. If Gu Xianming had truly uncovered some crucial clue, only to be silenced. Bang! The sudden crash of the courtyard door being flung open shattered her thoughts. Gu Rou looked up abruptly, witnessing a bloodied figure stagger into the courtyard. The person's white hair was disheveled, their dark robe torn to shreds, revealing a back marred by dozens of deep, bone-exposing wounds. Most alarming was the penetrating injury on the left shoulder. The edges of the wound exhibited an eerie purplish hue, unmistakably inflicted by the Gu family's secretive broken finger sword. The broken finger sword was an intermediate martial art of the Gu family, forbidden to all but clan elders, or those who had made significant contributions to the family. Gu Rou, the clan elder Gu Xianming, collapsed on the stone steps, blood spilling forth and staining the carved Pishio design upon the steps, murmuring, "Disciple did not disgrace the mission." Gu Rou's pupils constricted. She could keenly sense the heart-eating Gu she had planted still thrashing within his dantian, yet this injury speak clearly. Her claw-like hand seized Gu Xianming's arm. Yet she hesitated to probe with her spiritual energy. This broken body could scarcely withstand even the slightest influx of power. Gu Xianming shakily raised a blood-soaked recording stone. As spiritual energy surged into it, Gu Qingyue's twisted, triumphant voice echoed throughout the courtyard. "Once Gu Rou kills him, we shall expose the old fool's crimes of slaughtering his kin." The scene unveiled the furnishings of Gu Mingda's study. A detailed topographical map sprawled across the desk, an alchemy furnace in the corner, and even the calligraphy of the character's calm heart on the screen, all unmistakably penned by Gu Mingda himself. The previous night, the disciple infiltrated Gu Mingda's estate. Gu Xianming coughed up a mouthful of black blood, which contained fragments of internal organs. Discovering they were concocting a poison of the same source as the disciple's spiritual energy, he retrieved a charred jade slip from his bosom. The very protective talisman worn by Gu Lingao at the time of her demise. An object potent enough to unleash the full might of a golden core expert. This item was found in a concealed compartment within Gu Mingda's alchemical chamber. Gu Rou trembled violently, her withered nails digging deep into her palm, oozing dark crimson droplets. The recording stone see his fingertips toyed with a scarlet elixir, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. The potion in Gu Yunxuan's foolish chamber was precisely what he had recklessly placed there today, despite the immense peril. Gu Mingda could hardly fathom that the petty thief, who had narrowly escaped death just 2 nights prior, would audaciously return in broad daylight 2 days later. Chapter 39. The Coming Storm. Gu Rou. Do you truly wish to fight me to the death? In midair, Gu Mingda bellowed, his body radiating a golden light. The oppressive aura of his second-tier golden core surging forth like a tidal wave. He formed hand seals, and a phantom of a demon beast erupted behind him, inscribed with swirling runes that exuded an overwhelming force that seemed to suppress the very heavens and earth. With her white hair billowing, Gu Rou displayed no signs of weakness, unleashing the aura of her third-tier golden core, which even overshadowed Gu Mingda. Flames of fury blazed in her eyes. If I do not take your life today, I shall not remain human. She raised her jade hand, and a jade sword of vibrant green materialized in the air, entwined with verdant vines, its roar echoing through the skies. The 2 formidable golden core practitioners faced each other, causing the air within a 100-foot radius to grow dense with tension. The onlooking members of the Gu family retreated, with those of lesser cultivation being forced to spit blood from the sheer pressure. Go. Gu Mingda was the first to strike, the demon beast expanding in size to that of a mountain, unleashing a formidable torrent of yellow energy. Gu Rou let out a cold laugh, her jade sword trembling lightly. Azure Flood Dragon, arise. The vines on the sword suddenly swelled, transforming into a 100-foot azure flood dragon that soared skyward, with a sweeping tail. It shattered the torrent, and its claws clashed fiercely against the beast's phantom. Boom. An earth-shattering explosion resonated, sending shockwaves throughout the Gu residence. The ornamental rocks and pavilions crumbled, and the ground split open with deep chasms. Gu Mingda let out a muffled grunt, blood trickling from his lips, as the demon beast phantom was sent reeling backward. You old fool, prepare to die. Gu Rou, now emboldened, hurled her jade sword into the air, which then split into 9 radiant azure streams that surged toward Gu Mingda from various angles. Each beam of sword light harbored the power to annihilate the heavens and earth, distorting the very fabric of space in its wake. Gu Mingda's expression shifted dramatically. He hurriedly bit his tongue, spraying a mouthful of blood onto the demon beast phantom. Beast suppresses mountains and rivers. The beast's phantom trembled violently, emitting a 100-foot beam of golden light that split into 9, colliding with the sword lights. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of Gu Rou's foundation within the clan runs too deep. Uprooting it entirely requires further meticulous planning. Nonetheless, she has successfully taken the first step. Meanwhile, in another corner of the apothecary hall, Gu Rou returned to her courtyard, promptly activating all protective barriers. She carelessly tossed aside the elixirs bestowed upon her by the clan leader, her eyes glinting with a cold light. Gu Tianqing, do you truly believe this will restrain me? She scoffed to herself. The apothecary hall has flourished for decades. It cannot simply be seized by your minions. What if you are the strongest in the Gu family? She retrieved a communication jade slip, swiftly inscribing a few lines before shattering it. The slip disintegrated into a stream of light, soaring toward the apothecary hall. Since you wish to play, I shall indulge you fully. Gu Rou's slender, withered fingers gently tapped the tabletop as a bolder scheme began to take shape in her mind. Since the clan leader shows no mercy, she cannot be blamed for her lack of righteousness. Perhaps it is time to reach out to those clan elders who harbor discontent toward Gu Tianqing. As night deepened, ominous clouds gathered over the Gu family, heralding the approach of an even greater storm. Chapter 40. The Black Prison and Severed Finger. A thunderous roar reverberated ominously above the Gu family estate, casting a pallor over the surroundings. Hurry up. Gu Xianming was forcefully shoved forward, stumbling as he went. The spirit sealing lock on his wrist rendered him powerless, and the moss-covered stone steps were as slick as if coated in oil. Rainwater dripped from his body, mingling with the blood trickling from the wound on his left shoulder. It was already the second day of the fierce confrontation between Gu Rou and Gu Mingda. This morning, he had been summoned by Gu Tianqing under the pretext of assisting in an investigation, yet his brutish demeanor bore no resemblance to that of a cooperative investigator. At last, a dark structure emerged through the rain, looming like a crouching beast. Constructed from spirit restraining stone, this edifice was impervious to any form of divine probing, housing the Gu family's darkest secrets. For guards stood at the entrance, adorned with bronze masks, their halberds glimmering with a ghostly blue poison. Was this the Black Prison? He squinted, surveying the surroundings. The walls were embedded with luminous stones that flickered like will-o'-the-wisps, and the air was thick with a strange, musty odor, tinged with the scent of blood. The leading enforcer turned back with a mocking smile. What's wrong? Are you afraid? The clan leader has personally ordered your capture. Do you think you can walk out of here alive? Gu Xianming licked his cracked lips. Upon hearing Gu Tianqing's intention to temporarily suspend Gu Rou for 3 days, he had foreseen the current predicament. They arrived. The heavy iron door creaked open, its shrill sound echoing in the dimly lit dungeon. Inside the interrogation room stood an iron chair, entwined with chains inscribed with runes. Sit down. 2 enforcers pressed down on his shoulders, Gu Xianming was roughly forced onto the chair, and the chains automatically latched onto his limbs with a resounding click. Just then, a middle-aged man clad in a purple robe entered, hands behind his back. Su Shouzhua. The enforcers immediately bowed in respect. Su Peilang, head of the law enforcement hall and a loyal lackey of clan leader Gu Tianqing. Gu Xianming scoffed inwardly. Gu Xianming. Su Peilang leisurely circled around him. Do you know why you have been captured? I do not know, Gu Xianming replied, his head bowed, deliberately trembling his voice. Slap. A resounding slap struck him, darkening his vision. Feigning ignorance? Su Peilang seized his hair. That recording stone you gave to Gu Rou contains false images. A jolt ran through Gu Xianming's heart. How did they discover this? No, it was impossible. The illusion technique he crafted using cave energy was undetectable to golden core cultivators. Moreover, the recording stone's images were a blend of truth and deception. Even if they sensed something amiss, they would likely attribute it to prolonged exposure to water, resulting in diminished spiritual energy. Chairman, please see clearly. He squeezed out 2 tears. That recording stone was filmed in Gu Mingda's ancestral home. My life was nearly lost at that time. Nonsense. Su Peilang kicked the iron chair, sending Gu Xianming crashing to the ground, the chains digging painfully into his flesh. The clan leader offers you a chance at life. Su Peilang crouched down, his tone suddenly softening. If you admit that Gu Rou instructed you to fabricate evidence against Elder Gu Mingda, I shall allow you to return home for a peaceful sleep these next 2 days, sparing you the torment of this black prison. Gu Xianming's pupils constricted. So that was the plan. The clan leader did not seek to investigate, but aimed to use him to bring Gu Rou down. They intended to leverage me to frame Gu Rou, cementing her guilt for trespassing into the elder's estate. What a cunning scheme. Gu Xianming chuckled coldly within. Even offering me a chance to return home for a peaceful slumber? Perhaps after 2 days of restful sleep, I would never awaken again. He feigned a troubled expression. I cannot commit to such baseless accusations. Su Peilang laughed, producing a slender silver needle from his sleeve. Do you know what this is? A bone-piercing needle, specifically for those who refuse to speak. The needle's tip pressed against the crevice of Gu Xianming's fingernail, and with a gentle flick, Gu Xianming screamed, his body curling up like a shrimp. The pain coursed through him like a venomous snake, slithering into his heart. This is merely the first needle. Su Peilang waved the silver needle. 10 fingers connect to the heart. You have 10 fingers and 10 toes. Gu Xianming gasped, cold sweat soaking his back. He trembled violently, appearing on the brink of collapse from just 1 needle. Chairman, he suddenly shouted. I am willing to sever a finger to prove my innocence. The interrogation room fell silent. Su Peilang narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? I am willing to cut off my little finger and swear an oath of blood. Gu Xianming's voice trembled yet remained resolute. This will prove the content of the recording stone is true and that I acted without coercion. This tactic turned the tables. By resorting to self-mutilation to prove his innocence, he inadvertently solidified Gu Mingda's guilt. Gu Wuhan's expression fluctuated. The clan leader had tasked him with pressuring Gu Xianming to implicate Gu Rou. Yet this boy, Chapter 41, blood escape technique outside the window, torrential rain hammered against the glazed tiles, creating a cacophony that unsettled the mind. Within, Gu Tianqing rhythmically tapped his fingertips on the zeton table, producing a staccato sound that sent ripples through the tea in the celadone cup before him. Scattered across the table were numerous intelligence reports sent by his spies. Despite the downpour outside, it could not extinguish the fiery turmoil within his heart. Rather, it intensified his agitation. Have you all seen clearly? He suddenly exclaimed, sweeping the reports to the ground. 5 of the 12 clan elders had secretly visited Gu Rou's secluded residence last night. A candle flickered and sputtered, and in a fit of rage, Gu Tianqing seized the teacup and hurled it to the floor. The jade shattered upon the brick, with a shard striking Su Peilang's brow and drawing blood. 5. A cold laugh escaped his throat. Do you comprehend the implications of this? Su Peilang gulped, his throat constricting. The reports meticulously documented the entry and exit times of each elder or chief. The pharmacy steward entered at the 3rd watch and departed at the 1st light. The elder from the discipline hall arrived at the 2nd watch and left shortly thereafter. I shall dispatch more personnel to monitor those elders immediately. Fool. Gu Tianqing smashed the zeton table with his palm. What good is surveillance now? He kicked aside the splintered wood and rose slowly. She seeks to rally support to depose me as clan leader. Su Peilang's pupils constricted. According to the clan's ancestral teachings, if half of the 12 elders, 6 in total, jointly signed in blood, they could activate the clan's protective formation to forcibly remove the clan leader. She cannot gather that many supporters. Gu Tianqing smirked suddenly. The 3 elders from the law enforcement hall and the scripture pavilion are all loyal to me. However, he grasped the top report, revealing that the pharmacy had transported 19 jars of 100-day drunkenness last night. Su Peilang's face drained of color. 100-day drunkenness was Gu Rou's exclusive spirit liquor, known to extend life for 100 days, and was traditionally bestowed only upon her most loyal assassins. She is winning hearts. Gu Tianqing ignited a bluish flame at his fingertips, reducing the reports to ashes. Now, execute these 3 orders immediately. With each command, he flicked out a jade tablet. First, activate the clan's protective formation, allow entry but forbid exit. Second, bring that little wretch from the dungeon. He narrowed his eyes. Wait, you said he severed a finger? Su Peilang hastily presented the recording stone from the interrogation. The image showed Gu Xianming slumped in an iron chair, the severed finger a bloody mess, mumbling about wrongful accusations. He plays the part of a dog quite well, Gu Tianqing scoffed, snapping the recording stone in two. Too bad his eyes are too bright, look at how he winces in pain, yet his pupils remain dilated. He rummaged through a drawer and produced a piece of dark, dried meat, tossing it towards Gu Xianming. What is this? Meat infused with intestinal erosion powder. Gu Tianqing grinned like a butcher weighing meat on a block. This will cause even a golden elixir practitioner to suffer for 3 days. Once he is in agony, he dipped a finger in the tea and inscribed the character Faro on the table. Pre-API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Chapter 42. The morning light piercing the dense fog. The Gu residence was enveloped in thick fog before dawn. The dungeon guard, Wang Wu, held an oil lamp, its dim flame casting flickering shadows on the damp stone walls. Stifling a yawn and rubbing his tired eyes, he pushed open the iron door of the last cell. Clang. The oil lamp fell to the ground, extinguishing its flame in an instant. Wang Wu's pupils dilated in shock as, aided by the faint morning light filtering through the window, he beheld a horrifying corpse curled up in the corner. The skin was ghastly pale, devoid of blood, and a gaping wound, seemingly torn by a beast, marred the neck. Most terrifying were the eerie symbols, drawn in blood upon the wall, that appeared to writhe as if alive. Dead. Dead. Wang Wu stumbled backward, his back colliding heavily against the iron bars. He scrambled out of the dungeon, his hoarse cries shattering the silence. Gu Xianming has escaped. The guard is dead. His terrified screams startled the birds perched under the eaves. When Su Peilang rushed into the dungeon with the enforcement disciples, they were met with a floating severed finger amidst the pool of blood. Gu Tianqing stood by the window, his fingertips unconsciously caressing the jade pendant at his waist. The sounds of the search outside had persisted for half an hour. Just as he tore apart the 7th intelligence report, he suddenly caught a whiff of blood mingled with the metallic scent of rust. It was a fresh scent, accompanied by the characteristic damp chill of the dungeon. Patriarch Chenin. A cool voice emerged from the shadows, its tone as gentle as greeting an old friend. Gu Tianqing spun around, the sword energy in his sleeve coalescing into a 3-inch azure glow. There, reclined casually in a grandmaster's chair, was a figure, as relaxed as if this were his own chamber. The pale face bore traces of blood that had long since dried. Gu Tianqing's gaze first fell upon the severed finger on the right hand. Its bandage remained soaked in blood, dark crimson stains blooming on the pristine satin cushion like a blossoming red plum. His eyes slowly traced upward, finally resting on an ordinary silver ring. Seeking death. Gu Tianqing's voice was as cold as ice, and the sword energy surged forth, aiming directly at the throat. This strike contained 70% of his power, distorting the very air through which it passed. Suddenly, a faint glint flashed from the silver ring. Though subtle, it sent a tremor through Gu Tianqing's heart. The sword energy dissipated 3 inches from his throat, transforming into scattered starlight that drifted away. Gu Xianming did not so much as flutter his eyelashes. He merely brushed his neck lightly, his fingertips gathering a trace of the residual sword energy that had crystallized into ice. 30 years ago, the ancestor wore a silver ring when he entered seclusion, did he not? Gu Xianming mused, twisting the ring with a voice so soft it seemed to be a mere observation. Just an ordinary ring, is it not? Gu Tianqing's pupils constricted. Indeed. It was an utterly ordinary silver ring, devoid of any enchantments or special effects. Yet at this moment, he distinctly felt the faint, lingering pressure emanating from the ring, a unique aura of a transcendent being, one that time could scarcely diminish. You think that with a ring tainted by the aura of a transcendent being, you can persuade me to trust you? Gu Tianqing scoffed, a chilling laugh escaping his lips as an astounding spiritual pressure erupted from his being. The air in the study instantly solidified. The teacup on the table cracked with spiderweb-like fissures, and the hanging scrolls rustled without a breeze, producing a haunting sound. A faint smile graced Gu Xianming's lips, as though he had seen through Gu Tianqing's thoughts. The silver ring in his fingers gleamed with a cold light in the morning sun. Does it matter whose ring it is? His voice was gentle yet bore an undeniable edge. He chuckled softly, his knuckles lightly tapping the table. What truly matters is that it carries the essence of a transcendent being, does it not? The patterns on the silver ring were vague, yet the palpable pressure it exuded was real. Gu Xianming slowly lifted his gaze, his dark eyes locking onto Gu Tianqing's with a piercing intensity. Moreover, he deliberately elongated his words. The patriarch should know better than I whether the ancestor remains in seclusion. This statement struck Gu Tianqing like a heavy blow, causing his pupils to constrict sharply, his hands instinctively tightening behind his back. For 30 years, this secret had been buried deep within him, known to no one. He had visited the ancestor's secluded cave, where not a trace of presence remained. What do you truly want? Gu Tianqing's voice was hoarse, his throat involuntarily tightening. His hands behind his back had already gathered the necessary incantations. Should Gu Xianming make even the slightest move, this study would instantly transform into a battlefield. However, Gu Xianming seemed oblivious to the tension. He calmly stood up and strolled toward the window. At that moment, the morning light had pierced through the fog, casting a golden hue upon his pale profile, yet it could not penetrate the depths of his inscrutable eyes. He lifted his hand to gently caress the window frame. His voice barely above a whisper, "Why must the patriarch be so anxious?" His fingertips traced lightly along the window frame, leaving a shallow mark. "I am here to assist the patriarch in resolving his quandaries." The silver ring rotated slightly between his fingers, its cold light casting a shifting shadow upon the wall. Gu Tianqing fixed his gaze upon Gu Xuanming's retreating figure. This disciple, merely at the qi refinement stage, now instilled in him a sense of trepidation. Yes, trepidation. It was a foreign feeling, one that had not graced his heart since he ascended to the position of patriarch. In the past month, Gu Rou had scoured countless residences and incurred the ire of many. Gu Xianming abruptly shifted the topic, his voice as calm as discussing the weather. "The chief steward of the pharmacy has been thoroughly searched, and the grandson of the clan elder in the discipline hall has been publicly humiliated." "I am aware of all this," Gu Tianqing interrupted coldly. "But what the patriarch does not know is..." Gu Xianming turned to face him, the silver ring in his fingers twirling. "They have endured in silence, believing the ancestor has already passed, hesitating to take sides." He suddenly halted, the silver ring now aimed squarely at Gu Tianqing's eyes. "If I were to present this ring and claim that the ancestor remains in seclusion..." Gu Tianqing's breath hitched. The proposition was both enticing and perilous. Although the ring bore no special powers, the lingering aura of the transcendent being was potent enough to intimidate the wavering clan elders. Yet, should the deception be unveiled? Gu Tianqing fell into a lengthy silence, his fingertips unconsciously caressing the jade pendant at his waist. At last, he spoke slowly. "What are your terms?" His deep voice carried an undertone of concession that he himself had not fully realized. Gu Xianming chuckled lightly in response, nonchalantly adjusting his sleeve. "First, I require cultivation resources." He paused, his long fingers lightly tapping the table, each tap resonating like a hammer upon Gu Tianqing and Appo's heart. "Second, I want the right to enter and exit the ancestral grounds at will, including access to all forbidden texts." At this juncture, Gu Xianming suddenly lifted his gaze, a flash of crimson flickering in his dark pupils. A chilling smile curved his lips as he enunciated each word. "As for the final condition, I wish to personally end the lives of Gu Rou and Gu Mingda, allowing them to slowly breathe their last in despair. After multiple attempts on my life, your time is drawing near." His voice was soft yet akin to a dull blade, slowly and cruelly slicing through Gu Tianqing's last psychological defenses. "Agreed." Gu Tianqing finally nodded, his voice dry and foreign to his own ears. Gu Xianming inclined his head slightly, slipping the silver ring back onto his finger. As he turned to leave, his white hair shimmered with a faint golden hue in the morning light, his silhouette standing tall like a sword drawn from its sheath. Gu Tianqing remained rooted in place, suddenly gripped by an unprecedented weariness. For the first time in 300 years, he felt old. He stood there in a daze, his gaze unfocused as he watched Gu Xianming depart. After a long while, he slowly shook his head, releasing a barely audible sigh. "Xianyang." The weariness and concern in his voice were palpable. "I can only hope you never find yourself as his enemy." Chapter 43. The Third Interrogation, Part 1. The resounding strike of the midnight gong had long since faded, its echoes dissipating into the stillness of the night. It was the third day following the cataclysmic clash between Gu Mingda and Gu Rou, and the entire Gu family estate seemed ensnared in invisible shackles, with even the bronze wind chimes hanging from the eaves remaining eerily still. The continuous whispers of the wind had rendered everyone as jumpy as startled birds. At this moment, even the ethereal spirits and phantoms appeared to huddle in the shadows, holding their breath as all creation succumbed to the weariness that follows taut nerves. The Gu family was engulfed in a silence akin to death. The moonlight was obscured by heavy clouds, casting the estate into a murky darkness. The night watchmen, cradling their long spears, dozed off, while the lanterns swayed gently in the night breeze, casting shadows that danced unpredictably. Deep within the dungeon, the mingling stench of dampness and blood formed a nauseating miasma. Gu Yunxian huddled on a corner of the straw mat, his embroidered robe wrinkled and caked with dust. Compared to the tribulations endured by Gu Xianming in recent days, his plight was certainly more tolerable. Save for the faint bruise on his wrist, he bore no other wounds. Yet, his once handsome visage now appeared alarmingly pale, his brows knitted tightly, even in slumber, a clear indication that the recent upheavals had inflicted great torment upon him. He stirred restlessly in his dreams, the straw mat emitting a faint rustling sound. Outside the cell, a mouse scurried by, casting a flickering shadow on the stone wall. Suddenly, Gu Yunxuan's breath quickened, and his brow furrowed even more deeply, a primal sense of danger slithering up his spine like a venomous serpent, raising the hairs on the back of his neck. In an instant, sleep evaporated, and he shot open his eyes. There, in the darkness, a pair of icy eyes were fixed intently upon him, faintly glowing with a sinister red light. The dangerous glimmer emanating from those eyes rendered Gu Yunxuan's blood chilled. Even more chilling was the sight of a mane of snowy white hair that shimmered with an eerie luminescence, starkly contrasting against the enveloping darkness. Before he could utter a sound, a frigid hand clamped down over his mouth and nose like an iron vice. Gu Yunxuan's eyes widened in terror, and by the dim moonlight, he recognized the figure before him. Gu Xianming, his striking face twisted into a chilling smirk. The curve of his lips reminiscent of the scythe of death. "Do not make a sound, cousin." Gu Xuanming's voice was a whisper, yet carried an undeniable authority. "I have merely come to play a game with you." Gu Yunxian thrashed violently, clawing desperately at Gu Xuanming's arm, his nails leaving crimson marks upon the pale skin. Yet, the latter's strength was astonishing, holding him in place without a hint of movement. What was more terrifying was the strange black mist oozing from Gu Xuanming's fingers, writhing like a living creature as it slithered toward his nostrils. "Fear not. It will not hurt much." Gu Xuanming's voice grew distant, as if echoing from afar. "When you awaken, everything will be different." Gu Yunxuan's pupils constricted suddenly, feeling the black mist invade his body like a chilling serpent, freezing his blood in its wake. He wanted to scream, to fight back, but his body grew heavier, his consciousness fading into a haze. The last image he retained was Gu Xuanming's unfathomable eyes and the enigmatic smile gracing his lips. Darkness completely consumed his awareness. Gu Xianming slowly released his grip, observing Gu Yunxuan's limp form on the ground, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his features. He knelt down, his fingertip delicately tracing Gu Yunxuan's brow, a wisp of black mist coalescing into a peculiar rune that swiftly sank beneath the skin. "Sleep now, my dear cousin," he murmured softly. "When you awaken, it will be your turn to perform." Outside the cell, a gust of night wind swept through, stirring a few fallen leaves. Gu Xuanming's silhouette vanished like a specter into the shadows, leaving behind the unconscious Gu Yunxian and the dimming oil lamp on the ground. As the flame flickered, a peculiar smile crept upon Gu Yunxuan's lips. As dawn broke, the ancient bronze bell of the law enforcement hall suddenly tolled 9 times, the reverberation shaking loose dust from the eaves. It had not rung in 30 years, the last time being during the patriarch's seclusion. "All clan members, gather at the law enforcement hall for the third interrogation." Gu Tianxing's voice resonated with spiritual energy, echoing across the Gu family estate. The disciples engaged in morning exercises paused, exchanging bewildered glances. "What has happened?" A young disciple sheathed his sword, anxiety etched across his face. The elder servant beside him wore a grave expression. The simultaneous tolling of 9 bells signifies a grave matter. The last time this occurred was 30 years ago. In front of the law enforcement hall, the crowd surged like a tide. Some disciples donned embroidered robes, while others wore coarse cloth garments, all displaying a tense demeanor. A group of female disciples huddled together, whispering, "I heard they are to interrogate Elder Gu Mingda." "Shoo, lower your voice. Did you not see Elder Gu Ro's countenance?" Upon the platform, Gu Tianxing, clad in dark ceremonial robes, presented a solemn visage. To his left stood the Elder Gu Wuhan, his waist adorned with a spirit whip that glinted ominously. To his right was Gu Mingyuan, the elder of the transmission hall, cradling the Gu family ancestral teachings. "Silence." Gu Wuhan's commanding shout echoed, the whip cracking in the air, instantly quieting the crowd. Gu Tianxing surveyed the assembly, his voice grave. "Today's third interrogation bears immense significance. I request your witness." He paused, raising his hand to signal, "Bring forth the witness." The crowd buzzed anew. Emerging from the throng was Gu Xianming, his white hair strikingly illuminated by the morning light. Blood seeped through the bandage on his left shoulder. Each step he took inciting murmurs among the onlookers. "He is still alive. I heard he was pursued by Elder Gu Mingda." "Shoo, are you courting death?" Gu Xianming came to a halt before the platform, his gaze steady as he met Gu Mingda's eyes. The moment their gazes locked, it was as though sparks ignited in the air. "Let us begin," Gu Tianxing intoned solemnly. "Today we shall deliver justice for Elder Gu Ro and for all." Chapter 44, The Third Interrogation, Part 2. At the moment Gu Mingda was brought into the hall, a terrifying glint erupted in Gu Ro's eyes. Her slender fingers tightly gripped the hilt of her jade sword, her knuckles turning a pale blue from the strain, while the embroidered collar of her dress heaved violently with her rapid breaths, as if it might be torn apart by her surging fury at any moment. With a resounding crash, she suddenly stood, smashing the armrest of her seat into splinters. "Old dog," she exclaimed fiercely, her voice laced with months of pent-up resentment. "Today, I shall demand justice for my granddaughter, and let you pay with your blood for your crimes." The jade sword unsheathed 3 inches, its cold light reflecting off her face, twisted in rage, making her appear even more menacing. The crowd below turned their heads in surprise, many elders frowning in disapproval. Such a blatant display of emotion was clearly a disregard for the authority of the Gu family's law enforcement hall, showing utter contempt for the elders present. Gu Tianxing sat at the head of the table, a barely perceptible smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He deliberately waited for the unrest below to swell before slowly raising his hand. "Elder Gu Ro, please remain calm," he said, his voice steady yet imbued with undeniable authority. "The outcome will be determined through due process." His gaze swept over the assembly, absorbing their expressions of astonishment, dissatisfaction, and contemplation, and a cold smile curled within him. This trial was unfolding precisely as he had anticipated. Upon hearing his words, Gu Ro forcibly restrained her anger, slowly sheathing her jade sword, snorting in disdain as she reseated herself. Gu Tianxing waved his hand, and suddenly, numerous bronze lamps in the hall flared to life. their bright light illuminating every detail of the chamber. The intricate designs of the bronze lamps appeared vividly under the harsh light, as if they might leap from their fixtures to shatter all deception. In this brilliant illumination, every pattern in the hall was clearly visible. Even the bloodstains accumulated over the years on the bluestone floor could not escape scrutiny. The golden serpent patterns on Gu Tianqing's dark ceremonial robe shimmered under the light as he slowly raised his hand, tapping the armrest of his seat lightly. Today, let this bronze lamp serve as witness, and let the heart-searching mirror provide judgment, restoring clarity to the Gu family. The assembly instinctively held their breath. Even the crackling of the burning candles could be distinctly heard. In such bright light, any subtle change in expression was laid bare, and every lie would be exposed under the scrutiny of the heart-searching mirror. Standing high above, Gu Tianqing's nine-headed serpent pattern glimmered coldly under the light. He raised his hand and declared, "Bring forth the heart-searching mirror." As his words resonated, a crack slowly opened in the dome of the law enforcement hall, and an ancient bronze mirror descended from the air, hovering in the center of the hall. The surface of the mirror rippled like water, and the 12 grooves along its edge radiated a golden glow, as if alive, flowing gently. The heart-searching mirror, an ancestral heirloom of the Gu family. Capable of discerning the truth of one's soul, beneath the divine, none can deceive. Gu Tianqing's gaze was icy as he fixed it upon Gu Mingda. "My first question, did you frame Gu Xianming?" Bound by 4 soul-binding restraints, Gu Mingda's left shoulder bled profusely, yet he straightened his back defiantly, gritting his teeth. "No. I act with integrity. How could I stoop to such despicable acts?" Suddenly, the heart-searching mirror began to tremble violently, its surface rippling as an image gradually sharpened. A scene unfolded where Gu Mingda, cloaked in black, stealthily entered Gu Linger's chamber. He rummaged swiftly, extracting an embroidered outer robe from deep within the wardrobe. The scene shifted to a cliffside, where the moonlight was dim, and Gu Mingda, surrounded by many confidants, encircled Gu Xianming, a cold smile evident on his lips. "Do you dare to quibble?" Gu Tianqing roared, his voice crashing like thunder. "The heart-searching mirror is a treasured relic from our ancestors. Beneath the divine, none can deceive." Gu Mingda trembled violently, his pupils constricting to pinpricks. He stared at the image in the mirror, his throat constricting. "Heaven seeks to destroy me." He chuckled bitterly, his once proud posture collapsing, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. "Yes, I did frame him." An uproar erupted in the hall, voices overlapping in shock and indignation, some expressing outrage, others astonishment, and many secretly relieved to have escaped entanglement in this affair. Gu Tianqing snorted coldly, his voice devoid of warmth. "My second question, did you kill Gu Linga?" Gu Mingda's head shot up, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the heart-searching mirror, and he hoarsely cried, "No." The heart-searching mirror hung silently in the air, its surface as still as a stagnant pond, void of even the slightest ripple. A peculiar silence enveloped the law enforcement hall, where even breaths could be distinctly heard. The heart-searching mirror showed no response. The head of the medicine hall dropped his staff with a loud clatter, the sound echoing piercingly in the heavy silence. Gu Ro's hand trembled slightly around the hilt of her sword, the tip scratching a fine line on the bluestone floor. This cannot be." Gu Tianqing's brow furrowed deeply, a profound crease forming between his brows. His gaze, sharp as a blade, remained locked onto the unresponsive heart-searching mirror, his dry fingers unconsciously tapping the gilded armrest, producing a dull thud that rang starkly in the quiet hall. The inaction of the heart-searching mirror indicated that his claims were indeed true. Gu Mingwan, an elder of the transmission hall, slowly spoke, his aged voice resonating clearly in the stillness of the courtroom, each word weighted with authority. Gu Linger was indeed not killed by him. Gu Mingda was momentarily stunned, a flicker of disbelief flashing in his murky eyes. Then, a twisted grimace formed on his lips, erupting into a maniacal laughter. "Ha ha ha. Do you see? The heart-searching mirror attests to it." His laughter echoed through the hall, shaking loose dust from the eaves above. At that moment, Gu Xianming stepped forward. His white hair shimmered with a chilling silver under the candlelight as he advanced slowly, his long fingers brushing against the edge of the heart-searching mirror. The surface rippled faintly at his touch, reflecting his pale visage. "How intriguing," he murmured, his voice as soft as leaves brushing over water. The heart-searching mirror indeed confirmed that Elder Gu Mingda had not personally slain Gu Linger. Before he could finish, he suddenly raised his gaze, and a flicker of crimson flashed in his dark pupils, akin to a blood-red star igniting the night. But what if someone used his hand to indirectly bring about Gu Linger's demise? This statement resounded like thunder within the courtroom. The assembly awoke from their stupor, collectively gasping in shock. Gu Ro's jade sword unsheathed with a sharp sound, its blade gleaming ominously. Gu Tianqing's expression shifted dramatically, and he barked sharply, "Gu Mingda, did you indirectly instigate another to murder Gu Lingo?" Gu Mingda's face turned ashen, his lips trembling as he desperately sought to defend himself. "No." Bang. Just then, an unexpected turn of events. Chapter 45, The Third Interrogation, Part 2, a deafening roar shattered the solemnity of the courtroom. The heavy doors of the law hall were violently smashed open by an overwhelming force, sending wooden splinters flying like a torrential downpour. This unexpected turn of events interrupted Gu Tianqing's questioning, and all gazes instinctively turned towards the entrance. A figure, drenched in blood, staggered into the courtroom. heavy iron chains dragging along the bluestone floor, producing a grating sound that made one's teeth ache. With each step, the figure left a shocking trail of blood behind. Gu Yinxian. Gu Mingda's pupils contracted to the size of pinpricks, his voice rising in disbelief and shock. The sight of Gu Yunxian was unbearable. His once resplendent robe had turned into tattered rags, and broken dark iron shackles hung from his wrists and ankles, with flesh remnants clinging to the edges. With a thud, Gu Yunxian fell heavily to his knees beside Gu Mingda. He lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with deep-seated hatred, his gaze piercing Gu Mingda's heart like a poisoned arrow. Grandfather. Gu Yunxuan's voice was hoarse and barely recognizable, each word accompanied by blood froth spilling from the corner of his mouth. You are so ruthless. The courtroom erupted in chaos. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, and murmurs surged like a tidal wave. What is happening? Gu Rou suddenly stood up, her jade hand resting on the hilt of her sword. Gu Yinxian struggled to crawl forward, trembling hands retrieving a blood-stained jade box from his bosom. The box was marred with cracks, yet the 3 crimson characters engraved upon it were still discernible. Blood poison pill. These words resounded in the courtroom like thunder. Blood poison pill? Is that not a highly toxic substance classified as forbidden? A member of the medicinal hall gasped in astonishment. It is said that this poison is colorless and tasteless, leading to gradual insanity and a grotesque demise, leaving not even a trace of bones. An older clan elder whispered, his voice laced with fear. Could it be that Gu Lingo is? All eyes turned towards Gu Mingda. His complexion turned as pale as paper, and his frail fingers clutched the soul-subduing lock, yearning to break free from its constraints. His lips trembled, his voice sharp. You wretched creature. What nonsense are you spouting? Gu Yunxian let out a chilling laugh, abruptly tearing open his garment. A bizarre black pattern emerged on his chest, writhing like a living entity, emanating a chilling aura, indeed, demonic energy. Grandfather planted the repentance demon seed within me. Gu Yunxuan's voice quivered violently, his eyes filled with a tumultuous blend of fear and hatred. If I do not obey his commands, the demon seed will devour my heart, leaving me in a fate worse than death. Gu Tianqing and the other clan elders were taken aback by his words. A demon cultivator. Such beings are universally reviled. Who could have imagined that the esteemed Gu family would harbor a demon cultivator? Gu Yinxian paid no heed to the astonishment around him. Continuing, on the day of the first hunting competition, Grandfather, fearing that entering the dense forest would raise suspicions among the elders, used magic to alter the aura of the blood poison pill, making it appear as an ordinary healing pill, the red leaf pill. His voice grew weaker, yet he persisted in revealing the truth. Then he deliberately orchestrated Chapter 46, Primacy of Interest, with a resounding blast. The force emanating from Gu Mingda shattered all 12 bronze lamps of the law enforcement hall, scattering shards that pierced the air. Several disciples near him screamed in agony, collapsing as sharp fragments embedded themselves in their skin. The lamps, once symbols of justice and light, had morphed into instruments of death. Form the formation. Gu Tianqing bellowed. The ethereal image of a 9-headed golden python materializing behind him, its golden barrier unfurling instantaneously. His keen gaze swept over the panicked clan members, and he commanded in a grave tone, everyone, retreat. Do not approach. Gu Rou's jade sword emitted a piercing shriek, while the vines entwined around it surged wildly, weaving a vast green net beyond the barrier. Her face was a mask of frost as she declared, Gu Mingda, today you shall accompany my granddaughter to the grave. Although the 8 clan elders had formed a tight encirclement, they remained tacitly distant. They understood all too well. Gu Mingda, in a reckless act of burning his life force to forcibly elevate his cultivation, would soon exhaust himself. Rushing in now would only lead to further casualties. Be cautious. Gu Mingyuan, his white hair billowing, held the Gu clan ancestral teachings which moved of its own accord. He is at the end of his tether. We merely need to stall him. With a sinister grin, Gu Mingda's gaunt figure suddenly swelled, muscles inflating as if inflated by air. His right fist was cloaked in white fur, bone spikes protruding from his knuckles, transforming him into a grotesque beast of a man. All of you, get away. Gu Mingda's 7 orifices bled as he darted towards Gu Xianming like a wraith, his singular thought burning fiercely, to drag this little wretch down with him before his life flickered out. The elder of the law enforcement hall, Gu Wuji, was the first to bear the brunt of his assault. As the nascent golden elixir practitioner summoned the binding spirit rope, he was met with a devastating punch to the chest. The rope shattered, and Gu Wuji was sent flying like a broken sack, crashing through 3 pillars before he finally came to a halt, blood gushing from his mouth. Wuji. Gu Tianqing finally ceased holding back, clasping his palms together. The 9-headed golden python unleashed torrents of golden flames. Wherever the flames swept through, the very air distorted under the heat. Yet Gu Mingda paid no heed. Alloin Chapter 47. What is justice? Gu Tianqing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze piercing like an icy blade as it swept over the assembled crowd. His voice was deep and commanding. Gu Rou, 3 days ago, you brazenly led a group to invade the estate of Gu Mingda. Although there were reasons for your actions, you have gravely violated clan rule number 73, no unauthorized entry into the elder's residence. He stepped forward slowly, the soles of his dark boots crushing the shards of broken lamps beneath him. The bronze lanterns, which had once symbolized light and justice, were reduced to dust at his feet, the decorative patterns of the mythical beast seemingly lamenting their demise. If everyone were to act recklessly under the guise of personal grievances. Suddenly, he swung his hand, his voice rising with authority. What has become of the dignity of the Gu family's law enforcement? What has become of our millennia-old traditions? Gu Rou, instead of showing anger, laughed maniacally. Ha ha. Gu Tianqing, the law enforcement hall is under your direct command. Who does not know that it is filled with your sycophants? Were it not for the incompetence of the law enforcement hall in uncovering the true culprit behind my granddaughter's murder, would I have to take matters into my own hands? That is no justification. Gu Tianqing interjected sharply. As an elder, you should lead by example. Today, we shall adjudicate according to clan rules. Wait. Gu Rou shouted suddenly, drawing her jade sword. I wish to inquire why the law enforcement hall has yet to act against Gu Mingda. What benefits have you received from him? A flicker of cold fury ignited in Gu Tianqing's eyes, his expression contorting with outrage. You are treasonous. He unleashed a wave of energy. The nine-headed golden python roaring in unison. Today, your crimes multiply. First, the unauthorized invasion of the elder's residence. Second, slandering the law enforcement hall and the clan leader. Third, his bony finger pointed accusingly at the surrounding elders, his nails lengthening ominously. You conspire with the likes of Gu Qiming from the discipline hall, inciting conflict within our ranks. The named Gu Qiming and his cohorts paled, tension enveloping the law enforcement hall. While the bronze bell atop the spiraling dragon pillar outside clanged ominously, as if stirred by an unseen wind. Gu Rou's laughter echoed coldly as the green vines on the stone slab beneath her writhed. What a grandiose clan leader we have. Gentlemen, at this juncture, do any of you still wish to remain passive? The expressions of the assembled elders were a tapestry of surprise, confusion, hesitation, and turmoil. Sensing the stalemate, Gu Tianqing suddenly smirked, his sleeve sweeping dramatically as he produced an ancient jade token, its surface inscribed with the character for Gu in archaic script, faintly glowing with a cerulean light. Have you all forgotten? Though our ancestor has been in seclusion for many years, significant matters of the clan are not to be trifled with. This Gu ancestor's order was personally bestowed upon me last night. The ancestor decrees that the Gu family must cease all internal conflict immediately. Upon this proclamation, the hall erupted in uproar. Silence fell over the law enforcement hall, the sunlight filtering through the recently damaged roof, casting flickering shadows upon the faces of those present. Gu Qiming's forehead glistened with beads of sweat as he instinctively rubbed his peachwood cane, his voice wavering with uncertainty. Leader, our ancestor has been in seclusion for over 30 years. This token, Gu Tianqing's eyes narrowed dangerously. The spectral form of the nine-headed golden python flickering behind him. Gu Qiming, are you questioning my authority? The air thickened, rendering even breathing a laborious task. Just as tensions reached a peak, a clear, cold voice emerged from the back of the crowd. Elders, please take heed. Gu Qiming stepped forward, his silver hair glinting like ice under the sun. He gently caressed a silver ring, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his lips. The ancestors' retreat for cultivation is of utmost importance to our clan. I was fortunate to accompany the leader in visiting the ancestors' cave the other day. Before he could finish, a faint glow emanated from the silver ring in his hand, a subtle yet powerful aura of divine pressure enveloping the room. Although it lasted but a moment, it sent shivers through the souls of all present. This, Gu Qiming's cane clattered to the ground. Shock etched across his aged face. The other elders exchanged wide-eyed glances, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and fear. The atmosphere within the law enforcement hall shifted dramatically. Gu Mingyuan discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his brow, murmuring, could it be that the ancestor truly still lives? At that moment, the law enforcement officer Su Paling trembled with fear. Realizing the connection between Gu Xianming and the ancestor, a formidable being capable of commanding respect and silence even the most restless of children. Just the mere thought instilled a sense of terror within him. After all, just days prior, he had been tending to Gu Xianming in the Black Prison, and even now. The bandages wrapped around his injured fingers were a stark reminder of their encounter. A glint of satisfaction flickered in Gu Tianqing's eyes as he stood resolutely. His voice steady and authoritative. Now, do any of you harbor doubts? With a sudden shift in tone, he continued coldly, I can overlook your previous collusion, granting you a chance, but Gu Rou must resign from her position in the apothecary hall and vacate the core area. She shall retreat to the outskirts of Nanling for self-reflection. Gu Mingyuan was the first to react. This elder known for his fairness now wore a dark expression as he slammed the Gu clan ancestral precepts shut with a resounding clap. Gu Rou, he admonished, his voice devoid of its usual gentleness. As an elder, you have led the charge in violating clan rules, yet you dare to speak so brazenly here? The elder in charge of the apothecary hall, frail and aged, suddenly surged with vigor. He yanked the token from his waist and hurled it at Gu Rou's feet. I, and all within the apothecary hall, am ashamed to be associated with you. His sharp voice echoed within the hall. For years, you have abused your position, hoarding resources and enriching yourself. Enough. Gu Rou's eyes widened in fury, her jade sword carving a deep gash into the ground. Gu Qingmu, you. Silence. Gu Tianqing's voice thundered, the phantom of the nine-headed golden python swirling ominously behind him. Gu Rou, what more do you have to say? Suddenly, the law enforcement hall fell silent. Gu Rou surveyed the room, each face reflecting disdain and rage. Those who had once revered her, the younger generation she had nurtured, now regarded her with hostility. Just the previous evening, they had united against Gu Tianqing, vowing to overthrow him, yet now they turned their collective ire upon her. Gu Wui stroked his beard languidly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Some individuals, emboldened by a modicum of power, become utterly unrestrained. Today, at long last. Be quiet. Gu Rou erupted, her jade sword aimed at Gu Wui. It was I who expended my energy and resources to heal your grievous injuries back then. Impudent. Gu Tianqing struck out, his golden palm thrusting Gu Rou back several steps. Do you still dare to act defiantly at this juncture? Gu Rou stumbled but steadied herself, only to realize that even the apprentices at the outer fringes of the apothecary hall were now pointing fingers at her. Those children she had raised with care were now filled with contempt in their eyes. Very well, very well. Gu Rou chuckled suddenly, her laughter raspy and jarring. You are all remarkable. Slowly, she removed the jade hairpin from her head, allowing her white hair to cascade down. The sound of the hairpin hitting the ground resonated, as if punctuating the farcical drama that had unfolded. I accept my punishment. Chapter 48, Elegy on That Night. Gu Rou departed from the core area of the Gu family, entirely alone. There were no farewells, no parting ceremonies, only the autumn wind of Nanling, weeping softly in the stillness of the night. The chill of the night in Nanling was biting. The autumn wind howled through the mountains, swirling dry branches and fallen leaves, lamenting amidst the jagged rocks. In the distance, the lights of the Gu family's core area twinkled like a galaxy of stars, while here, only a solitary moon hung in the sky, casting a pale and sorrowful silver light. Gu Rou stood atop the mountain, her white hair tousled by the cold wind, dancing like withered grass. The dark green ceremonial robe of the clan elder had long been shed, replaced by a simple garment of coarse cloth. Her waist was bare, devoid of the grand seal of the apothecary hall or her jade sword. She gazed at the brightly lit Gu family, once the domain she had overseen for a century, the home she had shared with her granddaughter. Now, she found herself exiled, a discarded pawn in the power struggles of the Gu family. The voice of Gu Tianqing echoed in her ears, each word like a dull blade cutting at her heart. Resigned from the position of clan elder of the apothecary hall, ousted from the core area. Memories surged forth from 3 days prior when she had stormed into the residence of Gu Mingda with the disciples of the apothecary hall. At that time, with her jade sword in hand, her fury could transform into a fierce sword aura, but now, with nothing in her grasp, her hands felt as heavy as mountains. A bitter laugh escaped her lips, her voice raspy as if gravel were grinding against stone. The mountain wind grew more ferocious, causing her thin garments to flutter wildly. Gu Rou did not harness her energy to resist. She allowed the cold to seep into her bones, as if only this excruciating chill could stir her numbed heart to a semblance of awareness. Slowly, she raised her hand, cradling a small jade pendant, an amulet she had crafted for her granddaughter, Gu Lingo, on her 10th birthday. The pendant was inscribed with the words peace and joy, which now seemed like a cruel jest. Linger, she murmured, tracing the pendant with her fingertips, as if she could still feel the lingering warmth of her granddaughter. In the distance, the lights of the Gu family gradually dimmed, leaving only a few flickering spots of light, akin to dying fireflies. The night wind of Nanling swept over the mountaintop, tousling Gu Rou's disheveled white hair. Her emaciated fingers clutched the jade pendant tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain. In a daze, she felt as though she had returned to that spring afternoon. Grandma, look. In her memories, Gulinger was merely 7 or 8 years old, with 2 little buns atop her head, running through the medicinal garden with her skirts lifted. She held aloft a freshly unearthed 7-heart begonia, her pale face smeared with dirt. Yet her eyes sparkled like stars. Slow down, be careful not to fall. At that time, Gu Rou had smiled, her stern demeanor softened by affection. She reached out to catch her charging granddaughter, the faint fragrance of herbs enveloping the girl. Grandma, will this flower survive? Lingo looked up, lifting the dirt-streaked roots before her eyes. It will survive, Gu Rou reassured, wiping the dirt from her granddaughter's face with her sleeve. As long as you nurture it with care, anything can thrive. But in the end, the mountain wind suddenly grew fierce, causing Gu Rou to stumble. She opened her eyes abruptly, the jade pendant in her palm icy and sharp. Where had the warmth of spring gone? Where was the smiling Ling? Only the ever-present fog of Nanling, and the abyss beneath her feet remained. Liars, she hissed into the void, all liars. Memory surged anew. It was the year Lingo came of age. The young girl had secretly ground the 7-heart begonia into rouge and applied it to her lips, asking if she looked pretty. Gu Rou had scolded her for her folly, yet as she turned away, her eyes had betrayed her with tears, how reminiscent of her late daughter. Later, Linger took to alchemy, often running to Gu Rou's study. Sometimes, she would bring charred elixir seeking praise, at other times, she would snuggle beside her to read medicinal texts, eventually dozing off on her shoulder. Grandma. The whispers of memory echoed in her ears. Suddenly, Gu Rou trembled violently. She clutched her shoulders tightly, as if trying to embed the forever lost little figure into her very bones. Her nails dug deep into her flesh, yet she felt no pain. The most agonizing was the gaping wound in her heart, where once a heart full of love for Linger beat, now only the cold wind howled through. It is Grandma's fault. She murmured to the dark valley, I couldn't protect you. A single tear fell onto the jade pendant, splashing tiny droplets. Gu Rou stared blankly. suddenly recalling the last time Lingo had cried, following Gu Ro's stern reprimand. At that time, she had been too preoccupied with clan affairs to even offer a hug. Now, even if she wished to embrace her, it was no longer possible. The night fog thickened, gradually engulfing her hunched figure. The elderly woman knelt on the mountaintop, clutching the jade pendant tightly, as if holding on to the last vestige of warmth. As the night deepened, the mist at the mountaintop spread, swallowing her form. Gu Ro remained standing, motionless, like a weathered statue carved from stone, enduring the passage of time. Uncertain how long had passed, she finally turned slowly, walking deeper into the heart of Nanling. Her silhouette, solitary and resolute, gradually vanished into the thick fog. The fog of Nanling grew increasingly dense as Gu Ro trudged forward with heavy steps along the rugged mountain path. Her figure flickered in and out of visibility within the grayish mist, like a soul about to dissipate. Suddenly, she halted. Ahead, two shadowy figures silently blocked her path. Who? Gu Ro called sharply, her every card once held in her jade sword. Though now absent, her presence still commanded respect. One of the figures in black slowly lifted their head, their face obscured, but an overwhelming aura of pressure emanated from them, like a mountain descending upon her. Gu Ro's pupils constricted. This level of cultivation was far beyond the ordinary, at least at the 6th layer of the golden core. Who are you? She demanded, channeling her remaining energy to conjure a few tendrils of spiritual vines, but it paled in comparison to her former strength. The figure in black did not respond. In a flash, they were before Gu Ro. A palm struck out, spiritual energy surging like a tempest, and Gu Ro hastily defended herself, only to be sent flying several feet, crashing heavily against an ancient tree, blood gushing from her mouth. Coughing, she struggled to rise, her eyes filled with shock and fury. The other figure in black remained motionless, simply standing with arms crossed, their hood casting shadows over their face, yet somehow evoking a sense of familiarity within Gu Ro. Do you dare commit murder on the territory of the Gu family? Gu Ro wiped the blood from her lips, her voice hoarse. Even in my fallen state, should I perish in Nanling, the Gu family will never let this go. The figure in black sighed lightly and attacked again. Gu Ro recognized the familiar sound. But there was no time for contemplation. This time, the force of the palm strike was even more ferocious. Gu Ro barely dodged the lethal blow, but the residual force struck her, shattering her left shoulder. She staggered back, her complexion as pale as paper. She attempted to retaliate, but the figure in black suddenly swept their cloak, revealing silver needles that flashed forth, 3 sealing needles piercing through her energy C, Dantian, and Baihui acupoint. Her body froze, spiritual energy dissipating like a receding tide. Sealing needles of the Gu family's secret technique? Gu Ro staggered backward, her face ashen. Who are you? The figure in black remained silent, conjuring 3 more silver needles. Gu Ro summoned her remaining strength to evade, but still, one pierced her shoulder well, causing her right arm to drop limply. She let out a furious shout and charged forward, her left palm aimed at the figure's heart, but they easily seized her wrist. With a crack of bone, Gu Ro fell to her knees, watching helplessly as the 3rd silver needle embedded itself in the back of her knee. Under the moonlight, 6 silver needles glimmered coldly at her acupoints, resembling a star map of seals. She stared intently at the figure who had yet to move, an alarming suspicion rising within her. Who are you? She gritted her teeth and demanded. Finally, the figure moved. They slowly raised their hand and removed their hood. White hair as pure as snow framed their stern visage. It was none other than Gu Xianming. It's you. Gu Ro trembled all over, her eyes first wide with shock, then burning with rage. You little beast. How dare you? Gu Xuanming's lips curled slightly, revealing a trace of cruel amusement. Elder Gu Ro, I trust you are well. Why? Gu Ro howled, her voice echoing through the valley like the mournful cry of a dying beast. Gu Xianming offered no response. He slowly turned, casting a glance at another figure cloaked in black, and slightly inclined his body. You need not involve yourself in the matters that follow. The cloaked figure snorted coldly, flinging his wide sleeves with a fierce motion before storming away. In the silent heights of the mountain, only Gu Xianming and Gu Ro remained. He gradually drew the Tongtian sword from his sleeve, its blade glinting with a chilling light under the moon. He approached step by step, his footsteps as light as a specter's. The night breeze tousled his white hair, and in the shadows, his features twisted grotesquely, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, making it difficult to discern whether he was human or demon in the deep night. At last, he stood before Gu Ro. The sound of a blade piercing flesh rang out sharply. The Tongtian sword effortlessly penetrated Gu Ro's heart, the tip emerging from her back, blood dripping in dark crimson hues under the moonlight. Gu Ro's eyes widened, her lips quivering, yet no sound escaped her. Her pupils gradually dilated, reflecting only the devilish grin of Gu Xianming, alarmingly close. The night wind wept, as if lamenting the final elegy of this vengeance. Gu Xuanming's cruel gaze loomed over Gu Ro, his voice a mere whisper, because Gu Lingo was slain by my hand. Gu Ro stood as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. What did you say? Her voice trembled, nearly losing its pitch. I said, Gu Xianming enunciated each word, the icy light in his eyes flickering. Gu Lingo, I killed with my own hands. He leaned closer, his breath brushing against her ear, murmuring softly, do you remember that protective jade pendant? I took it from her corpse. And those pills, huh? That fool Gu Yunxian has no idea why such things were found in his room. Gu Ro trembled violently, her fury nearly erupting. Yet her body could no longer bear the strain. Blood continuously spilled from the corners of her mouth, her life force rapidly waning. If not for the circumstances, she would have surely been devoured by beasts long ago. Why? She fixed her gaze on Gu Xianming, her voice raspy like a vengeful spirit. She was just a child. Gu Xianming straightened. His chapter 49. Unyielding steps. Gu Xianming gazed at Gu Ro's lifeless body for an extended period. The smile at the corner of his mouth gradually fading. He slowly drew the Tongtian sword, droplets of blood falling from the blade onto the ground, producing a faint sound. Has the clan leader been watching for so long without revealing himself? His voice was soft, yet resonated clearly through the night. From the darkness, a figure in black robes stepped forward. He raised his hand to remove his hood, and in the moonlight, Gu Tianqing's visage became unmistakably visible. You knew I had not departed? Gu Tianqing inquired coolly, his gaze falling upon Gu Ro's corpse, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his eyes. Gu Xianming flicked the blood from his sword and smirked. How could I possibly know? The clan leader is a formidable master of the 8th level of Golden Core. After a moment of silence, Gu Tianqing finally spoke. After all, she was an elder of the Gu family. And so? Gu Xianming raised an eyebrow. Does the clan leader wish to seek justice for her? The night wind suddenly picked up, rustling the robes of both men. Gu Tianqing fixed his gaze on Gu Xianming and suddenly laughed. No, I merely wish to kill you. You possess far too much knowledge, and you are quite formidable yourself. I must take advantage of your current vulnerability to eliminate you. Furthermore, your continued existence would be detrimental to the development of Xianyang. With these words, a dangerous aura immediately enveloped the scene. Abruptly, Gu Tianqing's spiritual power surged. The 8th level of Golden Core cultivation was fully unleashed. And the air within a Tinjiang radius instantly solidified, resembling a block of transparent amber. Gu Xianming felt as if a 1,000-pound stone pressed against his chest, stifling his breath. Behind Gu Tianqing, a golden 9-headed giant python materialized, roaring furiously. Yet, amidst this tense standoff, Gu Xianming suddenly chuckled. He slowly raised his left hand, palm facing upward. The silver ring glimmered coldly in the moonlight, and the patterns on its surface began to glow, a barely perceptible pressure quietly spreading. This pressure was faint yet carried an undeniable authority, akin to a divine being's casual glance at a mortal. Gu Tianqing's movements abruptly froze. Is the clan leader truly prepared to strike? Gu Shuaming's voice was soft, but each word cut like a blade. My master does not possess a gentle temperament. The night wind intensified, causing their robes to rustle ominously. Gu Tianqing's eyes remained fixed on the silver ring, the murderous intent and skepticism in his gaze fluctuating. As the clan leader, he was all too familiar with this aura. 30 years ago, when the ancestral elder entered seclusion, he had felt the same pressure. You have taken a master of the transformation stage as your teacher? Gu Tianqing's voice was somewhat hoarse. Gu Xianming did not respond directly, but gently rotated the silver ring. The patterns on the ring shifted with his motion, vaguely forming an ancient rune. The rune flickered and vanished, causing Gu Tianqing's heart to tremble violently. My master bestowed this ring upon me before embarking on his travels. Gu Xianming spoke as if discussing a trivial matter, he mentioned. Should someone wield their might against the weak, he would not mind visiting the Gu family. His tone was casual, yet it sent a chill down Gu Tianqing's spine. The Gu family was currently beset by internal and external troubles and could scarcely withstand any upheaval. If they were to provoke a master of the transformation stage, Gu Tianqing's gaze darted between Gu Xianming and the silver ring. He sensed that the aura emanating from the ring, though faint, was unmistakable. More importantly, Gu Shuaming's recent growth was indeed astonishing. Without the guidance of a high-level master, how could he possibly ascend from the 8th level of qi refining in such a short span? This rate of advancement surpassed that of Gu Xianyang, who was only just at the 7th level of qi refining. With this realization, everything began to make sense. Gu Tianqing studied Gu Xianming for a long moment before retracting the illusion of the giant python. The moment the golden light dissipated, the previously solidified air resumed its flow. Very well, Gu Tianqing's voice regained its calmness, though his gaze remained icy. Since you have encountered such an opportunity, I shall grant you some face. He turned to leave but paused momentarily. The clan competition will commence in 9 months, Gu Tianqing remarked, glancing sideways with a meaningful expression. I am curious to see how your 3rd tier, 4th grade spiritual root will outshine my 3rd tier, 1st grade spiritual root. I hope your master brings you good fortune. As the last word fell, his figure had vanished into the night. Gu Xianming stood rooted in place for a long time. Only after confirming that Gu Tianqing had truly departed did he exhale deeply, his back drenched in cold sweat. The events of the day had been fraught with peril. He looked down at the silver ring in his hand, a smirk of derision curving his lips. A master? The night wind ruffled his white hair, and in the moonlight, the silver ring glimmered with a ghostly cold light. Gu Xianming knew that Gu Tianqing would not easily believe this deception. But even a mere hint of doubt would suffice. The wounded Gu family could not afford to take that risk. More importantly, he genuinely needed this ruse to buy time. Soon, Gu Xianming gazed toward the distant undulating mountains, the direction of the Gu family's ancestral land. his eyes deep as an abyss. Soon, a true master of the transformation stage would appear. Suddenly, the night wind swept through, stirring a few blood-stained fallen leaves. Gu Xianming stared at Gu Ro's corpse, his white hair fluttering gently in the breeze. He recalled the girl who adored wearing a pale yellow dress, remembered her terrified gaze before death. Was Gu Ling at fault? He mused softly, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the patterns on the sword hilt. She merely sought a chance for herself. In the moonlight, Gu Ro's pale visage faintly reflected her former authority. This once mighty elder now lay quiet as a common old woman. Did you err? He squatted down, gently closing the still open eyes of the elder. You two merely wished to seek justice for your granddaughter. He picked up the broken half of a jade hairpin from the ground, Gu Ro's most cherished adornment. Then what of my faults? He looked up at the sky, a soft smile playing on his lips. I simply wish to live, to behold the pinnacle of this world. In the distance, the haunting cry of an owl echoed, mournful as the wailing of lost souls. Gu Xianming slowly rose, the tip of his sword carving a deep mark into the earth. This world, he chuckled softly, his laughter rekindling determination and indifference, has never questioned right or wrong. All I can do is act according to what I deem right. As long as I believe I am right, then I am never in the wrong. Sheathing the Tongtian sword, Gu Xianming descended the mountain, the night wind suddenly calming, as if bidding farewell to the departure of this formidable figure. Fate is like a torrent. When it rushes forth, who can remain unscathed? Who can evade the retribution of destiny? Gu Linger struck down by blood and bones. This was her fate. Gu Rinjia, burdened with too many secrets. This was his fate. Gu Ro sought vengeance for Gu Linger. This was her fate. If everything in this world is preordained by destiny, perhaps Gu Xuanming's self-detonation and rebirth is also a part of that fate? He did not know. He only knew that he would not cease his steps. The sword's edge flows with frost, the moonlight haunts the soul. The azure blade cleaves through the jade hairpin's trace. The vast mountains howl in the night, the cold owl weeps. The crimson blood congeals, entwining with fate. Why fear the cycle that erases white bones? Alone, I stand upon the precipice, gazing at the dust in dusk. The torrent shatters the ridges of 1,000 peaks, soaring straight to the heavens to slay the gods. Chapter 50, Surpassing Brothers. The exile of Gu Ro and the downfall of Gu Mingda sent tremors throughout the Gu family. In the conference hall of the Gu family, the flickering flame of the bronze lamp elongated Gu Tianqing's shadow, casting it upon the screen adorned with landscapes, resembling a lurking beast of prey. With Gu Ro's banishment and Gu Ming's decline, the family now lacked two formidable golden core warriors, resulting in a significant depletion of family resources. Seated at the head of the table, Gu Tianqing interlaced his fingers before him, gradually releasing them, his fingertips lightly tapping the table. From today onwards, all disciples will devote half a day to cultivation and half a day to executing family tasks. Each proclamation resounded in the hearts of those present. The disciples would practice their skills in the morning and engage in tasks such as herb gathering, beast hunting, and escorting in the afternoon, each required to contribute. A wave of astonishment swept through the hall. Are we really sending young disciples out on such tasks? Is this truly appropriate? Silence. One of the elders interjected. Gu Wujie stood abruptly, his spirit whip at his waist moving as if stirred by an unseen wind. This is precisely the means to temper the hearts of our Gu family youth. It is a strategy for the ages. Gu Mingwan slowly rose, his plain robe impeccably arranged. Although his hair had turned white, he stood tall and straight, his eyes bright with wisdom. He clasped his hands in salute and spoke with a voice as resonant as a bell. Patriarch, these disciples are the foundation of the Gu family. Should they suffer excessive losses while executing tasks, the family will face a talent crisis within 20 years. I urge you to reconsider. Gu Mingwan, Gu Wujie retorted sharply. What is your intent in questioning the patriarch's decisions? Without lifting his eyelids, Gu Mingyuan stood composed, his demeanor indifferent. He had always been a man of integrity, disdainful of sycophants. The assembly knew well that this elder dared to speak candidly before the patriarch, and would hardly be swayed by Gu Wujie's bluster. Gu Tianqing's gaze flickered between the two, his knuckles still tapping on the table. The atmosphere in the hall thickened, the only movement being the cold gleam of Gu Mingyuan's jade token in the sunlight. Gu Mingyuan's words held merit. Scanning the crowd, Gu Tianqing finally fixed his gaze on Gu Wujie. Very well, Gu Wujie, you shall take the lead in drafting the task point system. Disciples may voluntarily accept tasks, with a minimum requirement of 30 points per month, which can be exchanged for resources such as techniques, weapons, and elixirs. A glint of enlightenment sparked in Gu Wujie's eyes, and he immediately clasped his fist in acknowledgement. I shall attend to this at once. A brilliant approach. A middle-aged elder applauded. It not only incentivizes the disciples, but also allows them to act according to their capabilities. Indeed comprehensive, Gu Qingmu, recently promoted to elder of the apothecary hall, nodded slightly. Voices of agreement began to resonate within the hall, and Gu Mingyuan slowly clasped his hands again, his sleeves remaining perfectly still. The patriarch's considerations are thorough. I shall faithfully comply. Thus, a new regulation was established by the upper echelons of the Gu family. Upon the announcement, the younger generation erupted in discontent. What? We are to become laborers? One disciple exclaimed indignantly. Hush, keep your voice down. His companion urged. given the family's strained resources. Even the elders' disciples are being dispatched to guard the mines. What does that make us? In a corner of the study, Gu Xianming observed the ruckus with a calm demeanor. His gaze profound. Perhaps this presents an opportunity. The blazing afternoon sun scorched the bluestone ground, and the task hall of the Gu family buzzed with activity. The newly posted bronze task board glimmered under the relentless sun, eliciting gasps from the disciples crowded at the front. Look, the herb gathering task has risen to 30 contribution points. The task for the crimson-scaled python requires a full team of 5. Standing at the periphery, Gu Xuanming's gaze traversed the throng and landed on a particular task written in vermilion ink at the bottom of the list. Grade A task: investigate the disturbances of the demon beast in the Blackwater Marsh and slay a Foundation Establishment Tier 5 demon beast to obtain its demon core. Team completion is allowed. Contribution points, 300. His pupils constricted slightly. The Blackwater Marsh, the site of a bloody storm in his previous life. In 5 months, a treasure of demonic origin that would send the entire cultivation world into a frenzy would emerge there. Yet, with his current cultivation at the chi refinement stage, venturing there recklessly would amount to courting death. He needed to attain the strength for self-preservation within 5 months. I must hurry, he murmured silently, turning to return to his bamboo residence to prepare thoroughly. By chance, he caught sight of several law enforcement hall disciples recording the list of tasks being accepted. A cold smile crept across Gu Xuanming's lips. It seemed he would need to find suitable companions first. After all, a discreet journey to the Blackwater Marsh was not best undertaken alone, and it appeared he would require assistance to navigate the challenges that lay ahead. In the dim tranquility of his secluded chamber, Gu Xianming sat cross-legged, his spiritual energy undulating like the tide. For over 4 months, he had diligently cultivated, leveraging the power of his first-grade spiritual root to forcibly refine his meridians. At this moment, the spiritual energy within his dantian had been distilled to its utmost limit. Only one final step remained before he could reach the 9th layer of chi refinement. Not fast enough. He opened his eyes, a flicker of anxiety crossing his gaze. The disturbances in the Blackwater Marsh could erupt at any moment. If he delayed further, that demonic artifact might fall into the hands of others. However, breaking through to the Foundation Establishment stage was not something that could be achieved in haste. For now, he could only seek a secondary path, utilizing his 9th layer chi refinement cultivation alongside external aids to forcefully contend. Crack! A barrier within him shattered, and his spiritual energy surged explosively, propelling Gu Xuanming's aura to the 9th layer of chi refinement. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, his eyes glinting with cold determination. Time was of the essence. The following day, Gu Xianming entered the Gu family's marketplace. He first procured several bottles of poison-resistant pills from the apothecary hall, which could ward off the toxic miasma of the Blackwater Marsh and protect against venomous creatures. Next, he discreetly contacted a black market alchemist and purchased 3 blood fiend pills at a high price. These pills would temporarily elevate his combat prowess to that of a Foundation Establishment warrior, though the extent would depend on the strength of his meridians, with the caveat of potential damage requiring months of recuperation. Still not secure enough. He pondered for a moment before acquiring several Earth Escape talismans and concealment talismans for emergencies. Finally, he retrieved 3 blood poisons pills, concealing them in a hidden pocket within his sleeve. Should he encounter a formidable foe, these blood poisons could turn the tide. Even a Foundation Establishment cultivator might find themselves facing dire consequences. Moreover, it was time to recruit his team. Gu Xianming mused, already having formulated his thoughts on potential companions. On the training grounds, the air crackled with sword energy and the force of fists. Gu Hao's sword was swift, so swift that its trajectory was nearly imperceptible. He spoke not a word as he struck, his gaze fixed with the intensity of a hawk eyeing its prey. Each sword thrust aimed precisely at the vulnerabilities in Gu Chang's defense. The blade sliced through the air, emitting a soft hum, akin to a serpent poised to strike. Perilous and lethal. Gu Chang grinned widely, refusing to dodge or evade, his muscular arms ironclad as he blocked the blade with his fists. Clang! The sound of metal clashing erupted. Gu Hao's sword deflected slightly from the impact, but with a flick of his wrist, the blade redirected, aiming straight for Gu Chang's throat. Gu Chang's pupils dilated as he leaned back just in time to narrowly evade the strike, then roared, his right fist crashing toward Gu Hao's chest like a sledgehammer. Gu Hao pivoted on his toes, his form graceful as he retreated, yet his sword remained firmly pointed at Gu Chang's forehead. The two separated with a mutual understanding, seamlessly withdrawing their attack. Chapter 51. First entry into the Black Marsh. Gu Hao hailed from a humble background, yet possessed extraordinary talent, his swordsmanship sharp and fierce. He was characterized by a calm demeanor and spoke very little, but each word he uttered was profoundly insightful. In contrast, Gu Chang was naturally strong and boisterous, appearing somewhat careless, yet his mind was remarkably astute. He could discern the trajectory of Gu Hao's strikes in an instant, relying not merely on brute strength but also on years of camaraderie in battle. At that moment, Gu Xianming stood a short distance away, observing quietly. Once the two had sheathed their weapons, he approached them slowly, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Dear brothers, would you be interested in undertaking a Class A mission?" Gu Chang's brows furrowed as he scrutinized Gu Xianming, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Just you? Gu Hao remained silent, his gaze fixed coldly on Gu Xianming, his eyes sharp as blades. The two had nearly clashed with Gu Xianming upon entering the academy, only to be thwarted by Gu Mingyuan. Yet they had consistently looked down upon Gu Xuanming's unscrupulous and despicable methods. Unfazed, Gu Xianming produced a weathered map from his pocket. I possess this. The map meticulously outlined the safe routes through the Black Marsh, even indicating several concealed refuge caves. Gu Hao's eyes narrowed as he finally spoke. Where did you acquire this? That is of no consequence, Gu Xianming replied, folding the map with a tranquil tone. I only seek the points earned from the mission. All other rewards and foundational demon cores shall belong to you both. Gu Chang scoffed, crossing his arms. Easier said than done. Who's to say you don't intend to use us as cannon fodder? Gu Hao remained silent, but his gaze had turned frigid. He awaited Gu Xuanming's explanation. Gu Xuanming's expression remained unchanged. I require only the mission points to exchange for combat skills. I will take nothing else. Should danger arise, I have my own means of self-preservation and will not burden you. Gu Chang huffed derisively. Empty words. Who would believe that? Suddenly, Gu Hao spoke. Your strength is insufficient. A mere 5 words, yet they pierced to the core of the matter. Gu Xianming had anticipated this. Retrieving a jade box from his sleeve, here are 3 third-tier recovery pills. Should you agree? I am willing to offer these to assist you in regaining your spiritual energy in times of peril. Gu Chang cast a glance at the box, sneering. Is that all? However, Gu Hao stared at the jade box for a moment before declaring, deal. Surprised, Gu Chang looked at Gu Hao, who merely nodded slightly. Their years of tacit understanding allowed Gu Chang to grasp the deeper implications immediately. We depart in 3 days. Gu Hao concluded, accepting the recovery pills and turning to leave. Gu Chang gave Gu Xianming a hearty pat on the shoulder, the force of which was astounding. Kid, don't play tricks. With that, he strode off to catch up with Gu Hao. As he turned, a flicker of coldness flashed in Gu Xuanming's eyes. Once Gu Hao and Gu Chang had distanced themselves, Gu Chang lowered his voice to inquire, why did you agree to him? Gu Hao gazed ahead, replying nonchalantly, his motives are undoubtedly more than mere points. And so what? Gu Chang pressed. This implies that within the Black Marsh lies something he covets. Gu Hao's eyes gleamed with insight. Perhaps we could seize it first. For someone like him, there is no need to engage in honorable discourse. They too would not easily trust him. Gu Xianming seeks to exploit us. Yet we too aim to leverage him. Thus, a group of schemers was formed, poised to venture into the enigmatic Black Marsh in 3 days. 3 days later, at the break of dawn, the trio gathered at the entrance of the Gu family estate. Gu Hao carried an ancient longsword on his back and a few medicinal pouches at his waist. Gu Chang bore a heavy hammer, its head ensnared with thick iron chains that clinked loudly with each step. Gu Xianming, clad in a dark robe, bore only a storage pouch at his waist, appearing light and unencumbered. Let us proceed, Gu Hao said succinctly, stepping forward. The Black Marsh lay 300 miles southeast of the Gu family, perpetually shrouded in thick mist. The three took to the skies on their swords and reached the marsh's edge in less than half a day. At noon, the Black Marsh remained enveloped in a leaden-gray fog, resembling a slumbering behemoth exhaling miasma. Towering trees obstructed their view, concealing the depths of the marsh. Without hesitation, they entered the woods. As they walked, the soft earth beneath their feet began to ooze murky brown water, each step producing a nauseating squelch. This cursed place. Gu Chang frowned, his boots sinking into the mud half an inch deep. He yanked his foot free, releasing a string of viscous bubbles that burst, emitting a putrid stench akin to rotting flesh. The marsh spread before them like a cauldron of poison porridge. The dark green surface was thickly coated with algae, and bubbles occasionally erupted from the depths, splattering sulphurous waves upon the surface. Twisted, dead trees emerged from the muck, their bark overrun with dark red moss, resembling withered veins from a distance. Gu Hao crouched, his fingertips brushing the water's surface, only to retract swiftly. Acidic, he remarked tersely, producing a handful of grayish-white powder from his pouch and sprinkling it on the water. The powder hissed upon contact, etching winding paths of safety across the surface. Stay close to me. Gu Hao's voice resonated heavily amidst the fog. The trio formed a line, treading upon the path marked by the powder. With each step, the sludge beneath seemed alive, as if it were ready to engulf them. The deeper they ventured, the thicker the mist became. Eerie phosphorescence flickered within the gray haze, resembling countless eyes lurking in the shadows. A sweet, decayed odor hung in the air, intoxicating and dizzying. Gu Chang struggled against the nausea, hastily placing a detoxifying pill beneath his tongue. Watch out for those water plants, Gu Xianming suddenly warned, following his gesture. They observed the water's surface where the floating vegetation writhed slowly, not plants at all, but countless slender black worms tangled together. A dull thud emanated from the depths of the marsh, sending ripples across the water's surface. Gu Hao immediately raised his hand, signaling for them to halt. The three held their breath, watching as a massive shadow glided beneath the surface, the disturbance causing the worms to writhe frantically. A peak first-tier venom marsh crocodile. Gu Hao whispered, his voice barely audible. It is not overly powerful, but it is best not to provoke it, lest we attract something far more terrifying. At that moment, Gu Chang felt a chilling sensation around his ankle. Looking down, he found a dark green vine had ensnared his boot, creeping upward at a visible pace. More alarmingly, the vine was coated in tiny barbs, each glistening with a ghostly blue sheen. "Curse it!" Gu Chang exclaimed, preparing to swing his hammer. But Gu Hao's sword flashed first. The severed vine erupted with foul, purple sap, corroding the rock upon contact. The severed vine writhed like a wounded snake. And suddenly the entire marsh seemed to come alive. Countless vines burst forth from beneath the water, flailing menacingly in the air. Even more terrifying, the previously floating worms leapt as one, transforming into a dark cloud that surged towards the trio. "Retreat!" Gu Hao's sword blazed like a waterfall, weaving a silver barrier before them. The severed worm bodies rained down upon the water, each twitching violently. Gu Chang swung his hammer, smashing the attacking vines and sending their juices splattering. Gu Xianming swiftly formed seals, conjuring a pale blue wind wall that dispersed the remaining worms. As they fought and retreated, the ground beneath them began to tremble violently. They were standing not on solid earth, but on a massive mat of floating duckweed. At that moment, the venom marsh crocodile sensed the commotion and swam rapidly toward them. Chapter 52. Fierce battle. A chilling, bovine-like bellow echoed from the depths of the swamp, resounding like rusted iron nails scraping against glass, piercing through their eardrums. The water's surface began to churn violently, the murky sludge bubbling as if boiling. An enormous shadow, comparable to the size of a house, surged towards the surface, parting the once ferocious and bloodthirsty vines like subjects bowing before a sovereign. Something was amiss. Gu Hao's pupils constricted sharply, his sword drawn in an instant. He keenly observed that even the pinnacle first-order venomous swamp crocodile sensed the looming terror, abandoning its nearby prey and frantically thrashing its tail to escape. Boom! Suddenly, the mud ahead erupted, and a gigantic black python emerged, its girth as thick as a barrel. Its body was coated in viscous mud, every scale glinting with a metallic sheen. When it opened its cavernous maw, the trio clearly saw 2 rows of barbed fangs dripping with dark green venom, creating acrid smoke upon contact with the water's surface. "Retreat!" Gu Chang bellowed, his voice thunderous. His muscular arms bulged as he delivered a devastating blow with the hammer, the wind howling around him, creating visible ripples in the air. However, a glimmer of cunning flashed in the python and Appo's cold, vertical pupils as its massive body twisted at an impossible angle, effortlessly evading the strike. Even more terrifying, its tail swept through the air, generating a gale that carved a deep trench into the swamp, the murky sludge splattering towards the trio like a torrential downpour. Gu Hao's eyes sparkled with determination as he ghosted to the side. His sword shimmered with a faint azure light, aiming precisely at the python's vulnerable spot, though seemingly unremarkable. This strike embodied the essence of the Gu family sword technique, swift as lightning, yet soundless. With a sharp sound, the blade pierced flesh, and the black water python emitted a deafening, anguished roar. Yet, fueled by rage, it disregarded its wounds and lunged at Gu Hao. The 2 glowing blue fangs were distinctly visible, venom dripping from their tips, leaving a trail of toxic strands in the air. In that critical moment, Gu Xianming suddenly emerged from the side. His celestial sword radiated an eerie black light, its tip aimed directly at the python's eye. Instinctively, the python closed its eyes, the blade scraping against its hardened eyelids, producing sparks and a disconcerting metallic screech. What formidable scales, Gu Xianming thought, alarmed, as he retreated like a falling leaf. The black water python's defenses surpassed that of a typical second-order beast. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Gu Chang struck again with the hammer, altering his strategy. This time, instead of a direct hit, he swung the hammer with the iron chain, the clanking sound resembling a serpent coiling around the python's body. "Lift it!" Gu Chang shouted, his muscles bulging, veins throbbing on his forehead. Astonishingly, he truly managed to pull the entire python from the water. The black water python writhed violently, mud splattering everywhere, refracting an eerie light under the sun. Gu Hao took advantage of this perfect moment, redirecting his sword to unleash 3 blades of energy in a triangular formation towards the python's head. The energy, solidified like substance, struck accurately at its eyes and throat. With one last piercing shriek, the massive creature crashed onto the water's surface, creating towering waves of mud that obliterated the surrounding vegetation for 10 yards. As the python thrashed in pain, its robust body sank into the mire, distorting and vanishing without a trace, leaving not even a ripple behind. As if it had never existed, Gu Chang, clutching the hammer, prepared to pursue, but Gu Hao suddenly blocked him with his sword. "Wait, what is it?" Gu Chang frowned in confusion, mud still dripping from the hammer's head, glistening ominously in the sunlight. Gu Hao's gaze pierced through the fog, the sword tip lightly touching the water's surface, creating subtle ripples. This creature's disappearance is too peculiar. A second-order beast should not possess such evasion techniques. He lowered his voice, cautioning against rash pursuit, fearing a trap. Frustrated, Gu Chang spat, the saliva hitting the water and producing a hissing sound as it emitted a wisp of green smoke. He turned to Gu Xianming, skepticism evident in his eyes. "We encounter a newly emerged second-order black water python, and this is the safe route you spoke of?" Gu Xianming, wiping his sword clean, halted momentarily. The mud that had sullied the blade was wiped away, revealing a dark, intricate design with faint crimson patterns flowing along the spine. Without raising his head, he replied, "The map indicates a relatively safe path, not an absolutely secure one. Let us proceed. We must find a place to rest before nightfall." He sheathed his sword, glancing into the depths of the swamp, where thick mist swirled, concealing countless secrets. According to intelligence, the site of anomalies lay deep within the Blackwater Marsh. The trio continued deeper, the fog thickening around them. Unbeknownst to them, the daylight had gradually dimmed, visibility diminishing to less than 3 yards. Yuhao led the way, periodically sprinkling a special powder from his pouch onto the water's surface to uncover the path. The powder hissed as it met the water, its sound piercing through the dense fog. Suddenly, Gu Xianming halted again. His celestial sword trembled slightly, emitting a low hum. Something's not right. His voice was soft, yet it instantly tightened the nerves of the other two. This time, even Gu Chang sensed the strangeness. The surroundings were too quiet. The usual cacophony of insects and frogs that filled the swamp had vanished, leaving only an oppressive silence. The mist above the water began to swirl peculiarly, forming vortex-like patterns. Gu Hao crouched slowly, his fingertips brushing the water's surface, only to retract hastily. "The water is trembling," he said gravely. "A massive entity is approaching. Many of them." At that moment, a ghostly green lantern flickered to life in the depths of the swamp, barely visible through the thick fog. Chapter 53. Who is watching us? Gu Hao's fingers gradually tightened around the hilt of his sword, the knuckles turning pale from exertion. His voice was barely a whisper, yet it rendered the surrounding air motionless. Suddenly, bizarre ripples emerged on the surface of the muddy water, and countless bubbles gurgled up, their sounds jarring in the eerie stillness of the swamp. The popping of the bubbles resembled the mocking laughter of some creature lurking beneath the water. With a splash, dozens of black water pythons surged forth, sending mud flying like a torrential downpour. Though they were merely low-tier creatures, their sheer numbers in this territory was astonishing. "Damn it," Gu Chang spat, gripping his heavy hammer tightly. "How many of these things are there in this hellish place?" The pythons formed a perfect circle around the three men, each raising its menacing head, their forked tongues glistening ominously in the dim light. What was most unsettling was the uncanny synchronicity of their movements. Gu Hao's pupils dilated sharply. The leading python was unmistakably the one he had encountered earlier that day. One of its eyes glowed with a sinister green luminescence in the darkness, while the other was tightly shut, bearing the scar left by Gu Xuanming's heavenly sword. More frighteningly, the gaps between its scales oozed with still fresh blood, revealing a bizarre purplish-black hue under the moonlight. The lone eye that remained open bore an unsettlingly human-like challenge. "Curse that beast," Gu Chang roared, his voice echoing through the swamp. "I didn't finish you off at noon, and now you've learned to summon friends? Oh no, it's summoning snakes." He swung his hammer, the iron chain clanking ominously, realizing they were surrounded. With a tremendous force, the hammer swept through the air, creating a wave of mud in the swamp. The nearest python was struck at its weakest point, its hardened scales shattering like porcelain, dark crimson blood splattering everywhere. The massive serpent was flung aside like a rag, carving a deep trench in the muck. "Conserve your strength," Gu Hao calmly advised, his sword now drawn. "These are merely the appetizers." "Appetizers?" Gu Chang grinned, revealing his gleaming white teeth. "Today, I intend to feast." More black water pythons writhed closer, their paths intertwining in a strange manner, their bodies creating ripples in the mud. Gu Xianming frowned inwardly. These creatures moved with unsettling precision. Something was amiss. Azure Blade Shadow. Gu Hao unleashed his sword, slicing through the air to create 7 arcs of azure light. The heads of 3 pythons fell, their severed necks spurting poisonous blood that sizzled upon contact with the water's surface. Yet, despairingly, new pythons continued to emerge from the mire, their numbers nearly obscuring the entire field of vision. "There!" Gu Xianming suddenly shouted, pointing his heavenly sword to the right front. There, beneath the water, the outline of a dark blue stone was faintly visible. "There is solid ground beneath the muck." "Are you certain?" Gu Chang grunted, smashing another python that lunged at him. Gu Xianming smirked. "If you don't believe me, feel free to linger here." The 3 immediately formed a defensive stance, backing against one another. Gu Chang led the charge, his hammer swinging relentlessly. Gu Hao targeted the python's vital points. Gu Xianming held the rear, ensuring that wherever his heavenly sword passed, venomous blood would fly. Thus, they carved a bloody path through the mass of pythons, retreating to the raised rock. Huff, huff, Gu Chang knelt, his hammer embedded deeply in a crevice of the stone. His bronze skin glistened with beads of sweat, and the wound on his right arm, corroded by venom, had turned a sickly shade of purple. This situation was unsustainable. Gu Hao swiftly retrieved 3 recovery pills from his pouch. The pills were a vibrant green, swirling with cloud-like patterns. He flicked them toward the 2 men. "Place them under your tongues and let them dissolve slowly." How did we encounter such a situation so soon after entering the Blackwater Marsh? Gu Chang hastily swallowed the recovery pill, mumbling incoherently. However, Gu Xianming did not immediately take the pill. He stood at the edge of the stone, his heavenly sword lowered, the dripping venom creating eerie patterns on the water's surface. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto the leading one-eyed python. "No," His voice carried a chilling certainty. That one-eyed black water python has an owner. As if to affirm his words, the one-eyed python suddenly raised its head and emitted a piercing scream. All the black water pythons ceased their attacks, synchronously lifting their heads. Strangely, the scales atop their heads began to emit a ghostly blue glow, identical to that of the leading python. The leading black water python was emanating the light of a soul-controlling crystal. We must eliminate that leader. Once it is slain, the others will retreat. Yu Xianming quickly articulated. I will distract the other pythons. You two seize the opportunity to destroy the crystal above its head. You? Gu Chang scoffed, with your meager skills? But Gu Hao had already grasped Gu Xuanming's intent. Prepare to act. Before Gu Chang could retort, Gu Xianming leaped from the stone, swinging his heavenly sword to draw the attention of most of the pythons. He moved like a specter amidst the throng, each dodge a narrow escape, making even Gu Chang break into a sweat. Gu Xuanming's boots crushed the decaying leaves, leaving 7-foot-long trails in the muck. He suddenly turned, his heavenly sword slashing horizontally, the blade cutting through the air with a sharp sound. 3 yards away, a black water python's vertical pupils narrowed to slits, its fetid saliva dripping from its fangs, corroding the dry leaves and releasing wisps of white smoke. Gu Xianming deliberately slowed his retreat, maintaining the pungent distance of 3 feet from the python horde. A black water python suddenly launched a side attack. He appeared to stumble but expertly sidestepped, the python's fangs grazing past his ear, the force of the wind stinging his skin. Now, Gu Xianming bent backward, the triangular head of the python rushing past above him. Seizing the moment, he pointed his sword at the ground, using the force to flip onto a tree branch. Meanwhile, Gu Chang and Gu Hao surged forward simultaneously, racing towards the one-eyed python. The bronze hammer head shimmered with a green light. Boom! The hammer struck the ground, sending a vortex swirling through the fallen leaves as the one-eyed python was forced to turn its head aside, the hammer's edge grazing its scales and sparking a shower of dazzling sparks. In that moment of imbalance, Gu Hao sprang into action. With 2 fingers gliding along the spine of his sword, azure lines erupted along the blade, with a sound akin to a phoenix's cry. The sword tip aimed precisely at the glowing scale atop the python's head, just as the sword was half an inch from the soul-controlling crystal. The python's vertical pupils suddenly constricted violently. Sizzle! The python's tail swept in from an unexpected angle, toppling 3 birch trees as thick as bowls. Gu Hao had to shift his stance defensively, the sword scraping against the scales of the tail, producing a grating sound that made one's teeth ache. A cloud of dark blue blood erupting forth. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Chang swung his hammer in a wide arc, the hammerhead tracing a perfect curve aimed at the python's vital point. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as 3 black scales shattered, yet the python's muscles twitched unnaturally, trapping the hammer firmly within its body. Gu Hao adjusted his stance, preparing to follow up with a thrust, when suddenly, clang, a silver thread sliced through the air, striking the sword precisely 3 inches from the blade's tip. The sword vibrated violently, the shock causing Gu Hao's hand to split, blood dripping along the sword's hilt. The silver thread continued its trajectory, leaving a deep gash in the tree trunk. A cold and dangerous female voice rang out. How dare you touch my pet? Chapter 54. The first genius of Tianjing City in the Black Water Marsh. The dense mist gradually dispersed like a veil, revealing an enchanting figure that took one's breath away. Adorned in a moonlit white gown embroidered with delicate golden cloud patterns, she radiated a luminous aura amidst the dim marsh. With bare feet, she tread upon the mire, and with each gentle touch of her toes, crystalline ice lotuses blossomed forth. Her long, jade-like legs peeked through the slits of her skirt, each step exuding a captivating rhythm. Her beauty was nearly sharp, her dark brows like swords, frost-laden phoenix eyes, and beneath a straight nose lay lips as crimson as blood. Her 3,000 silken tresses were loosely pinned up with a white jade hairpin, a few wisps cascading down her porcelain cheeks, adding an air of languid arrogance. Woo! Womankong. Gu Chang's heavy hammer crashed into the mire with a clang, splattering the black water that soaked his pant legs, yet he remained oblivious. His pupils constricted violently, and for the first time, terror surfaced on his rugged face. Gu Hao's longsword quivered slightly, the usually calm depths of his eyes roiling with tumult. He fixed his gaze on the figure emerging from the mist, his throat constricting painfully. In the tea houses and taverns of Tianjing City, merely uttering the name Womankong would compel even the most boisterous patrons to lower their voices instinctively. The tales surrounding this young lady of the Wu family were numerous. Some claim she summoned celestial phenomena at the age of 3, slashed through chi refining cultivators at 7, and at 12, upon discovering her spirit root, was taken in as a direct disciple by the current head of the Wu family. In just 3 short years, she had reached the 7th level of foundation establishment. However, what intrigued people the most was her notorious temperament. Gu Chang recalled a story he had heard in the tea house. Did you hear how that prodigious disciple from Qingyin's sect met his demise last year? The storyteller, fanning himself, recounted how a mere lingering glance at Miss Wu turned the man into a frozen statue on the spot. The crowd gasped in astonishment. What is this? An old cultivator at the adjacent table scoffed. Last month the young master of Xiandan Pavilion sought an audience with her, bearing a 4th-grade spirit pill. And he didn't even make it past the Wu family's gate. Guess what Miss Wu did? She hurled both him and the pill right back out. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. A fourth-grade spirit pill, a treasure for golden core cultivators. Wu Mingkong's pride was ingrained in her very essence. It was said that upon her birth, celestial phenomena heralded her arrival, and the cold moon silk, revered in the Wu ancestral hall for nearly a millennium, automatically recognized her as its master. Throughout her life, her gaze towards others was always laced with 3 parts scrutiny and 7 parts indifference. As if nothing in the world warranted her attention. At last year's banquet at the city lord's manor, would you believe it? In a tavern. A drunken cultivator slammed his hand on the table, only for Miss Wu to disdainfully overturn it and walk out. The city lord dared not utter a word. What was most terrifying was that this young lady never spoke falsehoods. If she declared she would kill you, she would undoubtedly do so, if she deemed you beneath her. She wouldn't even bother to step on you. Once, an ill-advised cultivator publicly accused her of being pretentious, and before he could finish his sentence, he was reduced to a pile of ice shards, while Wu Mingkong never even lifted her eyelids. I say, an old patron remarked, in her eyes. Perhaps even a nascent soul ancestor wouldn't merit her deigning to look down. Gulp. Gu Chang struggled to swallow. What? Upon seeing this lady. Are you rendered speechless? Wu Mingkong slightly parted her crimson lips, her voice like shattering ice, imbued with an innate haughtiness. She casually kicked the black water python beside her, which appeared as docile as a pet at that moment. Gu Chang and Gu Hao's pupils dilated in shock. The ferocious beast at the foundation establishment stage now resembled a meek serpent. Wu. Fairy Wu. Gu Chang stammered, his bronze complexion flushed. We did not know this was your territory. Silence. Wu Mingkong coldly interrupted. A flicker of impatience flashing in her phoenix eyes. With a flick of her fingertip, a gust of icy air instantly froze Gu Chang's mouth shut. I detest noisy men. She stepped forward gracefully, the hem of her gown swaying, as a terrifying aura of foundation establishment 8th layer surged forth like a tidal wave. Gu Hao grunted softly, his long sword plunging deep into the mire to stabilize himself, while Gu Xianming turned pale, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Wu Mingkong surveyed the three with an imposing demeanor, her gaze lingering momentarily on Gu Xianming. She suddenly uttered a soft "oh," raising her jade finger to tilt Gu Xuanming's chin upward. You are rather, she smirked, revealing a dangerous smile. Interesting. You are the first to meet my gaze without fear. Gu Xianming was forced to look up at her stunning visage. The faint scent of cold plum blossoms emanating from her, mingling with an enigmatic aura that evoked both fear and an irresistible urge to draw closer. However, she abruptly released her grip, disdainfully wiping her fingertip. Still too weak. Begone. Today I am in a good mood. Compensate me with 3 third-grade spirit medicines, or none of you shall leave the Blackwater Marsh. At her words, Gu Chang and Gu Hao were overjoyed, though it pained them. They obediently gathered together with Gu Xianming to present the 3 pills. Wu. Fairy Wu, the pills are here. Gu Chang lowered his head, speaking tremulously, not daring to meet her gaze. Long strands of silver flew from Wu Mingkong's fingertips, wrapping around the pills. At the moment she took the pills, Gu Chang's body quivered involuntarily. Humph. With the pills in hand, Wu Mingkong did not linger, waving her hand as she prepared to depart with the black water python. Begone. As she turned, her gown billowed, stirring a chill breeze. Just then, Gu Xianming gazed at Wu Mingkong's retreating figure, his eyes flickering, and suddenly spoke. Fairy Wu, since you are here, why not delve deeper into the Blackwater Marsh together? With your strength, you might enlighten us young ones. Wu Mingkong paused, slowly turning her head, her phoenix eyes narrowing, a chill emanating from her. What are you to invite me to join you? Unperturbed, Gu Xianming wore a faint, elusive smile. What? Is Fairy Wu perhaps afraid? Afraid? Wu Mingkong's lips parted slightly, her voice icy. Of this mere Blackwater Marsh? Then why not dare to go? Gu Xianming feigned regret, shaking his head. It seems the rumored pride of the Wu family is nothing but this. Boom. A terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted, instantly freezing the mire within several meters into ice. Gu Hao and Gu Chang were staggered back several steps, their faces ashen. Wu Mingkong slowly turned, her eyes glinting with cold light, piercing through Gu Xianming. A provocation tactic? She scoffed, amateurish. But, with a flick of her jade finger, a silver thread instantly ensnared Gu Xuanming's neck, lifting him off the ground. You have successfully enraged me. Gu Xuanming's breath hitched, yet he managed to force a smile. Fairy Wu. Is this anger from humiliation? Wu Mingkong's killing intent surged, the chain tightening abruptly. Good. Very good. She smiled through gritted teeth. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. Swish. She flung Gu Xianming heavily into the mire, looking down at him from above, enunciating each word. Lead the way. Once we reach the depths of the Blackwater Marsh, I will make you witness how your skin is peeled away layer by layer. Gu Hao and Gu Chang felt icy dread wash over T. Chapter 55, The Secret of Wu Mingkong. The miasma thickened, casting an increasingly ominous pall over the landscape. The 4 travelers trudged onward, their spiritual energy considerably depleted. Gu Hao and Gu Chang staggered, their steps faltering, beads of sweat trickling down their foreheads. They cast resentful glances at Gu Xianming. This madman had brazenly included the calamity that was Wu Mingkong in their ranks, although her cultivation was formidable. Her chilling aura was far more lethal than the noxious vapors of the Blackwater Marsh. Gu Xianming remained unperturbed by their murderous glares, maintaining an enigmatic smile. We can go no further, he declared abruptly, gazing upwards at the billowing fog in the distance. The toxic mist thickened ahead, and traveling by night posed too great a risk. Wu Mingkong cast a cold glance at him, astonishingly refraining from retort. She surveyed her surroundings, her gaze finally settling upon a colossal, withered tree. Its trunk was already hollowed and decayed, yet its canopy flourished with an abundance of leaves. The intertwining branches forming a natural platform elevated over 3 zhang, perfectly suited to evade the swamp's venomous insects and humidity. Up we go, she commanded. And before her words fully escaped her lips, she lightly tapped her toes, soaring upwards like a startled phoenix, her moon-white dress billowing in her wake. Gu Hao and Gu Chang, not daring to lag behind, swiftly summoned their spiritual energy to leap after her. Just as they were about to grasp the branches, a light laugh emanated from below. Wu Xianzi. Gu Xianying looked up, his expression disarmingly innocent. I find myself drained of spiritual energy. Might I trouble you for assistance? Gu Hao nearly lost his footing, while Gu Chang's eyes widened in disbelief. How dare he suggest Wu Mingkong should act as a laborer? Atop the tree, Wu Mingkong slowly turned around. Moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon her exquisite visage. Her crimson lips parted slightly, her voice dripping with sweetness. Your name is Gu Xianying, correct? Excellent. Suddenly, she smiled, raising her delicate finger. I shall assist you at once. With a swift motion, a silver thread sliced through the air, tracing a deadly arc beneath the moonlight. Gu Hao and Gu Chang hardly comprehended the action before the gleaming thread was already poised 3 inches from Gu Xianying's brow, vibrating violently from the abrupt halt, emitting a buzzing sound. Gu Xianying did not so much as flinch. The cold moon thread of Wu Xianzi was indeed formidable. His smile deepened as he stepped forward slightly, allowing the silver thread to press against his brow, drawing a thin line of blood. However, should you kill me, who will guide you in your quest for the moonlit Black Lotus? The night wind stilled, the air seemingly solidifying. A glint of cold light flickered in Wu Mingkong's eyes as her moon-white figure appeared before Gu Xianying like a specter, bringing with it the scent of crisp, cold plum blossoms. Her slender fingers, akin to iron pincers, clutched his throat, shards of ice forming at her fingertips. Who informed you? Her voice was as soft as falling snow, yet it held an undercurrent of lethal intent. As her grip tightened, Gu Xianying's neck began to exhibit a disturbing shade of violet. Gu Hao and Gu Chang were rendered speechless with fear, witnessing the swirling aura of cold around Wu Mingkong, her hair moving without wind, resembling an icy goddess of death. Despite his labored breathing, a vexing smile lingered on Gu Xianying's lips. I not only know that you seek the moonlit Black Lotus, but also, a glint of slyness crossed his eyes. Every full moon, you suffer from the chilling affliction, bringing you to the brink of despair. Wu Mingkong's pupils constricted sharply, her grip tightening further. This secret was known only to the Wu family patriarch and her. No one else could possibly be aware. Speak. What else do you know? Her voice trembled imperceptibly, betraying a hint of urgency. A gurgling sound escaped Gu Xianying's throat, yet he managed to utter, the cold poison within you. I can cure it. Nonsense. Wu Mingkong snapped, yet she involuntarily eased her grip. She fixed her gaze upon Gu Xianying, searching for any sign of deception in his eyes. But within those ink-black depths, there was only an unsettling certainty. Beneath the tree canopy, the venomous insects of the swamp seemed to sense something amiss, retreating in droves. Moonlight pierced through the mist, casting an eerie glow between the two. Prove it to me. Wu Mingkong finally spoke, her voice low and dangerous. Should you dare to toy with me? Her fingertip traced along Gu Xianying's neck, leaving a crimson mark. I will make you regret your very existence. It would be best if you set me down, Xianzi. Wu Mingkong fell silent for a moment before releasing her hold on Gu Xianying. Cough, cough, cough. Gu Xianying erupted into a fit of violent coughs, dropping to one knee, the bruised marks on his neck glaringly apparent. After a considerable pause, he raised his head, his vexing smile still intact. Your grip is quite formidable, Xianzi. He rubbed his throat, his voice hoarse, however. Since I have promised to assist you in dispelling the cold poison, I shall not go back on my word. Wu Mingkong regarded him coldly, her icy demeanor unwavering. Less chatter. Gu Xianying chuckled, suddenly reaching out as if to touch Wu Mingkong's forehead. Slap. Wu Mingkong instinctively swatted his hand away, her murderous intent surging. Seeking death? I intend to help you dispel the cold poison, Gu Xianying replied innocently, raising his hands in surrender. How else can it be cured? Nonsense. Wu Mingkong retorted harshly. The cold poison is deeply rooted. Mere touch will not suffice for its removal. Gu Xianying remained composed. You misunderstand, Xianzi. While the poison is deep, its source lies within the spirit platform. If one cannot probe directly, how can one prescribe the appropriate remedy? Wu Mingkong fixed him with an intense gaze, a fleeting struggle evident in her eyes. She had suffered from the cold poison since childhood, each full moon bringing her to the brink of death. The Wu family patriarch, Wu Shiyun, had sought countless renowned physicians in secret, yet none could find a cure. Now, this man dared to boast. If you dare deceive me. Her voice was frigid. I will ensure your suffering is unimaginable. Gu Xianying smiled slightly. If it proves ineffective, do as you wish. Wu Mingkong inhaled deeply, finally extending her palm. Just touch. Gu Xianying shook his head. Not sufficient. You Xinzi, Gu Xianying interrupted, a rare seriousness in his eyes. The cold poison has infiltrated your heart. If not removed promptly, during the next full moon, it may. Wu Mingkong's pupils dilated. She understood better than anyone the increasing ferocity of the cold poison. During the last full moon, she had nearly perished. After a prolonged silence, she finally stated coldly, "You may only touch my hand." Gu Xianying nodded, gently grasping her wrist. Wu Mingkong's hand was as cold as jade, her skin delicate as snow. Yet it radiated an unsettling chill. "Relax," Gu Xianying murmured, "do not resist." Wu Mingkong's body remained taut, her vigilance unyielding. Gu Xianying closed his eyes, allowing a stream of spiritual energy to flow gently into her wrist. That energy was warm as a spring, meeting the coldness within her, producing a faint hissing sound. Wu Mingkong trembled, astonishment flickering in her eyes. Throughout the years, no spiritual energy had penetrated her icy essence so effortlessly. Not even Wu Shiyun at the 9th level of Golden Core could achieve such a feat. Gu Xianying's energy continued its journey, soon reaching the depths of her marrow where the cold poison resided. That poison clung to her like a festering sore, exuding a bone-chilling aura, just as I suspected. Gu Xianying murmured, "What of it?" Wu Mingkong inquired coldly. Gu Xianying opened his eyes, his expression grave. "The cold poison has invaded your entire being. If we delay further, after a few more full moons, I fear." A flicker of panic crossed Wu Mingkong's eyes, swiftly replaced by icy resolve. "Get to the point. I can cure it." Gu Xianying met her gaze unwaveringly, "But not yet, at least. You must reach the Golden Core stage." Wu Mingkong fell silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed coldly. "I see. You wish to leverage my power to facilitate your breakthrough?" Gu Xianying nodded candidly. "Mutual benefit. What could be wrong with that? And if I refuse? Then the Xianzi must continue to endure the torment of the cold poison." Gu Xianying replied with a slight smile, "While I shall seek alternative methods." Wu Mingkong scrutinized him intently, as if attempting to pierce through his thoughts. After a long while, she finally stated coldly, "Very well, I accept your terms. But should you dare to play tricks, you may dispose of me as you see fit." Gu Xianying replied with a smile. Chapter 56, Run. Upwards. The voice of Wu Mingkong was as cold as ice. Today's shock brought by Gu Xianying was overwhelming, and even with her temperament, she needed time to digest this information. A flash of silver light appeared, and Gu Xianying felt a tightening at his waist. His entire being was ensnared by the cold moon silk, crashing heavily onto the treetop. The brittle sound of breaking branches resounded sharply in the stillness of the night. He rubbed his sore shoulder, still on the ground, when he heard a chilling voice overhead. "If you dare to play tricks again, I will let you experience the taste of being dismembered by the cold moon silk." The two men, Gu Hao and his companion, trembled all over, cold sweat soaking their backs. They kept their heads low, wishing they could bury themselves in the tree crevices, the secrets they had just overheard, any one of which could lead to their demise. These two? Wu Mingkong then remembered there were two observers, a surge of murderous intent flashing in her cold eyes. However, Yu Xianming had already stepped in front of them with a smile. "Rest assured, my lady, these are my brothers, dear friends." He turned to look at the trembling duo, a meaningful smile in his eyes. "They are the most tight-lipped, aren't they?" Yes, yes. We heard nothing. What just happened?" Gu Hao shook his head desperately, his voice trembling. "We've been on the road all day. Nothing happened." Gu Chang shook his head even harder, nearly biting his tongue. Wu Mingkong cast a cold glance at the three, finally snorting coldly before turning towards the edge of the treetop. The moonlit hem of her white skirt brushed against the withered branches, creating a cool halo in the moonlight. She sat cross-legged, closing her eyes to meditate. Yet her mind could not settle. There lingered a trace of warmth on her wrist, the first time someone had shared such skinship with her, in her usual solitude. Even her master Wu Shiyun had never touched her. Gu Xianming gazed at her silhouette, leisurely wiping the blood bead from his brow. He stared at the lingering chill in his palm, gently stroking it with his fingertips. That icy sensation seemed to carry Wu Mingkong's unique aura, imbued with a hint of fragrance. Deep within his dantian, the Guisu jade was slowly rotating, emanating profound spiritual light. This treasure, which had been dormant in his body since his rebirth, constantly radiated a gentle wave of energy. He could distinctly feel that the spiritual energy, demonic energy, within him had undergone some deep transformation through the gradual influence of the Guisu jade, like a stagnant pool infused with a spiritual spring. It had awakened into new vitality. Indeed, Gu Shuaming's lips curled slightly. He had detected the change in his spiritual power ever since his time in the dark prison. His gaze inadvertently drifted towards the cold figure at the treetop's edge. Memories surged like a tide. Wu Mingkong in her past life had somehow endured the torment of cold poison, cultivating her way to the peak of the nascent soul stage. Yet, at the crucial moment of breaking through to the transformation stage, the cold poison erupted, leading to her downfall, leaving countless to lament over this ice and snow fairy. But evidently, he was not among them. Gu Xianming clenched his fist. With Wu Mingkong's protection, his chances of success had significantly increased. He had deceived Wu Mingkong. The secrets of the legendary three great treasures, particularly the Guisu jade, remained elusive to him. However, just its capability to transform spiritual power was sufficient to dissolve the cold poison within Wu Mingkong. If he could break through to the golden core stage, drawing upon more powerful spiritual energy, perhaps he could indeed uproot the cold poison from her body. But what did Wu Mingkong's life or death have to do with him? He merely wished to seize that demonic treasure under her protection, allowing her to safeguard him. Compared to the cunning old foxes in his family, Wu Mingkong, an innocent maiden, was evidently easier to deceive. The night wind swept through, bringing with it the fetid scent of decay peculiar to the swamp. A glimmer of profound light flashed in Gu Xuanming's eyes. Moonlit black lotus, he murmured softly, but it is of no use to me. On the other side of the treetop, Wu Mingkong seemed to sense something, her eyes fluttering open slightly. Under the moonlight, their gazes briefly met in the darkness before each turned away. I shall keep watch. Can we take turns for an hour each? Gu Chang timidly raised his hand, breaking the silence. Gu Xianming and Wu Mingkong both shot him icy glares, causing Gu Chang to shrink back. The night was as thick as water, the mist of the black swamp growing denser, as if even the moonlight had been swallowed whole. Gu Xianming sat cross-legged at the edge of the treetop, currently on watch. His eyes were slightly closed, appearing to rest. Yet he remained vigilant to every subtle movement around him. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow. Something was amiss. The withered tree beneath him seemed to move. Gu Xianming abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as lightning, scanning the surroundings. The black mist was heavy, the swamp silent, as if everything was as usual. Yet, that strange sense of unease lingered, as if something was lurking in the shadows, watching them. A hallucination? He murmured softly to himself, his fingers stealthily resting on the hilt of the Tongtian sword. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Whoosh, a dry branch suddenly sprang up, striking towards the slumbering Wu Mingkong like a venomous snake. Clang! The Tongtian sword was drawn, cold light flashing. Gu Xuanming's figure flickered, the sword swept horizontally, instantly cleaving the attacking branch in two. The severed limb sprayed a putrid black liquid, which, upon contact with the ground, eroded tiny pits. Wu Mingkong jolted awake, her eyes flashing with cold light. What happened? There's trouble. Gu Xianming called out sharply, simultaneously kicking Gu Hao and Gu Chang, who were still deep in slumber. This nearly sent them tumbling down. Stop sleeping. The tree has come alive. The two, still dazed, blinked their eyes open, yet before they could react, the withered tree began to tremble violently beneath them. Boom! The entire withered tree seemed to awaken under some mysterious force, its decayed trunk twisting violently. Countless dry branches flailing like tentacles, rushing towards the four with murderous intent. Is the tree coming to life? Gu Chang's face turned ashen, frantically pulling out his heavy hammer, swinging it to cleave the attacking branches. The once invincible heavy hammer now seemed to lose its advantage. It's not the tree coming to life, Gu Xianming coldly declared. It's the bone-corroding vine that has taken root in the tree. Now it has awakened. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a thick vine burst through the tree bark, coiling towards Gu Xianming like a giant python. He sidestepped to evade it, his Tongtian sword slicing through the vine, but the severed end rapidly regenerated, returning to its original form in the blink of an eye. It can regenerate, Gu Hao exclaimed in horror. Wu Mingkong snorted coldly, raising her jade hand. The cold moon silk instantly shot forth, wrapping around the incoming vine like silver threads. And with a fierce twist, crack, the vine was crushed by the cold moon silk, yet in the next moment, more vines burst forth from the trunk, overwhelming the group. Retreat! Gu Xianming shouted, swiftly pulling Gu Hao and Gu Chang, leaping down from the treetop. Wu Mingkong also moved gracefully, landing lightly. As the four steadied themselves, the withered tree behind them completely collapsed, countless vines bursting forth from the wood, surging towards them like a tidal wave. Run! Gu Xianming turned without hesitation, sprinting towards the depths of the swamp without a moment's delay, leaving the three behind, stunned and speechless. Chapter 57, The Vista of the Pinnacle. The three, jolted back to awareness, hastily pursued Gu Xianming. Gu Xianming, where in damnation are you leading us? Gu Chang's eyes were bloodshot, his voice distorted with alarm. Veins bulged on his thick neck, and beads of sweat cascaded down his cheeks. It's a dead end. Gu Xianming remained impervious, the Tongtian sword in his hand, emitting an intensified chilling light. Wherever the blade passed, the venomous vines as thick as bowls were severed instantly. The severed tendrils spewed a putrid black fluid that hissed and corroded upon contact with the ground. Silence and flee for your lives, he roared without turning back. If the bone-etching vines ensnare you, they will desiccate you within 10 breaths. Wu Mingkong moved with the swiftness of a startled swan, her moon-white dress tracing sharp arcs in the night. With deft movements of her fingers, the frost moon silk transformed into a shower of silver light, pulverizing the vines in its wake. However, these severed tendrils regenerated at an alarming rate, the broken ends writhing as they sprouted new tips. Yet, the bone-etching vines moved with even greater celerity. Rumble! The earth suddenly fractured as a vine, as thick as a python, erupted from the mire, instantly ensnaring Gu Chang's ankle. Aya! Gu Chang shrieked, toppling to the ground and being dragged toward the vine source with alarming speed. Save me! He cried in terror. Gu Xuanming's gaze turned frigid. He released the Tongtian sword, which shot forth like a meteor, cleaving through the vine. Thwack! The vine severed. Gu Chang scrambled to his feet, but more tendrils besieged him from all directions. Jiangzi! Gu Hao's eyes were bloodshot as a thunderous bellow momentarily stunned the surrounding vines. The ancient runes on the blade of the sword in his hand blazed with a dazzling azure light, tracing a resplendent path through the night. Cloud-cleaving style. The sword light, like a rainbow, instantly severed 3 venomous vines lunging at Gu Chang. Gu Hao's figure was like lightning, forcibly tearing a bloody path through the deathly web of intertwining vines. With each step, the mud beneath his feet exploded in high sprays. Hold on. Gu Hao's voice resonated like a thunderclap. With a hand gesture, an azure screen of light instantly enveloped the dying Gu Chang. The screen collided with the attacking vines, producing a grating sound that set teeth on edge. At this critical juncture, Gu Hao suddenly groaned. A crimson vine, as fine as a strand of hair, pierced the barrier and plunged into his right shoulder. Excruciating pain blurred his vision, but his grip on the sword remained unwavering. Begone, he bit the tip of his tongue, spitting a mouthful of vital essence onto the blade. The azure sky sword immediately emitted a dragon-like roar, the sword light exploding outward for 30 feet, pulverizing all the vines within a 10-foot radius. Seizing this opportunity, Gu Hao yanked Gu Chang to his feet and retreated rapidly. Move. Gu Hao's voice was hoarse, and a strange purplish-black blood seeped from the wound on his right shoulder. Still, he tenaciously shielded the unconscious Gu Chang, wielding his longsword in an impenetrable web, covering the retreat for the others. Just then, Wu Mingkong abruptly halted, saying coldly, "Stand aside." She formed a hand seal, and an arctic aura surged around her, instantly encasing the ground in a layer of frost. Mystic ice art, frosty sky freeze. Boom. The power of extreme cold erupted, instantly freezing the vines within a 10-foot radius into ice, which then shattered into icy fragments with a crisp snap. Gu Shuaming's pupils contracted, such formidable power of ice. Taking advantage of the cleared space, the 3 finally escaped the terrifying encirclement. After an indeterminate amount of time, huff-huff heavy panting echoed distinctly through the swamp. Gu Hao knelt on one knee, the azure sky sword plunged deep into the mire. The runes on its blade now dim. The wound on his right shoulder continued to ooze purplish-black blood, soaking half of his robe. Gu Xianming leaned against a withered tree, the Tongdian sword leaning beside him. His usually pale complexion now appeared even more morbid, and strands of hair were plastered to his forehead with sweat, his chest heaving violently. His slender fingers trembled slightly, yet he still gripped the hilt of the sword tightly. Even the ever-composed Wu Mingkong showed signs of fatigue. Her moon-white dress was stained with mud, and a few strands of her hair had fallen beside her ears. Glistening beads of sweat trickled down her smooth forehead, shimmering like pearls in the moonlight. "Where are we now?" Wu Mingkong's voice was still cold, but her slightly hurried breathing betrayed her exhaustion. Her slender fingers gently stroked the frost-moon silk, and the frost that had gathered on the silk was slowly melting. Gu Xianming closed his eyes to regulate his breathing for a moment, then suddenly opened them. His dark eyes gazed into the depths of the swamp, flashing with an unusual light. 5 more miles ahead, his voice was hoarse. "It's the true core area of the Blackwater Marsh." As he spoke, he retrieved the yellowed map. The red line marked on the parchment extended to its end, beyond which was a blank space with only a blood-red skull marking. Cough, cough, cough. A fit of violent coughing broke the silence. Gu Chang's heavy body trembled slightly, his bronze face still bearing the pallor of blood loss. He laboriously opened his eyelids, his unfocused gaze settling on Gu Hao's face. "How's he?" His raspy voice sounded like sandpaper scraping. Gu Chang reached out a trembling hand. "Have you died too? Damn you." Gu Hao slapped away his outstretched hand, but the movement aggravated his wound, causing him to wince in pain. "If you really died, I would set up a 3-day feast and invite the entire Gu family to watch how this idiotic donkey of yours kicked the bucket." Gu Chang's unfocused gaze gradually cleared, and he suddenly stared intently at the wound on Gu Hao's right shoulder. The cloth wrapped around it was soaked with black blood, and the purplish-blue flesh was faintly visible at the edges. "Your wound," his voice was strained, and a rare look of concern appeared on his rugged face. Gu Hao turned away, casually tugging at his collar to cover the wound. "I won't die. How's he?" Gu Chang suddenly lunged forward, and the usually boisterous tough guy squeezed out a sob. "You're too good to me. After we get out, I won't discriminate against you. I'll carry you through the door in a sedan." As he spoke, he smeared tears and snot on Gu Hao's body, whimpering, "Oh, my good, how's he get lost? You're disgusting." Gu Hao pushed him away with a look of disgust, frantically wiping the wet stains from his collar. "I knew I should have let the vines suck you dry." Wu Mingkong watched the farce with detachment, the corner of her mouth twitching almost imperceptibly. Gu Xianming leaned against the tree with his arms crossed, watching the two with an ambiguous smile. Such profound affection. What affection? Gu Hao kicked away Gu Chang, who was about to pounce again. "Get up quickly. There are more deadly things waiting ahead." Gu Chang chuckled as he got to his feet, though his steps were still somewhat unsteady. The light in his eyes had mostly returned. He patted Gu Hao's shoulder, this time without a sob. "Don't worry, I'll cover you from now on." Gu Hao looked speechlessly at Gu Chang, but didn't push his hand away again. The two smiled at each other, their years of tacit understanding unspoken. By the way, Wu Mingkong suddenly stopped, the moonlight casting a soft glow on her cold profile. She turned to look at Gu Xianming, her long eyelashes casting shadows under her eyes. "Earlier, thank you." Her voice was still cold, but lacked some of the usual aloofness. "If you hadn't acted in time, I'm afraid I wouldn't have reacted. Gu Xianming was wiping the bloodstains from the Tongtian sword, and his fingers paused slightly upon hearing this. His indifferent eyebrows and eyes were reflected on the sword's blade, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. If you died, who would protect me during my breakthrough? He didn't look up, his tone as casual as if discussing the weather. This deal wouldn't be worth it. Humph. Wu Mingkong snorted softly, rolling her eyes in an extremely graceful manner. Beneath the moonlight, her frost-like visage suddenly came alive with a vivid expression. Fear not. For before the chill of death is dispelled, I am not ready to depart. I long to behold the pinnacle of this world's splendor. The pinnacle of beauty. You say? Gu Xianming mused inwardly, how fortuitous, for I too share the desire. Gu Chong, observing from the side, couldn't help but grin, nudging Gu Hao with his elbow. Hey, Haozi, look at those two. Silence, Gu Hao interjected, covering his mouth. If you wish to survive, speak less. The mist enveloping the marsh had, unbeknownst to them, thinned slightly, revealing a few resilient wildflowers defiantly blooming. Gu Chong bent down to pluck an unknown little white flower and casually tucked it behind Gu Hao's ear. You son of a... Gu Hao's furious outburst startled several nocturnal waterbirds into flight. In this perilous mire of death, a rare flicker of human warmth emerged. Even the ever-vigilant Wu Mingkong felt his taut nerves relax, albeit momentarily. Only Gu Xianming remained silent, walking at the forefront of the group, his sword glinting with a chilling brilliance under the moonlight. No one noticed the fleeting glint of coldness in his eyes. Chapter 58 Core Region as dawn broke. The mist over the marsh floated like a delicate veil. Dewdrops clung to the withered branches, glimmering faintly in the morning light. The four companions had traveled late into the night, and, utterly exhausted, found a slightly drier hollow to haphazardly rest. Gu Xianming was the first to awaken. Leaning against a gnarled tree, he held the Tongtian sword across his lap and slowly opened his eyes. In the morning fog, his gaze appeared particularly profound. Hiss! Gu Hao also stirred, noting that the wound on his right shoulder had formed a thin scab. He attempted to move his shoulder, only to furrow his brow in discomfort. Although the poison had been suppressed, a lingering sharp pain still resided within his meridians. Everyone, rise, he urged, giving Gu Chong, who was still snoring, a gentle kick. Morning had arrived. Wu Mingkong had already risen, meticulously adjusting her somewhat disheveled attire. The soft morning light illuminated her face, rendering her less austere. With a flick of her fingers, several strands of cold moon silk danced gracefully in the air, neatly tying her loose hair back. The poisonous mist had dissipated. Gu Xianming stood, brushing off his clothes. It was now the safest moment. Gu Chong yawned as he got up, stretching lazily. Damn, that was a refreshing sleep, he exclaimed, patting his belly, which rumbled with hunger. The four gathered atop a slightly elevated mound of earth. Gu Hao retrieved several hard, flat cakes from his pack, breaking them into quarters to share among them. For a brief moment, silence enveloped them. Gu Xianming chewed his dry rations at a leisurely pace before speaking. There are two matters to attend to. His voice, though soft, commanded the attention of all present. First, we must fulfill our family mission. He raised a finger, indicating the need to slay a fifth-tier foundation-building beast. His gaze swept over Wu Mingkong, a subtle smile gracing his lips. With Miss Wu's assistance, this should prove manageable. Wu Mingkong scoffed lightly. I see energy emanating from her fingertips, freezing the cake in her hand into a crisp state. Don't expect me to be your muscle. Though her words were dismissive, she showed no intent to refuse aid. Secondly, Gu Xianming raised another finger. We need to help Miss Wu procure the Moonshadow Black Lotus. He paused, noting that reliable information indicated the lotus would fully mature tonight at the hour of the high, releasing a distinctive fragrance. Those lurking in the shadows. Gu Xianming's expression turned grave, will undoubtedly be drawn out. It is likely we will encounter numerous experts, possibly even high-tier foundation builders. He turned to Wu Mingkong. When the time comes, these formidable foes will likely require your expertise. As for the three of us, Gu Xianming produced a blood-red jade box from his sleeve, opening it to reveal 3 dark red pills, each the size of a longan. The surface of the pills was adorned with crimson patterns that stirred one's blood with mere sight. Blood slaughter pills, he whispered. Ingesting one grants temporary combat power equivalent to the foundation stage. The strength, however, depends on one's meridian resilience. The cost is damage to the meridians, necessitating months of recuperation. Wu Mingkong's pupils constricted. You possess such forbidden substances. Just in case, Gu Xianming closed the jade box, surveying the trio. In the ensuing chaos, relying solely on Miss Wu may not suffice. Gu Chong suddenly slapped his thigh, voice booming. What nonsense! Though my cultivation is not on par with yours, I am no pushover. If a fight ensues, I fear no one. Gu Hao restrained the impassioned Gu Chong, his tone serious. Do not act rashly. This is not the time to show off. He turned to Gu Xianming, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Is it truly necessary to resort to the blood slaughter pills? Those with insufficient meridian strength may perish upon ingestion. The four fell into a contemplative silence. A morning breeze swept through the marsh, carrying a damp, fishy scent. So, Gu Hao broke the silence. We must be wary not only of the beasts, but also of other cultivators. Precisely, Gu Xianming affirmed. Moreover, The most perilous threats often come from those concealed in the shadows. Wu Mingkong suddenly rose, the cold moon silk swirling between her fingers. If that is the case, we should set out immediately. We can cover more ground during the day and have extra time to prepare come nightfall. Gu Chong hastily swallowed the remainder of his cake, mumbling, "Let us go, go, go. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can return home." The four began to pack their belongings, pressing deeper into the marsh. Though the daylight offered greater safety than the night, peril still loomed everywhere. Gu Xianming led the way, the Tongtian sword firmly in hand. Gu Hao followed closely, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Gu Chong brought up the rear, his robust arms poised to confront any sudden threats, while Wu Mingkong walked in the center, the cold moon silk gracefully coiling around her, forming an invisible shield. They journeyed swiftly, finally arriving at the core of the black water marsh as the night descended. Here, the mist thickened, casting a heavy gray veil over the expanse. The air was saturated with a putrid odor, intertwined with an inexplicably alluring fragrance that evoked both disgust and an intoxicating allure. The ground beneath them became increasingly soft, each step sinking half a foot into the muck. The sludge had taken on an eerie dark green hue, glistening slickly under the moonlight. Occasionally, bubbles erupted from the depths, gurgling as they burst, releasing gases that caused the nearby flora to wither instantly. The surrounding trees had long since perished, leaving only twisted trunks resembling desiccated arms reaching skyward. The bark was overrun with dark red moss, appearing like dried blood under the moon's glow. The night breeze would occasionally stir, causing the dry branches to rustle softly, akin to whispered secrets. Most striking was the pitch-black water at the marsh's center. The surface lay still, reflecting the pallid moonlight like a mirror. In the midst of the water, a black lotus bud could be discerned, surrounded by a faint, ethereal glow. "That is the moon shadow black lotus," Gu Xianming murmured. "It seems we have several hours until it fully matures." Wu Mingkong's gaze was fixated on the black lotus, the cold moon silk trembling anxiously between her fingers. "The spiritual energy here feels off. How could there be demonic energy?"